Primed up and ready to burn.
Let's pick the right way and go.
In the name of science!
This is your champion.
Coming true. I'm Jumpmaster. I'd say fasten your seatbelts, but it's not that kind of ride.
Get back up.
Here's a good spot to touch down. Hold on to your knickers, darlings. Some materials for us.
Careful, opening is hold.
Hold on, crafty.
First blood.
Round 1. Beginning countdown.
Light ammo here.
Attention. There is a new
Me and
kill
Newty
leader.
could use that.
New kill leader. I need an extended heavy mag.
The ring's our neighbor, pal. Need an extended energy mag.
Bolt SMG. Optics here. Close range. I need heavy ammo. Ring's not too far. 45 left. R301 here.
Yo, got us some materials.
I shoot. The ring's near and closing in 30. Secure
Have
some
it here.
materials.
Hold on,
Unlock
crafty.
here.
Save that for me.
R99 here.
10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least. This place has seen activity. Ring's coming in.
Just a moment. Crafting.
Thermite grenade here.
Not the right end, darlings.
I need an extended light mag.
We're in the top half.
Copy that. Care package over there.
Hit the ejector seat.
Shield battery here. Back tower. Numpty there. This could get interesting. Spotted what we science folk call a body. There's a new jet. Eye sharp. Keep at somebody landed nearby. You already moved, and you realize. Off for a laugh, are we?
You and me, friend.
All that matters is being the last one alive. Introducing your champion.
Jump master, here pals. Block the landing's one of my specialities. Hold on to your kilts, darlings.
Sky and landing near me.
Another soft landing. First blood. Oh, you can't solve the eternal mysteries of the universe without breaking a few. Fancy a wee stroll this way?
I'm out of heavy ammo.
Heard that.
I need a weapon.
Hostile over there.
Watch out, dears. Baddie nearby.
One minute before the ring closes. We have time.
But watch out, dears. Baddie nearby.
Fire, friend.
Shields recharging. And watch me. Crack that milligan shield. No easier than killing a black hole. Time for experimentation, evaluation, and a wee cup of tea.
I don't push the envelope. I shred it.
Pick the right way and go.
This is your champion.
When you see me, you'll know it's the end. Or a new beginning. That's all relative, really.
I'm the jump master, which should go without saying.
Reckon we ought to land over there, dears.
Eeny, meeny, miny. How about there? I love this part! Olé! Yes.
Target landed near me. Wrong choice.
It's go time! Someone's out there!
Round. Attention. First blood.
Will you get your bahookies in the ring,
Wingman
please?
here.
First blood. Well, you can't solve the eternal mystery of the universe without breaking a few eggs.
Getting real close. About time we got ourselves a fight.
Getting shot at. Enemy shield broken. Enemy down. I've been down. Don't revive me yet.
Enemy shield. I'm charging on my shields. Come on, compadre, get up. Come on, come on, come on.
Patching myself up.
Recharging my shield.
We're already in the ring. These are running circles. Running in the air.
We've got another squad on us now.
Making contact with enemy. Recharge. Firing. Getting shot at. Recharging my shield. Uh-oh. Our grenade out. Gear package. Dropping from the
Ready to go. Seen?
Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. What do we got here then?
Fancy a bit of a blather?
This is your champion.
I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
I'm Jumpmaster. I'd say fasten your seatbelts, but it's not that kind of ride.
I'm Jumpmaster. Strap in. We're gonna risk it for a bit. Slice of heaven, this time we tear it apart.
Got an enemy right here.
Doing right through us.
Next ring fire. And if I have my way, it ain't gonna be the last. Rick's far closer than 60. Rick was way more fun when I
Need
was
some heavy
messing
ammo,
with it.
dears. We've got a bad guy close.
35 seconds, ring fire.
For those responsible.
Well, then, Rick, that end shield is cracked. Reload it.
Your time is almost up.
Drill's ripping through. Ring's closing and we ain't in it.
If you want to die, at least let me pull the trigger.
Watch out, darlings. Baddie nearby. Need some heavy ammo, dears.
Eyes up, far note. Got a target over there. Opening fire. Shooting at me.
Shield recharging.
There's a secret. Miharo, your package dropping by for dinner. Thanks for that sugar.
Well, look at that. We're
Just giving my shield a recharge.
numpty spotted.
Give us a sec. Recharge. Drill's tearing through. Unleashing my raging ball.
Looking for heavy ammo. Spotted a grandpa over there.
Heavy ammo here. Thanks, shooting at
Dibs,
me.
dear.
Give us a sec. Recharging my shields.
Need some heavy ammo, dears.
Get through. I'm spotted, taking fire. Firing. Richard, gonna get you out there, dear Chris. Fire that shooter.
Follow me! Extended sniper mag here. Level 4. Spotted a bomb pot over there.
Hostile over there. Optics here. Close range.
Reloading. Reloading. Shields recharging.
An enemy landing here.
There's a wee nutty. Let's go there.
Being attacked by another squad.
Enemy shields broke.
Took down an egg. Downed another enemy. Still dead. Nigel goes.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
Crack Daddy.
Replicator incoming. Recharging my shields. Rejuvenating. Unleashing my singularity. Flinging through. Shooting at me. Enemy shield. Ring's close, and we've got 40 seconds. I flattened a hole.
That was amazing!
Today they face a caliber of competitor. Hey now, I didn't ask to be the best. I worked for it.
Let's have a wee play with the laws of physics, shall we?
Introducing your champion.
Let us see how impressive you truly are.
Hope you're ready. Let's do this, brothers.
Dear OG, it's the only way to travel. That is close to me. Another soft landing. blood sport'd be so bloody. Shall we head this way?
Countdown.
Next ring's really far. For you folks not used to...
We're far from the ring and it closes in 6. Move your arms in.
The ring's not exactly what I'd define as close. 45 seconds till she closes.
Leave some extra supplies here. Excellent.
I found a hop up here. Skull piercer.
Dibs.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Ring's moving, brothers. Keep the hustle.
Let's head in that direction, darlings.
Opening a hole. Make way.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Package being delivered.
I found a hop up here. Disruptor.
Care package coming in.
Blowing this hold open.
We're spread out all over the map. We do know how to use maps, don't we?
New kill leader appointed.
There's a new kill leader. No need to make a
Let's head in
fuss.
that
They'll meet
direction.
me soon enough.
Read the feed. Half the squads are out. Taking fire, brothers. I'm taking the shot. Giving my shield to recharge. Healing up. Give me a sec. Hear me. Man, getting shot. I'm down.
On your feet, Gitsy. We've got work to do. Never mind. Forget I said that.
And that was the last one.
Using the Phoenix kit.
Recharging the shields.
Firearm over here.
Contact.
Healing up.
Hostile close.
Shields recharging. Just a sec. Healing up.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Rejuvenating. Got our pal's banner. Need a wee rejuvenation. That next ring's far. Perhaps we ought to get a bounce on Newt. Replicator entering orbit. Heal it up.
I'm back in action, boys. Let's do this, brother. Yeah, the champion just fell.
Dead cat here. Rejuvenating. Bad guy outside their orbit.
Gotta heal. Taking a knee.
Light feet, darlings. Arcstar. Arcstar. Reloading. Need a wee rejuvenation. Follow me. The next ring's quite a trek, and we're down to 45 seconds. That tower. Where's the wee numpty? Let's go there. An enemy shield. Reloading. Wait for me. This way, you can. Recharging my shield. Not to be pernickety, dears, but the ring's on the move and we're not inside her yet.
All right, brothers. We got extra supplies here.
I'm deploying an evac tower, you can. Healing up. Replicator over there. Care package dropping from low orbit. Care package over there. Thanks, chump. I got a hooligan over here.
Bring out. There's another squad.
This
Heads
way.
up. No good, brothers. I've been down. Target over there.
I'm using a few of these kit pals. Replicator entering orbit. See, Newty? The ring's close and we've got plenty of time. No need for a kerfuffle. Ring's close, and we've got 45. Plenty of time for a kip. Eh, Newt? Ring's close, and we've got half a minute, Newt. wee micronap. Nap deployed. Only 2 more squads. Almost there, Millie. 10 seconds.
Oh no, I killed who I...
అంటే బ్రో రావచ్చుగా మరి అంటే
Science time.
With the right moves, I take this win.
I was created for this, I think.
Introducing your champion.
Jump Master. Not my first launch, though I usually launch in the other direction. We do this for science.
Next time, we should try different.
That way he calls to me.
Okay.
Spotted a numpty over there.
I think we should move that way.
Near me. Attention. First blood.
First blood on me. Grappling.
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. Watch
Now I just need to get there.
This is going to be fun.
I'm looking for someone special to take out.
This is your champion.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
I'm the Jump Master. Jump this way.
I'm the Jump Master. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Remember, eyes on the prize.
Enemy spotted.
I wonder what we'll find over
Going
there.
to explore over there.
Round one. Beginning the countdown. This ring's really far. For you folks not used to traveling intergalactically.
First blood, I found a charge tower here. Ultimately, they're pretty helpful.
Ring's far, and we've got about a minute. I found a little something extra. "45 seconds until the ring closes. We've got a hike and I'm in folks, so let's go."
Evac tower here. A zip line to a big balloon? Is it my birthday?
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
I could use that.
Now that flyer's a snapper.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map. Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Just what I needed. Jump drive set.
This spot is bad. Let's stay away.
Attention.
I found a charge tower here. Ultimately, they're pretty helpful.
Eyes to the scans. A care package.
Setting up a zip line. Care package over there. Ready to fly on a care package over there.
Shooting. Fire.
There's another squad. Target over there. Recharging shields. Enemy over there. Reloading.
Shields recharging.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Come with me. Over here.
People have been there.
Don't see there. This could get interesting. Enemy over there. Don't let them see you. Don't see in our orbit.
Enemy taken down.
Shoot. On my way. Use a hand, pal.
Using grapple. Don't worry, I'm here.
Let's get here.
Rejuvenating.
Recharging shield.
Get the pin. Heal it up. I'm crafting. Injury takes shield recharges.
Repairing.
Found some material. Hold on, I need to heal. Secured some material.
Line deployed.
Heal it up.
Zipline here.
I have an evac tower. This person, I have an evac tower.
Hostile spotted. The next ring is quite far.
Follow me. Let's go there. Replicator entering orbit here. Yes.
Enemy over there.
Something spotted.
We should go that way. Target spotted.
Just a second. Healing up. Numpty spotted.
Hostile close. Broke that in. Reloading. I'm repairing myself. Enemy spotted.
I have an evac tower. Setting up a healing up.
I'm repairing myself.
Follow me.
We should go that way.
Hold on, I need to heal.
The ring's moving, friends.
Watch my back, pal. There's a tail wheeling out there. Hold on, I need to heal.
I am repairing myself. Enemy over there.
What?
Target over there.
Okay, go.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Recharging my shields.
Let's check out that wasteland. Contact with hostile.
We've got another squad on.
Zipline over there.
I cracked that hooligan shield. Recharging my shields. Let's go. Reload. Countdown. I broke an enemy shield. We're shooting.
Contact with target.
I cracked an enemy. Reloading. Reloading. Attention.
Contact.
Replicator incoming. Enemy there. Rejuvenate.
Target over there.
Spotted. The ring's close. Shooting. They're shooting at me. Recharging. Anyone up for some shopping?
Close.
Healing.
Throwing Arc Star.
Rings here, darlings. We've got all 45 seconds of free time.
Hostile over there.
Aye.
Setting up a zip line. Enemy over there.
We've got
I'm
30
out of light
seconds to
ammo.
get to the squad on us. Being shot at.
Giving. I'm out of light ammo.
That is an enemy shield. Reload.
I'm out of light ammo.
Need some heavy ammo, dears. 10 seconds
Heavy
until the
ammo
ring.
here.
Thermite
I'm out
down.
of light ammo.
Reloading. Shattered an enemy shield. Target down. Shattered an enemy shield. Reload.
That the ring's moving.
Just go, just go, just go.
There's another squad attacking.
Reloading. Half the squads are down. There's a full kill every.
I have been downed.
Watch my back, pals. There's a new kill leader out there.
Drop! Bro, రావచ్చుగా వెంకటాడదాం.
Be right with you, dears.
I got your back. Remember me tell you.
It's a fine line. Avoid death as closely as possible.
Introducing your champion.
I feel most alive when rapidly approaching my death.
First blood.
First blood. Good thing it's not that.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Next ring is distant.
I found a hop up here. Hammer point. Light feet, darlings. The ring's closing soon. We've got some serious ground to cover. Hit standard stock right here. Level 2.
Front is bad. Ring ain't close.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Take that.
Extended light mag here. Level 2. Evo shield here. Level 2.
Hello.
Chandu.
Warning. Ring closing.
Ring's moving.
ఎవరు రాలే నైట్ అగ్గిట్లో ఎవరు రాలే
ఎవరు రాలా
Got some extra supplies.
టూలో ఉన్నా ఈజీ
Care package. Dropping from low orbit.
they're fighting. Come first, come first. We can do third fighting.
Spotted what we science folk call a baddie.
ఏసీటో
Stay alert, Newty. A bunch of beasties have been there. I got a hooligan.
Watch your back.
Spotted what we science folk call a baddie.
They are moving inside.
Shall we head this way, darlings? Come on. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3. Optics here. Close range.
ఈయన మ్యాచ్ అని
మ్యాచ్లో ఉన్నాను
ర్యాంక్ మ్యాచ్ ఉన్నాడు అయిపోగానే
That way calls to me.
Come and get your birthday present.
Can go to him.
Care package over there. Shotgun bolt here, level 3.
I have a subject for you, right here.
You can use insert.
Fancy a wee
Bro,
stroll this way.
Kaushik bro, you can use your cues.
Spotted a wee hooligan. Reloading.
Reloading.
Got a replicator coming down.
To knock.
Aye, we downed another. Enemy shield. Some jets. All those hooligans are down for the count.
Good work, new kill leader.
L-Star here.
Target spotted.
Ah, half the squads are gone already. Fantastic. Evo shield here. Level 3.
Spotted one.
There's a new jet. Reckon we should head here. Listen, the ring's not exactly what
Where
I'd
do you want
define
to
as
go?
close.
Let's go to zone, bro.
45 seconds till she closes.
You have to go too long.
That way calls to me.
Gotta hop up here. Turbocharger.
Kill leader appointed.
The ring's closing and we ain't in it. I suggest we move.
New kill leader. Eyes out for.
That way calls to me.
Attention. Delivering care package.
You hear that? There's a care package coming down.
Care package over there. Shields recharging. Optics here. Mid-range.
Administering medical aid.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
Help run if you need. Just a scrape. 1 sec.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Replicator on its way down.
The ring's our neighbour, pals, and we've got a minute to find her.
You can install, bro.
Inca 7.
Oh my, an enemy. Boston.
I have shattered us. Enemy spotted.
They are using gold.
Good answer.
Subject spotted.
Enemy removed from.
We're being attacked by
Come this side, come this side.
firing on subjects.
Recharging my shields.
Shields are recharging. Healing my wounds. I still see everything. Spotted a subject over there. Subject spotted there.
We are safe here. We can use jump tower.
Taking fire.
Shooting at me.
Charging shields.
Shields recharging.
Come back, dude. I'll use jump tower. We can go.
At it. Recharging shields.
I'm low da.
Let's shift their orbits that way.
I said you come back. We are safe here. Where are you going, friend? How much stance I said to you, bro? ఏం చెత్త టీమ్మేట్లు దొరకరు ఎవరో ఉన్నారు
Shields recharging. Care package over there. 10 seconds, dears. The ring's close and we're cutting it.
నన్ను చూసి నా వెంట ఫాలో అయ్యారు ఇంకొక చెత్తగా టీమ్మేట్స్ ముందుకు వెనకరకు రాను అని ఎంతసేపు మొక్కుకున్నాం తెలుసా
Not to be
వాళ్ళని
pernickety, dears, but the ring's on the move and we're not inside her yet.
రాండ్రా ఇక్కడ సేఫ్ అక్కడ పోకండి రా చెప్తూనే ఉన్నా నేను
ఇంగ్లీష్ అందరిది
అమ్మా ఎన్ని మొత్తం కళ్ళే
ముగ్గురు ఉన్నారండి
వాడు చీట్ చేస్తుండు వాడికి ఎట్లా తెలుసు అయినా నేను అక్కడ ఉన్నాను ఎగ్జాక్ట్ గా పీకేయడం ఆలస్యం కొడుతున్నాడు వాడు చూపిస్తలే చూడు నేను కొట్టినోడిది
వీళ్ళు కూడా మా ముందే కొడతారు కదా
అయిపోయింది
నాది కూడా అయిపోయింది బిస్కెట్ అయింది మాది పెట్టుకున్నాను పిట్ పెట్టుకున్నా బాగుండదు దాని వాళ్ళు
వాళ్ళు ఏం చేయలేదు తెలుసా ఆ మ్యాచ్లో 1v3 నేనే చేస్తా కంప్లీట్ టీం వాళ్ళు రాకముందే సో వాళ్ళు దొరుకుతారు
యాక్టివ్ పెట్టుకో సరే లైవ్ లో పెట్టుకుంటా సాయి అంటే నెట్టుకో సాయి లైఫ్ లో నెట్టుకుంటా
నిన్న ఏం ఆడారు తెలుసా ఫెనాటిక్ చూసావా మ్యాక్సీ
చూడలేదు ఫెనాటిక్ ఉంటారు.
చూసి ఘోరంగా అంటే గట్టిగా చాలా గట్టిగా ఆడారు. ఇది గో నెక్స్ట్ ఛాన్స్ ఉండే తెలుసా, లాస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ గో నెక్స్ట్కి విన్ అయి ఉంటే వాళ్ళు టాప్ 10లోకి వచ్చేసేటోళ్ళు. 4x 41కి అవుట్ అయిపోయారు వాళ్ళు, కరెక్ట్ 10th ప్లేస్. వీళ్ళకి గో నెక్స్ట్కి 37 పాయింట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఆ మ్యాచ్ విన్ అయి ఉంటే 3 పాయింట్స్ ప్లస్ ఫస్ట్కి వచ్చినందుకు కూడా పాయింట్స్ వచ్చేవి. అనవసరంగా పోగొట్టుకున్నారు. 100 టీమ్స్ అయితే ఘోరం. 10 పాయింట్లు తెలుసా 8 మ్యాచెస్కి. అది కూడా పోయింది, రాలేదు. ఫస్ట్ వచ్చింది దాంతో చేంజ్ అయిపోయింది లాస్ట్ 2-3 మ్యాచ్లు. ఇది ఎంటైర్ ఫోర్స్ అయితే ఘోరం. ఒక మ్యాచ్ గట్టిగా ఆడారు. ఆ మ్యాచ్ వల్ల వాళ్ళు సర్వైవ్ అయిపోయారు మొత్తానికి. ఈ పబ్స్ కాదు,
వాళ్ళు మా సాడీస్ వాళ్ళు ఎస్టీ టెస్ట్ అయిన ఉంటాడు మన మా సాడీర్ బాబా ఏం పడుతుందో తెలుసా వాళ్ళు.
కేసీపీ కూడా గట్టిగా ఆడింది. వరుసగా 2 కొట్టారు ఫెనాటిక్. కింద
shield here. Level 2.
Scratch that.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
45 seconds and it's far. I mean, I'm still good.
Got some materials for us. Optics here. Mid-range. Secured some materials.
I need a backpack.
30 ఉంటాయి మాకు.
Got some materials for us.
Watch it. Gonna break this hold open.
30.
I found a hawk up here. Hammer point.
4xలో 3 కనిపించాయి నాకు.
So not to be pernickety, dears, but the ring's on the move, and we're not yet inside her. Evo shield here, level 2.
కార్ వస్తుంది కదా ఉంటది ఎడన్నా.
ఇక్కడ ఉంది ఆ పైన.
Extended light mag here, level 3.
కారు లోపల ఉంటది.
నాకైతే బటన్ బాగా దొరికింది. నాలుగు దొరికిన కరెక్ట్గా.
Car SMG here.
Zipline out there. Wonder if I could jump over it.
Backpack on the
Get back over there. Let's get on that.
Just a moment. Crafting. Secured some materials.
మళ్ళీ ఇది కాంప్లెక్సిటీ బాగా ఆడింది తెలుసా నిన్న. కాంప్లెక్సిటీ, ఫెనాటిక్, ఇంకా ఎంటైర్ ఫోర్స్, వీళ్ళు 3 బాగా ఆడారు.
చాలా మంది మన ఏషియా పసిఫిక్ వల్ల బాగా ఆడతారు. వాళ్ళకంటే మంచిగా ఆడుతుంది.
పెన్నట్టికి అయితే డైరెక్ట్ పుష్ తెలుసా, ఆగను కూడా ఆగట్లే వాడు. యూఫా వాడు, యూఫానా యూఫా అనుకుంటా. వెళ్ళి ఎగిరి కొట్టుడే. 1v3 చేశాడు తెలుసా లాస్ట్కి వాడు టీమేట్స్ ఉన్నా. ఎవరు తెలుసా ఆపోజిట్ వాడు డూప్లెక్స్ బ్లూ వాళ్ళని 1v3 చేసాడు పోయి యూపగాడు. వాళ్ళకి ఛాన్స్ దొరికింది డూప్లెక్స్ వాళ్ళకి కూడా ఒక మ్యాచ్, కానీ ఆ మ్యాచ్ ఫెనాటిక్ 1v3 చేస్తాడు వాడు డైరెక్ట్. ఆ మ్యాచ్ గెలిచింటే వాళ్ళు వచ్చేసినట్టున్నారు నాకు తెలిసిన వరకు. లేరా
పంచుకుంటారా?
ఇక్కడ ఉండకూడదు, మనం పోవాలి. ఇట్లా బ్యాక్ నుంచి వెళ్దాం. దిగిల్ చేసుకుని పోవడం. ఏం టైమింగ్. ఉండకూడదు, వెళ్ళిపోదాం ఫాస్ట్.
ఎట్టపోదాం
ఉంది, క్యూ ఉంది. సౌండ్ వస్తున్నట్టుంది వెనుకల.
బాగా తీసుకుని అక్కడితో
ఉన్నారు ఎవరు. దాదా పెక్కరా ఇలా ప్యాకేజ్ ఓపెన్ డోర్. పైన హీల్ అవుతున్నా. ఓ నేను హీల్ అవుతున్నా.
లోపట నువ్వు ఇలా సార్ లోపల కిలో చేస్తారా? దామంగా పడ్డారు తెలుసు వాళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు. లైట్ అమ్మో
ఇక్కడ
కొట్టినావు అక్కడే ఉంటాయి. వాడు అరే ఎందుకు వేస్ట్ చేస్తున్నావు పాడు?
ఎందుకు నీ క్యూ చేస్తుండేగా. యా లైట్ ఏమో జోన్కి ఫాస్ట్. ఎందుకు ఇక్కడ ఉంది కదా జోన్, ఏ వెక్టర్ ఎందుకు? అటు నుంచి పోదామా? అక్కడ టీం వచ్చింది దాన్ని ఇటే పోదాం. ఫైట్ అవుతుంది అయితే అక్కడ దాకా పోయావు. చూద్దాం ఈ జోన్ పోయాక చూడొచ్చు.
నా దగ్గర 8 బ్యాటరీస్ ఉన్నాయి.
అదే 6 అదే ఎక్కువ.
8 ఇంకా 2 కావాలా? బయటకు వస్తే చెప్పు. 2 వస్తే చెప్పు.
గోల్డ్ బ్యాక్ ప్యాక్ కావాలి. వస్తుందా నీ దాంట్లో గోల్డ్ బ్యాక్ ప్యాక్?
అదే నాకు రేటింగ్ వెంటుకున్నాయా అని చూస్తున్నాను నేను.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 4.
డైరెక్ట్ చాలా జోన్ ఉంది మనకి. ఇక్కడ ఒక సీక్రెట్ ప్లేస్ ఉంటుంది చూడు. ఇగో ఇక్కడ ఉంది దా. వస్తే ఏసుడే. వాడు ఇది ఒక టీం ఉంది చూసావా, రాకీ అంటాడు దొబ్బోడు, రాకీ అని. వాళ్ళు ఏం క్యాంప్ చేశారు తెలుసా సైలెంట్ గా.
100 తీసుకుపోవడానికి రాలేదు కదా అన్న.
రాకీ అనేటోడు ఉంటాడు, వైట్ జెర్సీ ఉంది, బ్లూ ఎల్లో జెర్సీ రాకీ. వాళ్ళు ఏం క్యాంప్ చేసి కొట్టారు తెలుసా. 100 టీఫ్ ని 2 సార్లు అట్లనే కొట్టారు పాపం. ఈ జోన్ ఇక్కడ ఉంది ఓపెన్.
డోజోనే 100 తీసాలు తీసేసుకుంటారు అని చెప్తారు.
డోజోనా వాడు 4 రోడ్ లెక్క ఉంటాడు కదా, వాళ్ళ స్పాన్సర్ వాడు. ఎనగలుగు చిన్న 4 రోడ్ లెక్క ఉంటాడు వాడు. ఇక్కడేగా జోను, మనం ఇప్పుడు ఎక్కడ దాచుకోలేము, మొత్తం ఓపెన్ ఏరియాస్. వీడే ఉంది జోను. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్కడ దాచుకుంది 6 టీమ్స్ ఇంకా.
10 seconds, rings close.
ఆపోజిట్ లో ఉందామా ఎటు ఉందాం మీరు చెప్పండి. ఇగో లేకపోతే ఈ బిల్డింగ్ వాళ్ళు చేయాలి పోయి. అక్కడ ఉంది ఆ బిల్డింగ్ వాళ్ళు. అక్కడికి వెళ్ళిపోదామా? ఇక్కడ బయట కూడా వస్తున్నాడు చూడు. ఓపెన్ లో ఉన్నారు. వన్ హెచ్పి వాడు. నాకు ఇక్కడ 1 more నాకు. ఇక్కడ కొట్టా. నాకు 2 knock. ఇక్కడ చూడు. వీళ్ళు కొట్టండి. ఒకడు నాకు ఒకడు ఉన్నాడు. ఫినిషే వాడిని. ఫినిషే ఫాస్ట్ గా. 2 ఉన్నారు వాళ్ళు దాంట్లో. ఒకడు కిందకి వస్తున్నాడు.
జోన్ అండి. ఇది కావాలని వేసిన సార్, ఇది కావాలని వేసిన.
ఇవో దీన్ని వెనకాల దాచుకోదు. సిరంజ్ చేస్తాయి
అట్లా. సీల్స్ కూడా ఒక 4 చేస్తా.
సెల్స్ లేవు నా దగ్గర. వాడొక్కడే సోలో. ఇవో తీసుకో. చెక్ చేసి ఇంకా 5 టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి మనం కాకుండా. ఇక్కడ సోలో గై. ఇగో వీడు చూడ. బ్రోకన్ హెవీ ఏమో ఉన్నాయా? క్యూ వీల్ చూడు వాళ్ళ మీద ఫ్రీ కిల్స్ తీసుకోండి ఇక్కడ ఫ్రీ కిల్స్.
అంత దూరం కనబడట్లే.
వాళ్ళు చూడు ఓపెన్లో ఉన్నారా? ఇగో నేనైతే జోన్లో ఉన్నా.
నేను చూస్తున్నా.
నాకు ఇక్కడ నాకేవాడు ఒకడు. సరే ఇక్కడ చూస్తున్నా. పోను ఇక్కడ ఇది దూకారు కిందకి దూకారు చూడు.
కింద పోతే పోతుంది. ఈ టైం కొట్టాలి ఫస్ట్.
31. అరే ఏ దాదా వచ్చేస్తున్నా. నేట్స్ ఉంటే నాకు ఇవా నేట్స్. ఓ ఇక్కడ కార్ కూడా ఉంది. ఏమో
నేను కవర్ కొంచెం చేస్తున్నా.
ఏ క్లోజ్ లో ఉన్నారు ఎవరో. ఇక్కడ చూడు. ఇక్కడ చూడు.
బైక్ రానేది మన దగ్గర కొవ్వనే రానేది.
వాళ్ళు థర్డ్ పార్టీ చేస్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళే టూరిస్ట్ స్పాట్స్.
ఉండని పైకి వస్తారు వాళ్ళే. కొద్దిగా
ఇక్కడ ఒకళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
వాళ్ళ పైకి
అక్కడ ఫైట్ అవుతుంది. అటు ఇటు ఎవరికావు. బ్యాటరీ వేసుకుంటున్నా. బ్యాటరీ ఎంతమంది? ఒక్కొక్కరు ఎట్లా కొట్టింది తెలుసు. ప్రతి ఒక్కరు నాకు
మంచి డ్రెస్ దొరికింది తెలుసా.
2k డ్యామేజ్ నాది.
నాకు 4 ఇంతలు చేసినావు బ్రో నువ్వు.
ఎన్ని సాగులు నాకు
మస్తు కొట్టు. నేను వచ్చి గమ్మన కూర్చున్నా కదా.
ఎన్నిసార్లు నాకయ్యారు తెలుసు ఒక్కొక్కరు.
మన లక్కే అసలు ఎప్పుడు మన దిక్కు వస్తాడు. కరెక్ట్ సేఫ్ జోన్ లోనే మనం కింద.
నేను గమ్మన కూర్చున్నా తెలుసా కొట్ట జస్ట్ మీరు సపోర్ట్ ఇస్తున్నా ఏది కావాలంటే అది.
never black holes. Relativity becomes, well, relative.
గీతలు పడగల.
I haven't found my limit.
We're in this together. Remember that.
This is your champion.
నేనైతే సపోర్ట్ కూర్చున్నా.
Didn't bash yourself, cause I'm the best. Got you on my side. Jump master. I bless these jump
రెడీ
jets.
కనబడ్డాడు అనుకో అంటే లో అనిపిస్తే ఆనే కొడుతుంది.
ఓ ఈ మ్యాచ్ లాస్ ఉంది.
ఉంది నాకు 9/4. GC2లో లేమా మనం?
GC2
అప్పుడప్పుడు వస్తుంది.
Hold on to your knickers, darlings.
ఏంది మనతో పాటేనా?
By the time you see me coming, I'll be gone, and you'll be gone.
ఒక టీం వస్తుంది.
అయిపోయాయి.
వస్తున్నారు రావట్లేదు దొక్కిచ్చారు. ఓకే కింద దిగిపోండి ఒకళ్ళు స్ప్లిట్ అయిపోండి కిందకి ఒకళ్ళు. 34 అంట ప్యాకెట్లో.
Another soft landing.
We're already in the ring.
Wingman here.
ఎక్స్టెన్జిల్ వాడతాయి బాగుంటుంది నాకు.
వాళ్ళు త్వరగా రావచ్చు. ఏంది లాస్ ఎంతగానో ఉంది.
Alternator here. Got our first worm boot, compadres. Optics here. Close range.
నేను ఎవరి దాంట్లో జాయిన్ మీ దాంట్లో జాయిన్ అయినా?
నేనే నీ దాంట్లో జాయిన్ అయ్యాను. నువ్వే ఇన్వైట్ చేశాను నన్ను.
నాకేం వస్తలేదు కదా బ్రో. పంచాయతీ నెక్స్ట్ మ్యాచ్ నేనే దాంట్లో జాయిన్ అవుతా.
మీ సౌండ్ కూడా వస్తలేదు.
నాకు అది కావాలి బ్రో. ఫ్లాట్ అని పట్టుకొని తిరుగు, నేను రిపీటర్ తీసుకొస్తాను.
ఉంది ఇక్కడ పడేస్తాను.
పట్టుకొని తిరుగు, రిపీటర్ నేను ఇస్తాను. ప్లేస్ పట్టుకుని రా, నేను ఇస్తాను.
త్వరగా రా, వీళ్ళు రావచ్చు. ఇంకోటి లాస్ పోయింది. సారీ.
Backpack here. Level 2.
4x ఉంది, తీసుకొని వస్తాను కూడా. మొబైల్ పెట్టినా నా దగ్గర ఈట్ షీల్డ్ ఉంది.
కార్ ఉంది.
కార్ దొరికింది.
మూడు రిపీటర్లు కనిపించాయి ఇప్పటికి.
Phoenix kit here. Care package over there. Care package over there.
ఇటు వచ్చేసి
ఏది బ్రో నాకు
ఇక ఇక్కడ ఉంది. రియాక్ట్స్ అంటే మాట్లాడింది ఫోర్స్. ఏందో రావరా
రానంట నల్ల
ఏమో దిగారు మనతో పాటే సైడింగ్ పోయారు. ఈ వర్షం క్రాప్ చేసుకున్నాం కదా మన దగ్గర ఉంది.
లైట్ మ్యాగ్ ఉంది.
వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు, అటు ముందుకు వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు. ఓ మ్యాక్సీ లోపల బయట ఉండు. వెనకలికనే పోదాం.
అరే నేను ఎవ్వరులేను అనుకో, ఎవ్వరులే అనుకుంటే ఈ గ్లాస్ పట్టుకురాండి. వెనక నుంచి షాప్ పడితే వెళ్దామా?
వెళ్ళిపోదాం బా. ఇటు వచ్చేసి
ఇంకా నుంచి వేరే టీం వస్తుంది. వెనక నుంచి వెళ్ళకపోదు,
కింద నుంచి వచ్చేయండి.
వెనక నుంచి ఇంకో టీం వస్తుంది.
జోన్ కూడా ఉంది కదా, అందుకే వాళ్ళు ఇవి కలెక్ట్ చేసుకోరు కొంచెం. నేను ఇది షీల్డ్ ఏవో షీల్డ్ చేసుకుంటా
నాకు లెవెల్ తీసుకున్నాం కదా.
ఈ పైన పెట్టు, వెనకాల బ్యాక్ సైడ్ ఇది ఫ్రంట్ కదా, ఇక్కడ వస్తుందేమో చూడు మ్యాక్స్.
అదే బ్రో
బ్యాటరీస్ ఉంటాయి మనకి.
నా దగ్గర ఇట్లా ఇవ్వక తీసుకురావడం
నా దగ్గర ఉంది ఆల్రెడీ.
సార్ నీకు
బ్యాటరీస్ ఏమైనా ఉంటే క్రాప్ చేసేసుకోండి.
నా దగ్గర ఉండని
వాళ్ళు ఫైట్ చేస్తున్నారు, వెళ్ళొచ్చు ముందుకు. మనం
ఇప్పుడు మన వాళ్ళు చాలా ఫైట్ చేస్తారా?
క్యూఎస్ ఇక్కడ నుంచి వెళ్దామా? ఇక్కడే క్లోజ్. పైన ఉన్నాడు, పైన 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 ఫినిష్ చేసే వెనకలికి రా. పైకి వెళ్దాం. జంపాడు ఉందా? ఇక్కడ జంపాడే, ఇక్కడే అయ్యో ఇక్కడ కూర్చో. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడ కిరణ్ భాయ్ ఇక్కడ మార్క్ చేశాను, చూసావా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారని.
మనమే ఎక్స్పోజ్ అవుతున్నాం అంటే అవసరం.
వెళ్ళిపోదాం అంటే వెళ్ళిపోదాం. పాండి వాడి దగ్గర ఏం అవసరం లేదు ఇప్పుడు. లూట ఇది హోల్డ్ చేద్దాం, ఇవి హోల్డ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు లాస్ట్ దాకా. చూడు చూసి వెళ్దాం.
వెనకాల
అరే
రివైవ్ చేస్తాను కూడా ఎన్నో.
టీం ఉంది, ఇంకో టీం ఉంది.
ఒక్క రివైవ్ చేసి ఒక్క రివైవ్ అయిందంటే అంతే 10 మంది వస్తారు. ఏంటిది దొరుకుతాయి ఇలా ఏరియా లూట్ కాలే.
ఇగో ఇదండి పెట్టేసి అయిపోతుంది అనుకో, మళ్ళీ ఇది కూడా కొట్టేసాయి మ్యాక్సిమం. ఇది కూడా కొట్టేసాయి.
రావాలి, ఓపెన్ చేయాలి. ఒక్క బ్యాటరీ చాలు.
తీసుకో ఇగో
చాలు తీసేసుకున్నా.
నేను చేసుకుంటాను. ఇది కూడా కొట్టేసాయి. ఇంకోటి ఉంది అనుకున్నా. ఇంకోటి ఉంది.
చూస్తున్నాడు.
అది బయట లోపల పెట్టేసేయండి ఆ షీల్డ్ అయిపోతుంది మన బిల్డింగ్ లోపల.
ఏది హోల్డ్ చేద్దామా ఇది?
అలా షీల్డ్ తెచ్చేస్తున్నా.
Care package over there. Let's get on that.
88% ఇంకా 12% కావాలి సార్. ఆగు సార్.
Enemy spotted. Way out there, like little cucarachas.
షీల్డ్ వేసుకొని ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడ.
See someone out there?
చూసా.
ఉంటారు అట్లనే ఉంటారు కొడుకులు.
సగం జోన్ ఇటు సగం జోన్ అటు ఉంది.
ఆడ హోల్డ్ చేసి ఏం మిగతామని?
ఏడా
ఇక్కడ బ్యాక్
అలాగే తెలవాలి.
నేను అటు పోయి వస్తా.
వాళ్ళకే తెలవాలి సార్. ఇవి తీసుకొస్తాయి షీల్డ్ వస్తుంది. బ్యాటిల్ కూడా వస్తుంది.
ఎనిమి నా ముందు ఎనిమిస్ ఉన్నారు, జాగ్రత్త. వాడు సాటర్డేస్ టీమ్ అది అస్సలు లోపల ఉన్నారు.
కొట్టాలి మళ్ళీ సాటిజన్ టీం. ఇప్పుడు వేరే టీం మళ్ళీ వచ్చేలా వెనకనే చేద్దాం. ఎవరు అట్లాగా
పైన వేస్ట్
పైన ఉండకు. అన్ని అందరినీ ఎన్న కొడతారు. కొట్టాలా బ్రో?
ఈ బిల్డింగ్కి వెళ్ళి కొడితే కొట్టాలి.
పోదా కొట్టాలి కొట్టాలి. వాళ్ళ నల్లొద్దు, కొట్టాలి అంతే. కొట్టేసి చాలా ఫిక్స్ అయిపోయినా
చూసుకో.
నా దగ్గర రావరా? రెండు దగ్గర
1 HP ఫ్యూజ్. మనకి ఇప్పుడు ఆ ఇల్లు కావాలి ఎట్లనా.
పైన అడగ సాయి.
పైన అస్సలు ఉండకు. నువ్వు పైకి ఓపెన్ లో వెళ్ళి కొడుతున్నావు. వేరే టీం కొట్టింది అనుకో అదే షాట్ లో అయిపోతావు. సెల్స్
అల్టిమేట్
సెల్స్
పిక్ చేస్తాడు. ఓకే
సెల్స్ సెల్స్ ఉన్నాయా?
తెలుసు 4 ఉన్నాయి.
చాలు.
దాదా ఇప్పుడు ఇదే టైం ఎక్కుతాడు. కొడుతూనే ఉంటాడు. ఇదే టైం. రెడ్ షీల్డ్ ఉంది. ఒక
లోపలికి వెళ్ళిపోకండి.
లోపలికి వెళ్ళకు. అరే నేను మంటలు వేసుకున్నా సాయి. నాకే
ఎక్కడ నువ్వు ఏం చేస్తున్నాడు? అట్లా నుంచున్నాడు కిరణ్ రోడ్. ఇది తీసుకో. ఏం చేస్తున్నాడు? డెడ్ అనుకుని వెళ్ళిపోయాడా?
ఏం కాదు. అరే నాకు స్కోప్ మంచిగా లేకుండా
లోపల మంచిగా పడ్డది వాళ్ళకి షాట్.
ఏం కథలు పడతారు బ్రో?
నేట్సే పెట్టుకుంటా వెళ్ళిపోదాం. ముందుకు పోవాలి మనం. ఫోన్ చేయి. కరెంట్ పోయిందా? వచ్చారు. మనం ఇది ఆడదాం. బయటికి తేగలుగుతామా? వచ్చాడు. జోన్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది. బా నేట్స్ పెట్టుకోండి గట్టిగా. ఇక్కడ కూర్చో. ఎవరో క్లోజ్. దాదా ఇద్దరే పాప ఇద్దరే 2 మెంబర్స్. ఎయిట్ షీల్డ్ లేదు లోపల లోపల ఎయిట్ షీల్డ్ ఎందుకు వేసావు? అరే బ్రో ఎందుకు వాళ్ళు పుష్ చేస్తారు. కిరణ్ బ్రో ఎందుకు వేసావు ఎయిట్ షీల్డ్? ఇక్కడ ఉంది కదా సో ఈజీ రేస్ లేదు. ఎయిట్ షీల్డ్ వేస్తే పుష్ చేస్తారు అందరు. నేట్స్ చూడు చూసావా తెలిసింది వాళ్ళకి ఉన్నామని. చూసుకోండి ఎనిమిస్ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నారు? ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి ఇక్కడ ఉన్నా.
ఈ రూమ్ లో ఉండాలని కొడదాం ఇప్పుడు.
వెయిట్ చేయి
ఈ రూమ్ లో అసలు డోర్ వాళ్ళకి కొట్టు. ఆ డోర్ వాళ్ళకి కొట్టు ఫస్ట్. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నట్టుంటా డోర్ వాళ్ళకి కొట్టావా సాయి? అసలు లేనేలేరు. ఇక్కడ ఆడదాం
ఆడచ్చు.
అక్కడ వద్దు. ఇక్కడ పైన కూర్చున్నాం.
1 HP అది
బాగా
ఇక ఇక్కడ చూడు. అక్కడ ఉండు ఇక్కడ రా.
నా దగ్గర క్యూ ఉంచుకోము.
క్యూ ఉంది
ఇక్కడ ఆడొచ్చా?
పైకి ఎక్కుదామా?
ఆడికే ఎక్కాలి. ముంగడ కావాలి. ముంగడికి రావాలి. ఎక్కాలి.
ఎన్నిసార్లు మిస్ అయింది తెలుసా 1 HPలో. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు.
ఇలా కొట్టాలా బ్రో?
ఇడ కూసో. లెఫ్ట్ అండ్ రైట్ ఉండాలి. ఈ పైకి రా. క్యూఎస్ఆ పైకి రండి.
అందరు మనల్ని కొట్టారు. అరే నా దగ్గర బాటిల్ అయిపోయినారు.
పుష్ ఎందుకు డైరెక్ట్? అరే కాస్ట్ చూసావా? పుష్ కిందకి రా. ఈ పైకి ఎక్కు. డైరెక్ట్ పుష్ చేయకండి. లోపలికి వెళ్తున్నావు. ఎందుకు పోతున్నారు? అనవసరమైన పుషెస్ తెలుసా కిరణ్ రావు? నువ్వు పోతున్నావు చెప్తున్నాను. లోపలికి వెళ్ళి కాస్టిక్ ఉన్నాక ఎందుకు పోతున్నావు? ఏడున్నాడు. కొట్టకు వెయిట్ చేయి.
లేదు కాస్టిక్ ఉన్నప్పుడు పోతావు సార్ లోపలికి. కాస్టిక్ ఉన్నప్పుడు పోదని చాలాసార్లు చెప్తున్నారు. రూమ్లలో పోదని.
ముందు కూడా అందుకే వచ్చేసినాం వాపస్. ఆడు 1 షాట్ ఉండే అని
ఓడన్నాడు 1 షాట్.
బెంగళూరు కాడ ఉండే
అంటే నేను 1 HP 2-3 సార్లు వేసిన.
ఒక్క నిమిషం.
అసలు కొట్టాల్సింది ముందే నుంచే కొట్టాల్సింది. ట్రైస్ వచ్చింది. మంచిగా ఆడుతున్నాం కదా. ఒక్క నిమిషాలు
అసలు
వస్తాను.
లోపల పోవసం లేదు తెలుసా.
మన బయట
కాస్టిక్ ఉన్న తెలిసిన తర్వాత కూడా నువ్వు క్యూ పట్టుకొని ఉరికావు మళ్ళీ లోపలికి. మీరు ఇటు కౌంటర్ ఇటు సైడ్ చూసారు కానీ లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ వాళ్ళు ఉట్టి కొట్టేసుకుంటున్నారు తెలుసా. నేను ఇందాక నుంచి మీకు మార్క్ చేస్తూనే నా లెఫ్ట్లో వాళ్ళు కొట్టుకుంటుంటే. వాళ్ళ టీంలో లైఫ్ లైన్ 1 HP, ఇందాక బెంగళూరు 1 HP, అందరు కార్ వెనకాల కూర్చున్నారు.
ఇప్పుడున్న టీంలో
ఒకటి రెండు నేట్లు ఉంటే బాగుండు. నేట్లు గిట్లు అన్నీ అయిపోయినాయి.
మనం 4th పార్టీ చేసి ఉంటే అయిపోయింది లెఫ్ట్లో డైరెక్ట్. వీళ్ళు ఇంట్లో తప్ప బయటకే రావట్లేదు. వీళ్ళు వాళ్ళు ఫినిష్ అయిపోయేటోళ్ళు. లైఫ్ లైన్ లో HP కరెక్ట్ 1 HPకి ఇద్దరు పడిపోయారు కదా కింద అవతల వైపు.
వద్దామంటే ముందరికి వచ్చినా కదా వద్దు అలా వెనకాల వద్దామంటే అయిపోయింది.
నేను మార్క్ చేస్తున్నా, మీరు ఇట్లా కొట్టినా వాళ్ళు నాకు లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్లో అంటే మనని పట్టించుకోవట్లే. వాళ్ళు ఫైట్లో ఉన్నారు. లైఫ్ లైన్ వల్ల బతికారు తెలుసా వాళ్ళు మొత్తం.
Big things are coming for us.
Harder, faster, stronger.
You know, science isn't exactly an exact science.
అవును కిటికీలకెళ్ళి
Introducing your champion.
వాళ్ళు వెనకాల నుంచి కొడుతున్నారు. కిటికీలకి వెళ్ళి ఒరిజిన్ కొట్టా, వెనకాల నుంచి వాళ్ళు కొడుతూనే ఉన్నారు.
ఇందాక టీం వాళ్ళనా వాళ్ళు
Hope you're not afraid to get your hands dirty.
See someone out there?
Get ready, moving up.
వేరే దగ్గర దింపాల్సింది. దింపు ఏం కాదు. అంటే నేను ఒక్కొక్క దగ్గర దింపుతున్నా జోన్ ఇటు వస్తుందేమో అని. అట్లా ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేసినట్టే 2 సార్లు వచ్చింది.
అట్లనప్పుడు
ఇందాక దీన్ని ఆపోజిట్లో దిగాను ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్, దాని ఆపోజిట్ ఈసారి దిగాను లాస్ట్ మ్యాచ్. జోన్ ఇటే రావచ్చేమో అని ఈసారి ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేసింది రైట్ అయింది. నా దగ్గర G7 30 ఉంది.
I need optics for assault rifle.
నాకు 499.
Extended heavy mag. Got our first worm food, compadres. Repeater right here.
దొరికింది రిపీటర్.
Shake a leg.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
RSMG please.
RSMG ఏదది డెలవడేషన్
R99
45 seconds. But we could just walk.
అయ్యో బాబాయ్
వచ్చేసారు అప్పుడే మీకు.
నా దగ్గర ఒకటి ఉన్నాడు.
రారా
నేను దూరం ఉన్నా. వస్తున్నా రావాలా. సార్ మీ ఇది ఇటు పోతలే.
అట్లా నువ్వు అనుకుంటున్నా స్కిన్ అని చూసి.
అది కూడా సేమ్ స్కిన్ ఉంది.
అరే నా బ్లడ్ కాకపోతే అన్న కూడా కొట్టేట్టున్నామో సార్ నేను.
ఎల్బౌట్ పెట్టి కొట్టాల్సింది. వాడు అంత ఉండదు.
నాకు వాడు కొట్టిండు, లోబగాడు ముందు కొట్టిండు. ఆ లోబగాడు
అందుకే వెళ్ళిపోతున్నాను.
లోబగాడు నన్ను ఫస్ట్ సార్ కొట్టకపోయింటే నేను
చూడలే.
నాకు చేయండి ఒకసారి రెప్లికేటర్. లేదు కెపాసిటర్ ఉంది బ్రో, పెద్ద ప్లేస్ అది రూమ్ లాగా అదండి.
అదే ఇవి కలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటా బాక్సెస్. మిడ్కెట్లు కూడా లేవు. ఇవి కలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం అనుకో మళ్ళీ క్రాఫ్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. రీస్పాన్ వీటిని పెట్టుకుంటాం.
లడ్డు నా దగ్గర కూడా ఉంది దాంట్లో.
రీస్పాన్ చేయడం బెస్టా డైరెక్ట్ చేసుకోవడం బెస్టా?
రెప్లికేట్ చేయాల్సిందే కదా.
ఎక్కడ ఉంది రెప్లికేట్?
టైం పోయింది, టైం అయిపోయింది. రీస్పాన్ బీకన్ కి కొద్ది దూరంలో అది పెట్టు. రీస్పాన్ బీకన్
అది ఎక్కువ ఫస్ట్ వెనకాల ఉంది చూడు, ఎక్కేది వెనకాల ఉంది.
అది ఎక్కుతా గాలి వెళ్తే ఇంకా తెలుస్తుంది. అదే ఒక్క షీల్డ్ లేదు అంతే, అప్పటి నుంచి ఎత్తుకున్నా. ఇక్కడ కూడా లేదు.
నేను ఆఫ్ చేసి నువ్వు నాకు చేసిన అయిపోతాయి.
నువ్వు ఫుడ్ స్టెప్స్ వినిపించట్లేదు చూసావా దగ్గరకు వచ్చే వరకు.
రైట్ సైడ్ వెళ్ళు, రైట్ సైడ్ వెళ్ళు, అటు వెళ్ళకు.
దీని పవరే అది గ్రావిటీ కదా, గ్లైడ్ అయిపోతుంది పిల్లిలాగా మెల్ల.
ఇక్కడే చేస్తే చేయాలి క్రాఫ్ట్. జోన్ వచ్చాక జోన్ రండి, జోన్ వెళ్ళిపోండి. వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళిపోతారు లేకపోతే ఉంటారు ఇంకా.
జోన్ వచ్చినాక
ఇక్కడ లూట్ కూడా కాలే.
ఇప్పుడే
ఇప్పుడు క్రాఫ్ట్ చేసి వచ్చేస్తారు కదా వెనకాల కదా క్రాఫ్ట్ సింబల్ కనిపిస్తుంది.
అటు పోయింటారు బ్రో, అటు మన ఇప్పటిదాకా రాకుండా ఉంటారా వాళ్ళను?
ఏమో ఉండొచ్చు, వెయిట్ చేసి ఉండొచ్చు కదా నా కోసం అని.
లేదు హైడ్రోడామ్కి వెళ్ళి ఉంటారు. అది అప్పుడు ఇప్పటిదాకా లూట్ కాకుండా చేస్తారా?
సౌండ్ వినిపించింది, లోబా సౌండ్. లోబా క్యూ సౌండ్ వచ్చింది. అగో జంప్ ప్యాడ్ సౌండ్. చెప్పానా ఉంటారని. వెయిట్ చేస్తారు తీసుకుంటారేమో అని. వినిపించిందా? వాడిప్పుడు నన్ను కొట్టడానికి వాడు చీటింగ్. ఎవడు రాలేదు ఇప్పుడు. పోయింది ఎవడే జారుకుంటా పోయింది. ఎవరు రాలేదంట నా కళ్ళ ముందే జారుకుంటూ వెళ్ళాడు కిందకి. అగో వెళ్ళిపోయి లోప వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు. నా కోసమే ఓపెన్ చేసింది. ఇప్పుడు మిమ్మల్ని ఇక్కడ రెస్ట్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు వెంటనే దూకేస్తారు మీ మీదకి.
ఏం రారా బ్రో, లోపలికి వెళ్ళిపోదాము. లోపల పోయి మళ్ళీ పోటలు తీసుకొని పైకి వెళ్ళిపోదాము. మనం ఎంతసేపు తప్పించుకోవడానికి.
స్టార్టింగ్ కదా
పోతుంది అగట్టింది.
ఇక్కడ పెట్టేస్తా. అది చూస్తే ఇప్పుడు సౌండ్. సరే వెనకాల పెడతాను.
లోపల దిగుతాయి. లూట్ దొరుకుతాడు.
లోపల తీసుకోవచ్చు లోటు దొరుకుతుంది.
అడ్డు తెలుసా వాళ్ళు కొట్టేటోళ్ళు మనల్ని కొట్టాలి. ఇందాక
ముందు రెజ్ అవుతుంది. వెంటనే లోపలికి వచ్చేయండి. లోపలికి వచ్చి టవర్ తీసుకుని వెళ్ళిపోదాం ఇక్కడ నుంచి. టవర్ ఉంది నా దగ్గర.
హైడ్రోడామ్కి వెళ్ళిపోదాం బ్రో.
ఈడ్షిల్ ఇక్కడ ఉంది.
హైడ్రోడామ్కి వెళ్ళిపోదాం. పోటల్
ఎయిట్ షీల్డ్స్ లోపల ఒకటి. ఆ రూమ్ లో ఎయిట్ షీల్డ్ ఉంది, తీసుకోండి.
ఇక్కడ వెళ్ళిపోదాం. ఓకేనా?
బ్యాటరీస్ తీసుకున్నావు? ఎయిట్ షీల్డ్ ఆ రూమ్ లో ఉంది. ముందు రూమ్ లో అవే మనకి ఇప్పుడు ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఇది తీసుకోండి. కార్ ఉంది ఇక్కడ, కార్ ఉంది. ఇగో ఇక్కడ ఒకటి ఉంది. ఎయిట్ షేప్ కార్. దాన్ని ఫాస్ట్గా. హైడ్రోకా?
హైడ్రోకి
ఎవరు చూడకపోతే చాలు.
ఆగరా సార్ ఉండు. తీసుకున్న దగ్గర ఇచ్చింది ఉంది. పడేది పడి తీసుకో పట్టలు తీసుకో.
ఫాస్ట్గా రండి. ఇటు వచ్చాను, ఎవరు లేరు. తీసుకోండి.
వెళ్ళిపోదాం.
అటే అటే.
తొందరగా ఏం లోడ్ చేయకు, లోడ్ చేయకు. వస్తుంది గట్టిగా పోతుంది.
దాన్ని ఫాస్ట్ వస్తే క్యూ వేస్తాం.
ఇక్కడ లూట్ చేసుకున్నాం.
క్రాఫ్టింగ్ కూడా ఉంది. క్రాఫ్టింగ్ కూడా ఉంది.
ఎవ్వడు ఉండడు మ్యాక్సిమం.
లూట్ కూడా ఉండదులే అంత ఎక్కువ. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాయి చేయొచ్చు. జోన్ లోనే ఉన్నాయిగా మెటీరియల్. క్రాఫ్ట్ చేసుకో బ్రో కిరణ్ బ్రో. ఇక్కడ ఉందిగా క్రాఫ్టింగ్. ఎక్కడ అంటావు మళ్ళీ? క్రాఫ్ట్ చేసుకో, పాయింట్స్ ఉన్నాయిగా ఇప్పుడు. బ్యాక్ ప్యాక్ చేసుకుంటా. ఇవి ఒకటి తీసుకో, బ్యాటరీ తీసుకో.
అంతా అనిపించింది.
నాకు కావాలి. లెవెల్ 2 వద్దు. ముందు ఫైట్ మన ముందు. ఈ జోన్ ఏంది మళ్ళీ ఇటు వచ్చింది. ఈ బిల్డింగ్స్కి వెళ్ళిపోతాం రా ఫాస్ట్గా. ఏ కూడా ఉండదు. ఆ బిల్డింగ్స్కి వెళ్ళిపోతే లోపలికి వస్తే కొట్టుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ లోటు కాలేదు. ఓహో ఇది తీసుకో. క్రాఫ్ట్ చేసుకోమంటే ఏం చేసుకున్నావు చూడు. షీల్డ్ క్రాఫ్ట్ చేసుకోమంటే ఇగో ఇక్కడ కూడా ఉంది. ఇగో ఈ షీల్డ్ ఉంది అక్కడ, కావాలని తీసుకో. దాదా ఫాస్ట్ కిరణ్ బ్రో దాదా. నువ్వే లేటు. అక్కడ ఈ షీల్డ్ కూడా మార్క్ చేశాను, నువ్వు తీసుకోవట్లే ఇంకా. అదే పైకి వెళ్ళిపోదాం. ప్రోలర్ మధ్యలో పడుతుంది. ఓ 1 man షో అవుతావు. ఈడెక్కడ ఉంది? అది అక్కడ ఉంది. ఎవరు రాలే? ఇగో బ్యాటరీస్ 2 పడేసా ఇక్కడ. అక్కడ కిందకి పోతున్నావు సోలోగా. అక్కడ ఉన్నాడు చూడు. వేస్ట్ అక్కడ పోయి ఇంత చిన్న సర్కిల్ పోతావా అంత దూరం? వేసాడా డీప్స్ 3x. ఆహా గోల్డ్. నాకు గోల్డ్ వెపన్ అయితే ఇవే తీసుకో. కారు వాడుతున్నావుగా మ్యాక్సీ? హలో కారు వాడుతూ ఇవే తీసుకో. ఇక్కడ ఎక్కడో పడేసాను నేను. లెవెల్ 3.
ఏమన్నా కావాలా? అదా ఇష్టా నిషా.
ఇవో నేట్స్ ఉన్నాయి పట్టుకోండి.
పాయింట్స్ కొట్టనేలా తీసాం మనం.
అసలు నా 57 డ్యామేజ్ ఇప్పుడు. జోన్ ఇక్కడ ఉంది.
బ్యాటరీ కావాలి నీకు?
బ్యాటరీస్ ఉన్నాయి.
ఇక 4 బ్యాటరీ.
8 ఉంటే పడేసాను నేనే ఇంకా. ఏ టీం వచ్చింది ఇప్పుడే నా ముందు.
ఏం చేద్దాం?
అదే గెలకండి. ఒక్క నిమిషం ఇక్కడ ఫీనిక్స్ కిడ్
ఇది ఆడదాం రా.
గెలకండి మనల్నే కొడతారు అందరు కలిసి. పైన కాదా?
పైన ఉన్నారు వాళ్ళు.
ఒకసారి చూడు బ్యాక్ సెంటర్ బ్యాక్.
ఇక్కడ జోన్ లో ఉన్నాందా ఈ మూల జోన్ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నా. హలో ఇక్కడ రాండి. ఇక్కడ కూర్చోండి. ఎనిమిస్ వస్తే ఇది అందరిని కొట్టేయడమే. ప్లేస్ లో కూర్చో. కొంచెం బయట పెట్టు కనిపించారు నీకు ఎవరు ఎనిమిస్. గోడకు చూసుకుంటున్నాం. ముగ్గురం కూర్చోవాలి. ఏడు వెళ్ళిపోయాడా? లేనట్టు
డోర్ తీయడానికి పోయిండే.
ఇలాంటి టైంలోనే ఉండాలి పర్ఫెక్ట్ గా. మనం టీం వస్తుంది. కూర్చొని అనిపోయా ఈ మ్యాచ్ అంతా ఏమో అట్లా. మనం ఫస్ట్ రెండు మ్యాచ్లు బాగా 56 అంట 55 అంట. అయ్యా పక్క కూర్చోమంటే మొత్తంగా కూర్చున్నాడు. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. పిక్ చేయకు మ్యాక్సీ. ఇటే ఉండు ఇటు నుంచి వెళ్ళాలి. పోతే మనం వాళ్ళకి జోన్ ఉంది మొత్తానికి. పైకి ఎక్కుదామా? ఇక్కడ ఫ్రీ కిల్స్ అయిపోయి. ఉరుకుతున్నాడు కిరణ్. ఉరుక అట్లా. ఇక్కడ రా జోన్ పోవాలి. ఇక్కడ నాకు 1 HP వాడు.
రావాలి
బ్రో. కిరణ్ బ్రో అసలు ఏం వినవా? ఇలా చూడు ఎవరు ఉన్నారో.
నా దగ్గర ఫాస్ట్
కనిపిస్తుంది. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాడు. మనమే శాండ్విచ్ అవుతాం. ఇద్దరు ఫుల్ స్క్వాడ్.
నాకు అర్థం కదా వీళ్ళు ఎట్లా కొడుతున్నా.
ఇద్దరు వెనకాల. తీసుకో. లాస్ట్ 2v2.
That was the last one. Not me. Pulling the trigger. Shields recharging.
ఓపెన్ ఉండకు అట్లా నుండి. లో. ఓ ఇది ఇంకా బ్రోక్ కాలేదా?
కొట్టలే నాకు. క్యూఎన్ అల్టిమేట్ అనే వెళ్తున్నారు మీరు.
అల్టిమేట్ లేదు నా దగ్గర.
అమ్మ ఏం కథలు పడుతుంది. మ్యాగాడు ఇంక నుంచి కొడుతుంటాడు వాడు. అంత దూరం వచ్చి కొడతాడన్న పెద్దన్న.
బ్లైండ్కి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నావు కిరణ్ రా నువ్వు అయితే.
148 అట.
ర్యాంక్ పెట్టండి.
ఈజీ గెలుస్తుండే కదా. మళ్ళీ పోయిందా రెడీ.
అరే మీరు వేసుకోండిరా, నేను లీవ్ పార్టీ కొడతాను.
వెళ్ళిపోయిందా సాయి?
ఆహా కాదు ఇంట్లో అది చేస్తున్నాడు రా పని. వాటర్ ప్యూరిఫైయర్ పెడుతున్నారు. ఓకే రా అది
పోమాల
పెట్టుకోవాలి. ఒకటి వేసుకోర్రి, నాకు తెలిసి అప్పటిదాకా
మన నైట్
వాట్సాప్ చేసిన
లేడా కిరణ్ బ్రో?
ఇంట్లో జర పని అవుతుంది బ్రో. వినపడుతుందా దందా సౌండ్?
ఇప్పుడు
పోయి వస్తున్నా నేను. అందుకే ఇందాక అన్నట్టు నాకు నువ్వు వినవట్లే. ఫస్ట్ నేను కీబోర్డ్ మౌస్ పట్టుకున్నాకనే నువ్వు ఎనిమిది పింగ్ చేసినావు కదా. కీబోర్డ్ మౌస్ పట్టుకున్నాక నేను హెడ్సెట్ పెట్టుకుంటే బ్రో ఎందుకు పుష్ చేస్తున్నా అయ్యో అనుకుంటే నేను బ్యాక్ అయిపోయినా.
అక్కడ అది అక్కడ టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా, మనం వెళ్ళాల్సిన జోన్ కానీ అన్నా మళ్ళీ జోన్కి రానియకుండా చేస్తారు. మనం అప్పటికి ముందే వెళ్ళినా కొడుతూనే ఉన్నారు. నువ్వు నాక్ అయిపోయావు చూడు. అందుకే త్వరగా వెళ్తే అక్కడ సెట్ అయిపోతుండే. హోల్డ్ చేశాను నేను మ్యాక్సీ చాలాసేపు అక్కడ గట్టి హోల్డ్ చేసాను. సెకండ్ ప్లేస్
అనవసరంగా పిక్ చేసిన మీరికి.
వాడిని కొట్టే వీడు క్యూ వేసాడు. ఒరిజిన్ ఒరిజిన్ క్యూ వేసాడు. వాడు క్యూ తీసుకుని మ్యాడ్ బ్యాగ్ నాక్ చేసా. మళ్ళీ వాడు వెంటే వెళ్ళి ఒరిజిన్ కొట్టా. స్టార్ట్ అయింది మ్యాచ్.
It's only over when it's over. I've seen it all. Nothing surprises me.
Time for bold action.
This is your champion. Hope you're not afraid to get your hands dirty.
First, be on match point.
నా లాస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ నెక్స్ట్ రాడు.
Here we go. Ready up. Let's check out that way.
AFK our team, bro. Our team in AFK. There's a team.
An enemy. Let's
You can
head
go
in that
there.
direction, darlings.
నువ్వు వెళ్ళావని AFK అని చెప్పా. యాక్ట్ చేయి.
2 minutes వస్తా అని చెప్పు. స్టార్ట్ అయినప్పుడు చేస్తా బ్రో అని చెప్పలేదు నేను.
First blood.
వాళ్ళ ముఖం మీద దింపేటోడు ఇప్పుడు డైరెక్ట్.
అన్ని లాస్ట్ దాకా పడుతున్నాం మనం. బాబా బాబా ఏం కొట్టినాం. దారుణంగా కొట్టినాం అన్నైతే ఒకనైతే.
Looking for optics for a marksman. That way he calls to me.
Ring's not too far. 45 left.
ఆల్టర్నేటర్ లేదు లేదా? ఆల్టర్నేటర్ ఇట్లా ఏం కదా లైట్ కన్నా కనబడుతున్నాడు
నాకు ఇప్పుడు నా దగ్గర హ్యామర్ పాయింట్ ఉంది.
నేను చాలడం దొరికితే ఎట్లా స్టిచ్ అయిపోతా. ఫ్లాట్ ఆడి చాలు.
I found a hop up here. Hammer point.
10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
ఫైట్ అవుతుంది.
Spotted a wee hooligan.
ఓవర్ బీకన్ తీసుకున్నాను.
ఫ్లాట్ లైన్ ఉంది అక్కడ.
గన్నే
ఫైట్ చేద్దాం. వాళ్ళు ఫైట్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. Let's go there. They're fighting. We can do third party. అయిపోయింది ఏంది ఫైట్ అప్పుడే. ఇంకా అవుతుంది. కంపాస్
ఫోర్త్ పార్ట్ అనుకుంటాం మనం.
అయిపోయినట్టుంది ఫైట్.
లేదు
క్లోజ్ రైట్ షెల్.
వన్ షాట్ వాడు.
నేను రెజ్ కిందకి వస్తా. కింద దొక్కుతా. కింద దొక్కే మ్యాక్స్.
One second, we got this.
వస్తుందా? వస్తున్నా.
Deploying health drone. Extended light mag here.
ఉంది. వెళ్దాం పైకి.
అది కొట్టేసి వచ్చేద్దామని కొట్టేసిన బ్రోవర్ని.
వాడు అక్కడ నుంచి మెల్లిగా
వెనకాల కూర్చున్నాడు.
సౌండ్ అనిపించింది.
అట్లా కూర్చున్నట్టు ఎట్లన్నా వీక్ ఉంటాడు కదా అని.
వెళ్ళిపోయింది ఇప్పుడే వేడితే.
వాళ్ళకి గోబా ఇంకా
వేరే టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అవి
వైట్ ఉన్నాడు.
బ్రోకెన్.
పిచ్చాడు
వాడు లోలో ఉన్నాడు.
కింద పిచ్చాడు.
వెనకలకి రా. అదే చెప్తా కిందకి దుక్కి ఇటురా
Best bounce our bums this way.
Patching myself up.
Fling it
ఇట్లా మూలెత్తున్నాడు
this way, you can.
దుక్కి తీసుకో తీసుకో
బ్రో వైర్ గోయింగ్ లైక్ మా వెళ్ళిపోయింది పక్కకి వెళ్ళిపోయింది మొత్తానికి నాకేం సంబంధం లేదు అన్నట్టు
అక్కడ ఉండకు వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నావు ఇంకా
కవర్ ఉంది కదా
పైకి వెళ్దామా
Patching myself up a bit.
వచ్చారు
మన హోటల్ పెట్టేస్తాం
డూట్ ఫస్ట్ మనోడి మీద వేస్తుంది అరే రెడ్డా తీసేసుకుంటున్నా నేను తీసుకో
ఎందుకు వెళ్తూ చూడు
నా దగ్గర ఇది ఉందిలే టవర్ ఉంది వెళ్ళిపోదాం పైకి వెళ్ళి వాచ్ ఇట్
బా
ఇంకో టీం పూజ చేసింది కింద
పోటల్ ఏం పెడతాడరా నాయన పోటల్ కూడా పెట్టడానికి వెళ్ళదు పడతాడు మనలో ఉన్న సార్లు
వాచ్ పార్టీ ఇప్పుడు
8:30 కదా నైట్
ఎప్పుడు స్టార్ట్ ఈరోజు 16 మ్యాచెస్ ఈరోజు
8:30 స్టార్ట్
కాదు ఇప్పుడు స్టార్ట్ అయింది మ్యాచ్ తెలీదా ఇప్పుడే స్టార్ట్ అయింది మ్యాచ్ ఈరోజు ఇప్పుడు టాప్ 20 లీస్ట్ అంటే ఈ టాప్ 20లో ఓడిపోతారు చూడు వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళి నిన్న టాప్ 10 వచ్చిన వాళ్ళతో ఆడతారు రేపు ఫైనల్స్
ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ అదే
ఇదే ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్
మా సాయి చిన్నాక నేను కూడా చూస్తాను నేను కూడా కొడతా చిల్ అయిపోతా ఎనర్జీ వాళ్ళు చూసినావా
Catching TSM somewhat off guard. You could see Hal was separated from his teammates. He tried to cross to join them, but was unable to do so. And we get our first kill of the winners bracket matchup with Nathan confirming it on top.
So that's TSM having to play this one out as a 2. Not sure if they've got that banner, but for now, you can see the reps. And Berthol's plan is clear. We are going back to the wall, and we want to try if we have that banner to get Hal back into the game. Exit also already here, already inside that zone, and you're going to see a lot of this today. In this winners bracket, those quick rotates are going to be vital to team success.
I was lucky enough to have a chat with Fun as well this morning in the hotel. Went over a lot of VOD yesterday. They want to ensure when they get into these zones that maybe aren't their priority, they know how to play out the zone, and they always have a backup plan as well, so they're not panicking in those moments. A very well coordinated team. They were at one point the best team in North America when it was in the online.
16 matches
That same form necessarily impact on LAN, but you know full well they have it. You know Exit could certainly surprise us today.
On a map overhead, you can see everyone making their way towards the zone.
ఎలయన్స్ ఇప్పుడే వెళ్తుంది బయటకు వచ్చి రోజా గుంపులోనే ఉంటుంది కనిపించింది గుంపులో ఎక్సెట్ ఎనర్జీ డోజో ఒకవైపు ఉంది
ఫస్ట్ 4 డేస్ ఆల్రెడీ పాయింట్స్ ఉంటాయేమో కదా
ఇప్పుడు కాదు రేపు అది ఫైనల్స్ లో ఉంటాయి పాయింట్స్ ఇప్పుడు ఉండవు ఓన్లీ ఫైనల్స్ లో ఉంటాయి ఇప్పుడు ఏముండవు పాయింట్స్ ఓన్లీ ఫైనల్స్ లోనే ఇస్తాడు ఫస్ట్ ప్లేస్ లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి 10 పాయింట్స్
equipment. Now SAF have also found themselves in the trenches as it is getting very busy. Not much real estate to play with in the trenches at the moment. And as the circle closes, when we get
into the later game, it means any corner that you turn, there is going to be a team there waiting for you. So it's about having a plan of attack, knowing when you need to push teams, knowing when you need to retreat away from teams, and sometimes you won't even have the opportunity to retreat. So if you do start a fight, you better believe you've got to finish it.
Well, look at this. TSM hold up at the moment.
TSM వీళ్ళ వెనకాలే ఉంది, వీళ్ళు క్యాంప్ చేస్తున్నారు. వెనకాల నుంచి వచ్చి కొడితే డెడ్ వీళ్ళు.
They are being gatekept at the moment for getting Imperial held back into this game by Blackhand. Now this is where you wish you had a seer.
వాడు చూస్తాడు,
ఆడు చూసా ఉంటాడు ఎలాగని.
Verholz knows they're coming, but what can he do about it? Blackhand want to take this fight. The wall will go down, and now Verholz, he's being singled out. He's trying to escape back to reps. But Blackhand crept up on these final remaining members of TSM are trying to take this fight, and why wouldn't you?
వాళ్ళు హోల్డ్ చేస్తారు ఇది నాకు తెలిసి గట్టిగా. ఇక్కడ ఇది విండో కూడా ఉందా?
As TSM lose their second, and these are the games that can really matter for you as a team. If you can survive as a solo, if you can get 1 point,
ఎన్నికలు వచ్చింది, ఎలెన్స్ వచ్చింది ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళ బ్యాక్ సైడ్ ఎలెన్స్.
Finally moving in. Are they going to be able to catch him off guard? That's the question. Mozambique is going to be good enough to crack some shields, but Hack is now goes down a strafing flame. Turns the fight around. That's 2
నాకు
బాగా కొడుతుంది కదా, సేఫ్ లేమన్నా స్ట్రేఫింగ్ లేమన్నట్టాడు.
Blackhand dominating the wall. Blackhand are playing out of their minds just as they did a couple of days ago.
వీడు ఒక్కడే 1v4
They are a team that need to be respected. You can see the hype from Strafing Flame knows how much and how important it is to take down and win those engagements. Amazing fight to just flip something on its head like that. Alliance would have thought they were comfortable, but the amount of damage that Hackers took as he entered that building.
Hack వాడు ఇద్దరు పడ్డారు వాడి మీద.
Wonder if they thought the
ఒక్కడే
was
ఉన్నాడు.
still fighting, if that fight was still going on and they were going to get the jump, but how quickly they turned that one around.
మొజాంబిక్ ప్లేస్ లో ఏదో గన్ పట్టుకుని అయిపోయాడు.
మొజాంబిక్ ప్లేస్ లో పీస్ కీపర్ పట్టుకొని కొట్టా అయిపో.
పీస్ కీపర్ అనట్లే, ఇది వేరే ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ గన్ ఉంటది కదా, అది కొట్టాక ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాడు వాడు, బయట ఉన్నాడు, జోన్ బయట
అసలు దగ్గర ఉండనే ఉండరు టీం వాళ్ళు తెలుసా, ముగ్గురు కలిసి ఆనే ఆడారు ఒక దగ్గర, ఎప్పుడు వేరే ఉంటుంది తెలుసా.
Now elsewhere on Storm Point, LG Chivas, who have had a great consistent tournament so far as well, particularly on Storm Point, they've looked very strong indeed. Looking to try and take advantage of the hype that they currently have.
Yes, Oxygen Esports on the other side of this. You've got two of the best fighting teams in the entire world
Like
trying to go up against each other at the moment. Nobody getting the upper hand. Elsewhere, you can see the Reps is still alive here for TSM. And those Bangalore smokes are keeping him in this game, but you have to wonder if he gets spotted out at some point, surely it will be a low point game for TSM. Except for trying to chase him down, trying to cut him down, but he still survives.
I mean, regardless, it is going to be a low point game for TSM, but it's whether you can get a point, it's whether you can get a couple of points. They could be the difference maker when you start to look at who's going to be progressing to that grand final and who is going to be heading down to the elimination bracket. Now, this is going to be a tough fight, but TSM do get eliminated. You can see that in the kill feed. Reps finally falls.
టాప్ 2 టీంలు పోయినాయిగా, డీజీ కూడా పోతే బాగుంటుంది.
It's Oxygen taking on LG Chivas. Great damage coming in from Reeds, but there's a cheeky player in the corner. Vayne gets one, Aiden the Destroyer gets another. It looks like Oxygen have the advantage here. It's a 1v2 for LG to try and overcome.
I mean, I would back Oxygen in so many 3v3s. We've seen what they used to be able to do back in Arena. Their roots, where they started everything, but can they complete this fight before other teams potentially get involved? They look clear. It looks very isolated. No one really in the area to join, as Vayne just continues to spray down with Car.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time, you would think, for them to finish this fight off. The zone is closely behind them, but not going to be doing too much damage, and they've got plenty of health meds to work with as well. You can see that, to be fair to Jaguares, he's doing everything he possibly can to stall this fight out. And I tell you what, if he pulls this off, it might be one of the biggest 1v3s we've ever seen.
He's trying to use the ring to his advantage here. But unfortunately, plenty of meds to work with at the moment. Syringes and meds, they're playing it very safe. Now, Blackhand, they've moved on over to the trenches, and they're being raped at the moment.
Pressure coming in from left and right. These trenches is a difficult position to play, especially when you're having to play with these 90-degree corners with teams who can poke you from both sides. But surprise, surprise, Blackhand have managed to find somewhere to play for now.
I mean, somehow, Easy has just managed to push back the entirety of the NRG.
అదే మన స్నైప్ గా డౌన్ అంటే వాళ్ళు కూడా టాప్ 20 వచ్చారా?
టాప్ 20లో ఉన్నారు కదా.
Unbelievable what I'm seeing from Blackhand. He's
ఆడుతారు అయితే వాళ్ళు కూడా.
1v3 NRG and was able to push them back because NRG knew they couldn't take the fight for too long.
Keep your eye on the kill feed, by the way, because Oxygen better hope they have some big meds and
బాగానే ఆడుతారు అయితే
get out because they are
వాళ్ళని తక్కువ
in zone right now.
బాగా ఆడుతున్నారు
In
వాళ్ళు.
zone 3, so that story
వాళ్ళు స్టార్టింగ్ లో రాకపోతే వాళ్ళు విన్ లేకపోయినా
చూసి ఆడుతారు అనమాట వాళ్ళు.
విన్ లేకపోయినా పాయింట్స్ తెచ్చుకుంటున్నారు. ఐరన్ బ్లడ్
Iron Blood going in here, a little bit of a melee, and FaZe will be eliminated. Only Ziki going down in this fight, and Iron Blood Gaming, again, another team who surprised a lot of people yesterday coming through strong.
Yeah, but another surprise is going to be for them, because Elysium and Singularity are arriving right on cue, but I don't think they're quick enough here. Black Hole has gone in, and also now the Grav lift to try and get some high ground, but it looks like Iron Blood did get the opportunity just to reset. As you can still see, the ring is doing damage to Oxygen in their rotation. Veins just got knocked. Will get picked back up, but this is not easy for Oxygen.
I'm looking at Oxygen, by the way, on edge of zone, and I think they've decided that it might be a solo adventure for them. Oxygen esports are splitting. I think that they're just going to say, hey, one of us survives, we've got some KP, if we can rat our way to some position points after that, we'll be happy. Keep your eye on the feed, because I think you're going to see another Oxygen member going down pretty soon.
What's been insane so far is every fight feels like a finals fight already here in the winners bracket. All these 20 teams have played insane so far in this tournament and absolutely deserve to be here. As realized up above and trying to use their height advantage, but looks like they should be okay for now.
It's going to be Iron Blood Gaming who are surrounding them though. They did get a knock. Sangyun picking up one with that scout.
రేపు నొక్కుండా కింద దుంకేసారు వాళ్ళు.
Now move back over to the trenches, and all these teams at the moment have got to feel like they are in the trenches. Fights breaking out left and right, and it's Blackhand again who are starting one themselves, and they get that first knock once more. Strafing Flames said he's been struggling under pressure. Well, it seems like the winners bracket, no pressure at all for him at the moment.
Yeah, these calls have been great for Blackhand. It's Tom Young-Kung.
They are being
a little bit cautious here. Don't want to
Really
push too far away from the trenches and give up their position, because otherwise someone might take that spot off you, because there is no
Black and team
Moist now arriving right next to Blackhand here.
స్టార్టింగ్ లోనే కొట్టుకోవాలి, లాస్ట్ దాకా ఆగొద్దు.
They've kind of been forced to try and find somewhere to play here. They've ended up being sandwiched between Blackhand and Exit, and that might be an opportunity here, potentially for more KP going the way of Blackhand. Moist do manage to reset. The Catwalk going to be good enough to get them back on their feet for just for a moment. Oxygen esports in the meantime have been eliminated. LG stalling that fight out really hurt them.
Really did indeed, and unfortunately the ring was their demise. 15 squads remaining, so everyone gets one placement point on the board. Moist still with their backs to the trenches at the moment, but it is Blackhand consistently pushing out and adding extra layers of damage over and over again whilst they defend their position. The Watson's massive at the moment, by the way, for Blackhand.
Fusel goes in as well. Ascend eliminated. Iron Blood Gaming eliminated as well in that little battle we saw happening just a few moments ago. But here come Exet. They see the damage. They see the opportunity. And Nocturnal does not need to be asked twice.
Yeah, that means on this eastern side, you've got Exet, NRG, Moist, and Blackhand with Dojo just above them. Tom Young-Kung just below them. And this eastern side is not going to be pretty as round 4 closes. Now, Singularity trying to press up on their advantages as well. Great damage at the moment. Great prioritization of shots here as they are working so well as a team. As another
great shots coming in here from Bid as well, but this is the battle to leave checkpoint at the moment. Team Singularity, Tom Young-Kung, the last player and realize
మొన్న వాల్డెంట్ టోర్నమెంట్ ఆడేసి ఇప్పుడు అపెక్స్ టోర్నమెంట్ ఆడుతున్నాడు.
Blackhand and Exet will be waiting. Moist esports have been eliminated, and here comes Blackhand as well.
మొన్ననే టోర్నమెంట్ అయిపోయింది.
Remaining players from Exet, they dominate this trench.
Blackhand are playing so intelligently at the moment and really making sure that Watson counts. So many kills already on the board. If they can get to the late game, Blackhand are looking very strong here.
కొంతమందికి ఫస్ట్ గేమ్ గట్టి
They are
బూస్ట్
going to be
ఉంటుంది.
held out by a couple of teams. Energy ahead of them, as are SAF. And right in the dead center,
అదండి ఆ
Optic
డ్రీమ్
Gaming
ఫైర్ ఉంది
holding
ఇంకా.
one of the prime positions. Dreamfire also in a really good spot. And
బ్లాక్ అండ్
then
లెక్కన
Dark
ఆడింది
Zero
మొన్న
on the
డ్రీమ్
northern
ఫైర్
side.
ఫస్ట్.
It's Giants wherever you go here on the map. There is not an easy fight.
డార్క్ జీరో అని కొట్టేయండి రా ప్లీజ్.
Calm here just before.
వాళ్ళు 10 దూరం ఒకటి టాప్ 10 లాగా రావడం.
వాళ్ళు మెల్లగా వస్తున్నారు జోన్కి. అసలు ఎక్కడ ఇప్పుడు దాకా ఒక్కసారి కూడా చూపిలే కదా డార్క్ జీరోని.
అసలు కొడితే కదా బ్రో అలా పోయి కూర్చున్నారు.
వాళ్ళు అంతే ఇంకా ఫైనల్స్కి వచ్చాక
Team Singularity find themselves under a bit of pressure, but Sandwich has fallen as well, and Roy is taking damage. Tom Young-Kung eliminated. so forth as that battle for checkpoint starts to conclude.
I mean, the Rolling Thunder is doing so much damage at the moment, but look at this. I tell you what, the Prowler can hit different. How about the back pocket?
ఫినిష్ చేస్తాడు డ్రీమ్ పర్ చూడు క్లచ్ 1v3 క్లచ్.
But for how long? Black Hole is a last-ditch attempt to stay alive as Dreamfire still gets 7 squads remain. They will fall. The Sentinels walk on in and clean up the pieces.
Just for a second there, you thought he was just never going to die. He was going to take everybody back to the lobby himself. But for now, it's Blackhand still alive, and they've got a gold knock as well. Strafing Flames getting back on his feet. He's going to have shields and help to play with. NRG out in the meantime. 6 spots remain.
Dojo team చంపుతుంది. Energy was eliminated. అయిపోయింది. డోజో టీం అయిపోయింది. డోజో అయిపోయింది.
They are going nuclear in this game. They have 11 KP at the moment. The Dojo eliminated. We have to. We just simply have to jump into a listening now with the Blackhand squad.
You know what's happening around us? Top 5. Yep. I think this might be clear.
11 KPలు.
Wait, I think there's a Watson team right here. They're full armor, bro.
Maybe we walk right side. Come to me.
Yeah, maybe. Wait, yeah. There's a team out left though.
We can do this game.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. You do whatever you want, Mark. Do whatever you want. I've no nades.
I have one thermite.
I have the hard star left. I think we can't get wrapped by left.
వాళ్ళు ఎట్లాడతారంటే వీళ్ళకు సైడ్ కవర్ అయితే కొట్టగలరు. అదే అంటారు డిస్టర్బెన్స్ వచ్చింది అనుకో వాళ్ళని కొట్టేస్తారు.
జీరో ఉంది చూసావా ఎట్లా కూర్చుందా జీరో సైలెంట్ కూర్చున్నది.
I don't have it.
They're picking.
I'm telling this. Good.
వాళ్ళు చూసా ఎట్లా తగ్గుకున్నారు పైన ఉన్నారు జీరో. వీడు డెడ్ వాళ్ళు పీక్ చేస్తే.
I thermite.
Smoke me, Mark. They're double blue.
I got fucking.
Bro, there's someone on the roof.
Flash. Take one.
పైనది కొట్టారు జీరో. డార్క్ జీరో థర్డ్ పార్టీస్.
Well, that listening presented by WD Black, but the gameplay was presented by
డార్క్ జీరో అయిపోయింది.
Zero make their move now, Dan.
Sentinels.
Final few teams though. You were talking about the stats as being backed up right now.
Yeah, Dark Zero, Blackhand, SAF, 3 of our best performing teams, but it's Sentinels who are wiping them out as now only 2 squads remain. Optic Gaming versus Sentinels.
Optic take the high. But I don't think they have the armor advantage, but those shots will do.
Out ఒకడు.
We'll get that first kill. Nocta's fallen though. It's a 2v2 here between the two. Skillcake's now left on his own, and Sentinels not talked about
enough. Last ఆరు సెంటినల్స్ గెలిచారు.
Sentinels come through.
వీళ్ళు ఆడుతున్నారు కాబట్టి ఏసు ఏమొస్తాడు.
And announce themselves as one to watch moving forwards.
Sentinels like winds from the western side. They swoop on through, take down
నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ ఏసు జాయిన్ అవ్వాలి బాగుంటది.
and continue to push on.
ఈ మ్యాక్సిమం కొరియన్ ప్లేయర్స్ అందరం తీసుకుంటున్నారు. ఐ మీన్ జపాన్ కొరియన్ ప్లేయర్స్ ని. చూసావా సెంటినల్స్ మొత్తం ప్లేయర్స్ చూడు బీస్ట్ వాళ్ళు. ఓవరాల్ గా అన్ని గేమ్స్ లో చూడు మ్యాక్సిమం కొరియా జపానీస్
From the analyst desk to the main stage, from having to watch from the sides to be
Sentinels team
RKN leading the troops forward and saying, hey, enough talk about everyone else, it's time to talk about Sentinels.
Kind of crazy though that we have, we definitely get teams who are better on one map than the other, and we look at 3 of the top 5 were the top performing from group stages. And group stages always shows the best consistency. 18 matches are played on group stage level. It's so difficult when you get into these lobbies because you saw every single engagement was against someone who has been like a champion at some point of their region or has won several matches throughout Pro League. But it was the Sentinels who were able to kind of come out of the woodwork a little bit. They were holding down the trenches for quite some time. But it was this push initially, once they heard all the commotion that was happening on the western side.
Blackhand eliminated at this point, and they knew that damage had been done. They move and take this high ground, and high ground we all know is what wins you games. Also, having a Prowler in the back pocket certainly will help you out as well. It was Dark Zero just below them at the moment who were finished off. after starter fight did fall. Dark04, and this is the 3v3 down, and for a second I thought the Sentinels weren't going to take this home as the first knock did go to Optic.
Well, Optic were able to, get the high ground, they had the Horizon, but this is where things changed. The Black Hole and Horizon being available for Koiful meant that he could regain control. You saw there was spray from the R9 missed onto Koiful when he was up in the air as well. So difficult sometimes to kill that Horizon, but it was the R9 of Koiful was the one that did the damage. So Sentinels with an amazing points total, smiles all round, and quite rightly so.
Sending in Koiful to get those final kills, the young man who is fresh to the main stage as well, looking to be the name we're talking about when we get to the end of this winners bracket. But I just think it's fascinating, like you were talking about, right? Well, statistically, we always look at things and we're trying to associate some patterns with teams who are good on certain maps, who might be performing well in the groups. Well, like you say, that top 5, we have 3 teams who are the teams. When you look at the statistics when it comes to storm points, they're all there right again.
What's interesting is looking at the compositions and what is making those teams get to those spots as well. Considering everything has been pretty much Bangalore, Cat, and Horizon across Storm Point, when you see a Watson in there, you're like, okay, well, where is this Watson going to be the difference maker? Blackhand holding down the northern side of that trenches for a majority of that match because they had the Watson gen, because they had those fences, and it is going to be a difference maker as we go in this tournament with just those slightly off meta picks.
Interesting to see what the total points total was for Blackhand in that game as well, because there was a period of time, about 60 seconds, where they looked like they would take out anything and anyone who came in their way. A phenomenal performance from them, and it was all sparked by how they won that fight against Alliance, who were trying to move in third party.
Yeah, what a different game it could have been had Alliance have maybe been able to just get that initial knock and win that engagement, but to be able to turn a fight on its head like that shows what a threat Blackhand are going to be in this lobby. And whilst they are confident in their own abilities, we heard the interview as well with Straight from Flame saying, maybe I get a little bit nervous here or there. That's the best way to settle your nerves. Getting into the top 3, getting a fight that you win where you should have been down and out. I think Blackhand are going to be a real threat here today.
You have to worry what he's going to be like when he's not nervous, because that looks terrifying. Anyway, game number 1 is done. It's Sentinels who are your champions at the start of our winners bracket. Game number 2 is just around the corner. We'll be back just in a sec.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to Birmingham, everyone. Welcome back to the winners bracket. Sentinels, the team who are the talk of the town. Game number 1 going their way on Storm Point. But also there's a couple of sub-stories to kind of highlight here, Dan, before we get into our points totals and exactly who came out of it with what. because I got to talk about Blackhand. Boy, that was a performance from them.
Yeah, Blackhand showing that the consistency they showed in group stages was not just a fluke, it was not just a one-off, and they are going to be a real threat in this lobby because they would have already taken a significant lead over a lot of teams in this group who failed to get going in match number 1. It all started off when they were waiting at the wall. They were able to clean up the last pieces of TSM, or at least 1/3 of TSM, whilst then Reps was able to escape but eventually did go down. But then that fight against Alliance was massive, and how frustrating that on the flip side when we talk about Alliance and their opportunities and what they want to achieve in this tournament, to get into a fight where you think you're thirding and then suddenly just get turned on, that's not going to help your confidence.
I mean, the story for Alliance has been a very tough one in the build-up to this event. We all know that, and they've got some phenomenal support out in the crowd as well, who are going to be pushing them all the way, hopefully towards the grand finals as well. But, I mean, we were talking about how kind of elimination bracket run might have been good for them, but they were too good for that. They got into this winners bracket. They now have to find that consistency and that kind of magic that we know that they have in those team fights. That's a little bit of a confidence knock, to go in and try and third someone and find yourself not just being turned on, but kind of pushed to the side and taken apart a little bit in that fight.
But I think all of the teams that were dropping on that kind of northeast side, there's always that risk when you try and go through wall, you're going to be ending up at some sort of choke point as well. And usually you might be thinking, well, it could be a TSM we run across. Unfortunately, it was a Blackhand, and it was a very on-fire Blackhand. And I think if they carry on playing that way, I can see them topping this. I can see them making sure they go through to that grand finals with those extra points and making sure they can get closer to match point early on Sunday.
Well, that's enough about Alliance. Let's talk about Blackhand, because my goodness, what a performance it was from them in that game. And we've actually got an opportunity to look back on some of those fights they were taking towards the end of that game, Dan, because they looked absolutely dominant. So many times we saw them involved in fights, and one thing I loved about it, I always talk about commanding space around a position you're trying to hold. When Moist moved into that trench, they were constantly swinging out, trying to fire through the bang smokes, making sure that Moist, if anyone else decided to get involved, that they'd be in a position to clear that space out themselves, pick up those free KP. XZ certainly helped them out in that situation. But being aggressive, being in a position where you're not allowed to coexist without knowing someone's there, Blackhand did it so well in that endgame.
I think the big deal breaker for me was when they arrived at trenches and they forced NRG back. Well, I say they forced NRG back. Blackhand actually all faced separate ways as a 3 and tried to make themselves big. And I think it was Easy Flash who was able to force the entirety of NRG back as a 3 on his own, just by putting down that damage, laying the foundations, and starting to set up in trench, making it so difficult. This is a little bit later on in the game, after they'd already kind of secured their spot in trenches, but you can see the confidence that this team has. Someone is always prepared to be that first player to send in, do that damage, and take the damage. Most importantly, you need a damage taker in your team, and then that's when the backup comes in, the bait and switch starts to happen for this roster.
And one thing that's good about when you can control the southern side of these trenches zones, if you're the last team standing, you have the height, you can overlook everyone in these trenches, and you can just fire down, and that's why that fight against the Dojo looks so comfortable for them. Of course, the Dojo, an incredible fighting team themselves, so that's the difference in height disparity. That's what it can mean in a team fight. But looking across to Luminosity as well, I'm interested to know what they will be thinking right now, because the fight against Oxygen Esports took so long that even though LG ended up losing that fight, they actually ended up taking Oxygen with them, essentially.
Yeah, and with all those teams that were kind of landing down towards the south, you would expect those fights to happen a little bit. I mean, LG all the way down at Fish Farms. I mean, when you see a zone like that, LG are probably thinking, all right, we have to kind of play for kills here. I think it's going to be more frustrating for Oxygen, because Oxygen would have been taking that fight, and Jaguares was constantly just being an annoyance, a thorn in the side, staying alive in that building, hiding behind knockdown shields. And I wonder whether Oxygen should have just left it a little bit earlier. Say, look, it's one player, it's one KP, but perhaps we can pick up that extra set of points by just surviving here in this game.
Yeah, there is Oxygen Esports on your screen, and I'm sure when that fight started breaking out that they weren't expecting to be having a conversation about anyone got a med kit at the end of it. Are we going to be able to make it to zone? Well, the answer was one of them could, but it was at the cost of the other two. We see the Oxygen Esports family and support in the crowd here, shouting on their boys as well. And they have been one of those teams who left it a little bit late in groups, you would say, to find their performance, find their form, but they did exactly that. And you can see that might be one of the biggest signs that we have in the entire region.
Yeah, I think that Oxygen, the fan base is growing, and quite rightly should be, because Oxygen have been stars just rising through from an interesting journey, really, when you think about what they had to go through and how they arrived onto the Apex scene as an incredible arena fighting team, and
Demons
then turn
forever.
Like the BR demons into the arena demons into the BR demons
Arena
again.
demons into the BR demons.
But they just kept going back and forth. They were playing in all of the tournaments and making sure they were just a solid fighting team. And I think in the introduction of Vayne, adding Vayne into this roster and that little bit of extra experience, someone who had been there, done that, now seeing what they can do on the big stage, I still think they are one of the outsiders for me who could still win this whole thing.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And speaking of outsiders, I want to just highlight Starfight Esports once again down. They got such a good position in the zone. They end up 6th place in the standings after that game. And I mean, that is a phenomenal performance and kind of puts to bed some of the thoughts that maybe they just had a little bit of a lucky run in the groups. And when they got to this winners bracket, it was going to be a little bit of a step up that they wouldn't be able to manage. That first game certainly kind of puts that to bed.
It's always interesting when I hear any sort of thought process of, oh, a team got lucky in the groups as well. 18 matches is how much you have to play throughout group stages, and that's often why winners round 1 is tougher sometimes than grand finals, because you have the 20 most consistent teams across 18 matches. But when you get into bracket play, 8 matches, a little bit less to try and find that consistency at times, and it can be difficult, and you might see one of the bigger teams drop into the elimination and then maybe go down out of the whole tournament as well. So I do think that SAF deserve to be here. They are one of our Storm Point teams. 67% of their points have been scored on Storm Point, so I'm not really surprised they're in the top 6. Now they're not being contested as well. That's massive for them. The fact the other team has retreated, realized, said, I don't fancy this, we're not going to drop with them. Now we have 3 teams dropping at Barometer. Whether that will carry on, I don't know. But that hurts the likes of Ascend, for example, who now were just scrapping to find anything.
Well, while we wait for the game to get ready and back underway, if you're sat at home, you're sat in the crowd, and you ever wondered what it's like to be one of these players on that main stage?
We need another game. Oh, yeah, you got it on now? Damn.
You want another one, you sure? Onyx Park.
Whose camera is that?
It's this special boy's birthday today.
Birthday boy.
Do you have anything to say?
Huh?
Do you have anything to say?
We're about to win.
You're about to win? Good luck, boys. Good luck, good luck. All right, boys. This is how winners are warming up right now. I'm watching the winners.
Don't make the same mistake again. Bang, low.
Awesome behind-the-scenes content there for everybody to really experience what it is like to not just kind of approach that main stage, set up and be a part of your team, but also what it feels like to win as well.
I was also wondering why Nasky was running back and forth behind us for an entire day, but now he explains it with all the filming that was going down. But it is always interesting being up here as well, where all the players are kind of sat. Every now and then I'll hear what's going down in the booths next to us, and I tell you what, they are screaming at one another at times, but it's very important that they keep on top of their communication, because sometimes if you get like a little bit down as a side, then you're never going to have a fun day.
Yeah, you always need that motivator on the team. We always know that. We've talked about that for quite some time. It's with the high-pressure games that we find ourselves in, where you're thinking about, are we going to go to a grand finals? Do I have to make a play in this last game to keep ourselves alive, or are we going to have a limb run? A lot of emotions involved in those big moments, and you always need that guy on the team, or just to say, hey, we got this, let's step it up. And certainly having fans in the crowd as well is a great way, if you're maybe feeling you made a mistake in that last game, to pick you back up and refocus you ahead of what's ahead.
And just to give you an idea of how things are looking after game 1 as well, Sentinels, 22 points they were able to secure in match number 1, so that gives them such an advantage now. I know it's 8 matches, so usually the bigger teams should be able to find that consistency to get into the top 10. For example, when I was speaking to Fun from XSET, he said, 8 games, I know we're getting into the top 10. We're going to be absolutely fine. If it was 6, maybe I'd be a little bit worried that we could have a little bit of a blip in the error, but no, they're making sure they can do what they get done best.
Well, we'll have a look at the points. Let's look at the results from match number 1 then. Now that they've been tallied up, now the Abacuses can take a break. It's Sentinels who are on top with that win. 10 KP to go alongside it as well. Wow, what a performance that is from Sentinels. 22 points. And if you look at a points total, no surprise to see Blackhand up there, 5th place overall in placements, but 18 points and 14 of those points coming from kills.
Yeah, imagine the mammoth game they could have had if Blackhand were able to survive that initial push that came through when they were taking it versus the likes of SAF and Dark Zero. Optic Gaming, 2nd place, 9 points on the board, but no kills. But that's not the end of the world. If you can be consistent and get to that final circle, kills will come. in the next couple of games.
A little bit of a quiet first game, but nothing to worry about for these teams. We still have 7 games to decide who is going to go into that grand final and who will have to continue their story in the elimination bracket. 2 big boys down the bottom there. You can say that about any team, to be fair. Alliance and TSM, arguably one of North America's best and certainly one of Europe's best as well, alongside them in 19th and 20th, respectively. We did have a little bit of a technical hold-up on stage, but good news, everybody, that's been resolved. So we are now loading into match number 2 here on Stormpoint.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of these teams will have a little bit of a revenge plan set out as well. We'll, of course, you know, see what the circle's like, but I think at this tournament we've had a lot of similar circles. It seems like for you and I anyway, where they just seem to repeat themselves. But sometimes when you do get repetitive circles, it is the best way to try and replicate what's just happened and make sure you do better next time. Make sure you don't get ambushed, for example. Now you expect perhaps Blackhand to be waiting at the wall. There's all these things that happen in the early matches that teams will learn, they will adapt, because even those scrims, you certainly know where teams are going to be dropping here or there, but what their rotation is going to be like. How often are you going to see them competing with you at certain POIs? You learn as a series goes on, and certainly there were little things that happened in that match that would have given things away to other squads.
It's interesting though, isn't it? It's like, maybe we do this a little bit different, but is that team going to do the same thing as well? It's the constant game of chess that Apex Legends presents. For now though, it's all about Legend Select. You can see it at home, you can see it in the arena as well. Who's going to be playing who? I'd always like to see a little bit of Fuse action, especially on Stormpoint as well. Usually it's become a bit of a World's Edge pick, but it looks like fun, if not selected, certainly hovering and thinking about it.
Yeah, we had 10 Legends over a 10% pick rate yesterday on Stormpoint. Fuse dropped down actually only to a 5% pick rate, so wasn't really as popular. I mentioned it in the last game. Bangalore, Cat, Horizon is our main 3 when it comes to a composition. But there are Cryptos, there are Bloodhounds, and as we saw, Watsons that can be the difference maker in certain scenarios. A lot of it's down to comfort, a lot of it's down to which Legends that people have been playing for quite some time. But now, match number 2, it's locked, it's loaded. The dropship is letting out all of these Legends onto the map. Can't wait to get into it.
Sentinels with a game 1 win. Can they back it up with a strong performance in game number 2 and be the talked about team when we come to the end of our winners bracket? For now, we're going to keep our eyes on Barometer though, because it was very busy last time around, Dan, with multiple teams dropping in. Hey, look at this again. It looks like high traffic once more.
Well, it looks like Ascend are avoiding Barometer, and Ascend are just taking up the scraps and what are available in the middle of the map, but Realize are still going to take the fight versus Oxygen. Now, with only 2 teams being here, you're more likely to see a fight happen. Because there was 3, no one wanted to start it because you'd probably end up dead. Realize do manage to sneak a little purple shield though, so this could help them.
Looks like Ascend realized that Jurassic was free, so they're going to take all of that POI, and I should say kind of half POI, right? And they're going to be able to play center map and look for those quick rotates, which is what we talked about they were slowed down doing in that last game. Oxygen though, very aware of the position of Realize, who are contesting at the moment. Sangu picking up that purple armor though might just invite them to think about having a little poke at this.
And circle-wise, we are going to be heading down towards Barometer as well, if not between Shipfall and Barometer. The likes of Dreamfire, who are over at Cenote Cave, they're going to have a ring console, they'll be able to move very fast. Sentinels, our previous winners, dropping down at Shipfall, going to be in one of the priority positions, as well are Oxygen and Realize, as we'll get a game pause just to make sure everything is okay.
You step on that wire again, Dan, didn't you?
Don't worry, it'll be unpaused soon.
So a little game pause here. The good news is, hey everyone, how you doing? Then we'll get this game back underway as soon as possible. Nobody contesting, no one really fighting, so it shouldn't affect the game whatsoever at this point, but it does give us an opportunity just to talk about where the zone's going down, because Sentinels, after that game 1 win, dropping down at Shipfall, are going to be extremely happy, and with their composition as well and how they like to play, you would imagine that they should be able to at least be involved in that final ring or 2's battles.
Yeah, I think our big teams that we need to be looking at in this game, Sentinels, Oxygen, if they can manage to win the fight against Realize, Dreamflyer, LG Chivas, and Singularity. They are going to be the teams that have priority to zone. Dreamflyer did have a ring console. LG Chivas also had a ring console to work with, so they'll get that extra info. And so did Sentinels. Yeah, so all these teams are going to be such a good position.
One thing to note as well, Digi out of the crafter for now, so those smokes will be even more powerful if you can find a Digi yourself, and we'll certainly encourage you to take some fights as we get a beautiful look at some of the beautiful people who are here in the arena as well. I mentioned how it is filling up here in Birmingham. And even though I tend to have my headset volume like so loud, I can still feel everyone. I can still hear it coming through and bleeding through the headset every time that one of these teams picks up a big team fight win.
Yeah, whether it's Dreamfire, whether it's Alliance, whether it's TSM, I mean, there is support all around here in Birmingham, and it's only going to get louder and prouder as we get further into Sunday. And it is brilliant. As soon as we jump onto a certain POI and it's into a fight with the likes of Dreamfire, for example, you can just feel that buzz. And I tell you what, some Dojo fans as well. As Timmy gives us a thumbs up as we still wait for these players just to get ready, as the game will resume shortly.
There we go. Count it down with me, everyone. 6, 5, 4. I'm on camera. 3, 2, 1. Thank you for the people who got involved. Here we go then, everybody. Game number 2 is back underway.
We can work on that, everyone. Next time.
That was a little bit of a kind of sprung on you. Don't worry.
Next time we'll be better. It's okay as a group. I didn't get involved either, to be honest.
You left me out to dry, brother.
But back underway, and we can start again focusing on this area, down towards Barometer, and if not even further south towards the beach, towards Shipfall, is where everyone's going to be heading. Sentinels have first priority. Ironblood Gaming, they're moving extremely fast. Must be a Trident they find themselves in. A little quick taxi ride to the southern side of the circle. But for all those northern teams that we were talking about that might have had a struggle initially, Alliance, SAF, Tom Young Kung, they're going to have to now fight their way through the center of the map. So Ascend, who have changed their drop spot, could be one of those kind of gatekeeping teams at Jurassic Park.
Well, you mentioned the quick rotate of Ironblood. Well, where is the proof in the pudding, so to speak? This is where they find themselves, inside one of the buildings, right at the southern tip of this zone. And Sentinels are going to be across from them in one of the buildings. FaZe also making a very quick rotate. As you can see, BR Demons, I will call them that forever, by the way. Oxygen Esports, of course, going to be playing down on the bridge, and no surprise to see Dark Zero hitting that Trident from the mill and trying to get into a quick position as well.
Well, up into the sky, as well as the Trident, is Dreamfire now. Get hold of the building and make sure they can claim their own part of this map. The southern side is where everyone seems to be going. It is amazing to watch the mini-map, by the way, and see how quickly teams move as soon as they have that information, knowing that if they do not move straight away, they are going to be beaten to the punch by the majority of squads, and there won't be any room to play.
I think this is a really tough zone if you are on the north side of Storm Point as well, because if you aren't here early, it's not like you've got a lot of geometry to play, a lot of cover to play. It is just open water that you're going to have to try and cross, open land, essentially, especially if you're coming from that western side. So that's why you're seeing these desperate plays, essentially. And you're going to see some desperate fights breaking out later on of teams trying to force their way in.
A team I'm curious about how they manage to play this one is going to be Starter Fight from up towards High Point. As our best performing Storm Point team in this lobby from group stages, are they going to be one of those squads that is able to still make it work from the northern side? It looks like they've been able to get a Trident and they're making their way down. As for TSM, it's going to be a long old journey for them as well, currently passing through Command Center. But they do have an evac tower to make this journey a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient.
Well, the evac tower balloon from Command Center probably lets you get across most of Storm Point the quickest way possible. You get such a huge height advantage and distance that you can cover. Elsewhere, over at Stormcatcher, are going to be kind of watching TSM go past through the skies. But interested to see what side of the zone they try and approach here, TSM, because if they go over to the eastern side of it, then they're going to have to work their way up such a difficult hill and through a narrow choke. If they go to the other side on the west, then that open water and that open ground they're going to have to fight across is almost equally as challenging.
Yeah, I think if you're arriving this late, you might have to just take something potentially in Barometer or on the northern side and then hope the ring pulls back up towards you, because the far southern tip is just far too congested at the moment. You've got about 10 teams who already find themselves on the southern side, and even though the likelihood is it's gonna pull that way, do you take it as a risk? Do you bank on maybe a dodgy pull here?
Isn't looking like it to me from the zone that we have in front of us. Ascend. Big flesh damage coming in, but Looker can't quite get that knock for now. This battle taking place on the top of the fallen ship of Shipfall. And it's Starfight Esports, who are also taking a lot of damage themselves. And here comes NRG, getting a few kills on the board, make it 3, SAF 4, thanks to the push of NRG.
Well, I said I was curious to see how their journey was going to go. Their journey ends very fast. First team to be eliminated, and NRG holding strong. That's what you've got to do. If you're one of these early teams who does take a building within zone, you just need to be prepared that anyone could arrive at a certain point to try and whisk it off you. Certain compositions will do a lot better at fighting than others, but NRG making sure that they did not lose any players in the time being is now actually, I think, TSM are the next team to arrive close to NRG, whilst Ascend are still holding the top of Shipfall for now.
Ascend are going to be trying not to show too much presence at the moment. A few pop shots to level up some Evo armors, but the longer game is what they're involved in and interested in. How has to be careful here. Taking some damage on the cross, and you mentioned who that team is next to them. That is going to be NRG, and they should be safe for now.
Well, TSM almost mirrored what SAF did in terms of where they were trying to push. I think NRG are hiding enough that people think, well, this building might be available for us, and then wham! NRG comes out of nowhere and makes your day a living hell. But TSM were wise to it. They were able to escape. But unfortunately for TSM, they now find themselves on that eastern side that you were talking of, where there's a lot of open area. It's very difficult to hold. So we'll have to see and check in later how they manage to move in. There you can see they're just holding the eastern side, but there are still 5 teams outside of this circle. One of them being LG Chivas, who, dropping over towards Fish Farms, did not have that ring console information on set. So they had to wait, they had to be a little bit more patient before they moved.
Also, LG love to play edge. They're not a hard zone team. It's very rare that we see them play that unless we are seeing a zone pull all the way down to Fish Farms. We had a little look at Alliance as well, who are still crafting their loot pool up a little bit more over a storm catcher and having to work their way right from the northern tip of the map down towards this southern one. And I'm very interested to see if they run into Blackhand at the moment, because Blackhand are over a launch pad and we might get part 2 of the fight we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, Blackhand versus Alliance, I mean, it's a fight for the ages, and I will watch it game after game gladly, because we know full well that Alliance can certainly act revenge, because they're one of our best fighting teams as well. I mean, every team in this lobby really is capable of winning an engagement if they can get that first knock. It's going to be rare, I think, that you see a 2v3 turned around. We've seen a few, though, even in the final circles, as Blackhand are more than happy to still be holding on and waiting over towards Launchpad. And I think you were right. With the movements of where Alliance are going, this could happen, although Alliance now have a Trident.
Blackhand once again just crafting up, probably just leveling up the Evos, knowing that it's going to be a hard fight for them to get into zone, much like we saw from Alliance a few moments ago. So they're preparing to fight their way into zone for now. Elsewhere you can see Exet. They're kind of creeping through. They did hit the armory on their way down, so that's another opportunity to not just level up Evos, but make sure that your attachments are looking all juicy, as they will also realize they have to fight. And here is Alliance. Now, they've got antennae to themselves for now, but the rotate they have to make down, it's so treacherous. They'll probably just work their way in towards zone, out of antenna up the hill and towards the cannon spot, but from there, it's where the real decisions have to be made, and the toughest ones you can imagine.
Yeah, I thought they were in a Trident with how quickly they were moving, but an evac tower is probably what they took. But you're right, when they do arrive to the northeastern side, there's not really any buildings to play, and the circle continues to pull down towards the southern side of Barometer and Shipfall. The dojo are still going to have to move from the western side as well, but at the moment they're comfortable and also leveling up the shields, but Timmy needs to dodge and weave, but he should be okay back inside.
I was about to say, you and I have very different descriptions of what comfortable means, because Timmy got absolutely melted. The reason being there's numerous teams who are trying to rotate through, and I'm pretty sure that, look at Exet here, I think they were trying to kind of sneak by while this fight was taking place, and now they are in no man's land. They've got wet feet, they've got wet ankles.
Oh dear.
And they're having to use that catwall to try and get past, but this is looking rough.
I mean, the catwall only goes so far. Now the entire lobby has got eyes on Exet. This is Duck Hunt at its very finest. But it looks like they get behind the rock, and Exet's journey is successful. Now TSM still moving down on this eastern side and will be taking out Team Singularity. Remember, Ascend were also here though.
Ascend were here. Team Singularity dealt with. More pressure coming onto TSM though, and Rebs with a 142 spray is going to be pretty good. He might have just scared off this third-party attempt with one spray. So TSM, I talked about how this rotate is going to be so rough for them. They are going to have to fight multiple teams, and the next one up is going to be Tom Young Kung. LG Shivas eliminated in the meantime. And shots now starting to ring into the back of Tom Young Kung as well.
I mean, Tom Young Kung are here, Ascend are here, and now Alliance are also arriving at the same time. Everyone is looking at this circle saying, look, this could be our best chance for KP and our best chance to try and dominate this eastern side. This ship is covered by so many teams at the moment, and if you step 1 foot out of place, you will be taken down by these squads. They will not miss.
Speaking of about where the zone is going to be going as well, it's the shift away from the Shipfall side towards that beachhead where Dark Zero, surprise, surprise, have got a fantastic position for this end game. Except with their rotate, by the way, through the water, have got ahead of so many teams on Barometer, so you could see the risk-reward that they went for. If they make that cross, fantastic. Now they might be in a position to be involved in the end game. If they get cut down, then it's top 15, it's top 16 at best.
Yeah, it's some of those risks you have to take because there was no other option really for them, as now TSM again going down, and it's Alliance that they will be fighting up against. Hackers to the first one to fall.
Hackers is down, TSM looking to clear this side of the map once more. How not quite connecting with those sprays for now. Reps needs a little bit of help here. Reps is 1 HP. Hackers is finished off. As Hal takes down another. Effects will fall. One player remaining here for Alliance. Reps is down. Here comes Big E trying to clean it up.
Knockdown shields everything at the moment. Alliance eliminated. TSM survive. Is there any third party? They look good. This was somewhat isolated, really. Ascend kind of moved away from it. Tom Young-Kung didn't want anything to do with it either. And TSM survived. But as for Alliance, unfortunately, another difficult rotation for them. As Blackhand also eliminated on the eastern side. They were trying to go through the zone, but they were punished.
FaZe now having a lot of trouble. That zone pull has hurt them a lot. They had a really good opportunity to rotate towards the endgame zone early on, but might have just misread it. Thought it was going down to the buildings just to the south of Shipfall. Now they have to move to the west, where Iron Blood Gaming, Dreamfire, and Dark Zero hold down the strongest positions. Elsewhere, back at Shipfall, on top of the structure, you've got Moist Esports. Can't quite connect with the Ordinator Spray, but should be able to clean up some damage on the low ground.
Yeah, this ship just seems to have a magnet at the moment on all of these squads getting involved in hearing the gunfire. MT's gone down, so it's a 2 versus 3 potentially, but now 2 versus 2 and make it a 2 versus 0. Tom Young-Kung taken out in 15th position. But unfortunately for Moist, they did lose a player, not able to get him back on his feet.
I'm pretty sure the TSM might have just hit an evac tower themselves as well. I saw them flying across our mini-map that we can see. Moist Esports trying to work their way towards the buildings. Reps has fallen on this rotate. Hal's having to eat a lot of damage as well from the surrounding grenades that are flying in on him. Has to hit the grab lift to try and survive. He's going to be the last player alive here. 5 kills to his name at the moment. Can Hal do something as a solo?
Just trying to be the bush, blend to the bush. I am a tree. Medkit goes down. It looks like he's going to be okay. As Aim the Destroyer now in Oxygen will take down Fussy. FaZe get eliminated as Oxygen continue their warpath at the moment. They're looking confident in their fights.
Vayne eating a little bit of damage from the barrage that comes down from the skies, but does manage to get that battery popped. Moist Esports will be eliminated. Oxygen and Sentinels, the closest teams to each other here, who might be in a position to fight. Ascend having a look at this though, and you can see on our minimap that the drone has gone out from Kashira. If he sees damage going down, if he sees a fight going down, and some knocks being picked up, he will say to Ascend, let's go and get involved with this.
The Sentinels with the black hole going down, and Sentinels will get that first pick too.
Sentinels with the confidence of that game 1 win, get that first knock, and now RKN's on the flank himself. But oh, the fight's been turned around. And all of a sudden, it's Oxygen who come out on top of it. Sentinels eliminated, no back-to-back for you.
Optic also taking a fight in the moment as well. Dropped is taking a lot of damage, but Knocked will reply with the R99. Knockdown shield only at white is not going to help too much. And they need to back off and work together, but Skill Cake falling. Optic may struggle here. Looks like it's a 1v1 though. Oh, and the shot with a 30-30 does it. Armor swaps there and quickly available for Knock. 10 squads remain here.
Should be in a position to get the res as well. Nobody else close to Optic Gaming. Exit eliminated in the meantime as well. Optic will be able to reset, and they will be the winners of the northern side of the zone. But look at Dojo. Dojo are challenging the position of Dark Zero right now. They're a little bit split, but the catwall has already been used.
Circle's closing. 5 teams all have to move in at the same time. Oxygen are going over TSM at the moment, or the last remaining player, as Dark Zero still trying to hold this northern side. Zero visibly trying to avoid all of the bullets and just about survives.
What's the beauty of playing Bangalore? The smokes to escape with, right? Hitting the double time, being able to get back to the position that's being held by your teammates. And oh my god, I said, can Hal do something as a solo? Well, we had an opportunity to pick up a KP, but TSM will be eliminated. 8 squads now remaining. Oxygen Esports there, being taken down by the zone. Reeds is doing what he can. There's no way you win this, Reeds.
Oh
There's no way you win this. Zone will always win. Oxygen eliminated. Ascend fall as well. as we are down to our final few squads.
NRG on the northeast side. Ironblood Gaming and Dreamfire hold zone whilst Dark Zero and Optic are on this northern side. This is a big fight for Dark Zero. If they can clear out Optic, they should be able to hold the northern side for the rest of the game. But Dreamfire are having a look at it, or at least one player from Dreamfire is.
Peter's thinking we could take the spot off of them. Darkveil goes down here. The smoke's just delaying this fight. But Noctis says it's time to go in. The first kill here will go to Optic Gaming. The second one will as well. Maybe Noct can get them all. Noct's flying in. Oh, not! Dark Zero eliminated. 4 squads remaining, but here comes NRG.
Oh,
they see the signal. Noct is out of there.
See you later. NRG try and clean things up, but the Trident gives the perfect escape route that you can ever ask for. But Skittlecake, unfortunately, was not able to find a Trident of his own. So NRG, Dreamfire, Ironblood Gaming, the 3 teams still as a full trio. Optic Gaming still have a solo player who was able to escape in said Trident.
And then there were 4. Everybody, apart from Optic Gaming, a full squad. NRG trying to hunt down this final player alive, but they can't quite find him.
Look at the presence that Dreamfire are applying to this final circle as well. There is the escape artist himself, but Dreamfire not only have the building in center zone, but also are holding the northern side. It's a good time. Let's go to a listen-in with the crowd favorites. It's Dreamfire.
他们在抱起来了，抱起来了，抱起来了。好，去宣布，去宣布，去前怎么互动？我在一楼，我在一楼，我在一楼，我在一楼等，我在一楼等。他们在哪里打？三姐，北地。屋里，在楼里，在楼里，在楼里。躲在这儿，躲在这儿。去拿分，去拿分，去拿分。把外面扩了，好吧？把外面扩了，把他杀了，把外面扩了，把他杀了，好吧？他们互打，打一个，打一个，打一个，打一个。来个人跟我想把他清了可以不？不着急吧，不着急吧，独狼。我们清满边就行了。nice。他们倒一个，倒一个，不着急。这边脚下可以抽，脚下可以抽。 我往前贴一点，在哪里？到了，哪里？我们一楼，差不多得上了。二楼好像，我掉大了，掉大了。踩一下，第一次。打了，我脸上两个。我打了，打吗？二楼封门，倒一个，接。我倒了。2打1，微盾。觉得。微盾在这儿。微盾。破甲，白电，破甲。 破甲的，微盾，你别前，漂亮！
Dreamfire win it! The 1v1 to close things out. And let me tell you, the energy in those fans right now, you could feel it up here on the stage.
And what a celebration as well. What a feeling for Dreamfire as they continue to show why they're a dominant force here at the championships. Covering so much of that final circle. 2 players on the building, 1 player as the scout just to hold that northern side, not allowing anyone to press them when they were holding that area. And then in the end, when they were able to push up, they clean out the rat and make sure there's not going to be any sort of escape artist shenanigans going down. But then in that final engagement, they confidently pushed together, they trusted each other as they entered their building. There was no one holding back. The Dreamfire fans are loving this one.
The final 1v1 was such a tough one to win as well. I think at one point, both players weren't quite sure where each other were. There was knockdown shields, there were staircases, there was a cat wall in the middle as well. And it almost felt like a little bit of a spray and pray just until you saw Dreamfire just get a peek of where Guild was, the last player alive from NRG, and then just snapping onto it for the win.
It's one of those as well where the players who are on the floor are very important as well. If you are not, you can provide a lot of information. I mean, of course, you don't want to overping things, but you can relay a lot of position info to your teammates. If you're the other side of the cat wall, for example. So everyone playing their part there for Dreamfire. But as we watch back at this final circle, look at how well they hold themselves on this map. They've been doing it all tournament long, navigating and manipulating the final circles in their favor by taking high ground where possible, making sure there's areas that give them adequate cover in these final circles as well. And as soon as they saw this fight happening, 3 squads remaining, damage is being done, gunfire is going off, they start to press, they start to surround.
NRG needed to get this fight done as quickly as possible inside the building, but I think this spray that comes in from Rui where he hits for over 100, breaks the shields. That is the signal for the rest of Dreamfire to get involved. But then there's a grab flip. Then it's just pure carnage. The shots, by the way, with the havoc from Roy then to take down Nathan. Absolutely superb throughout all of the carnage. And I'm pretty sure it was Peter who went down, and it all falls on the shoulders of Roy here.
I'll tell you what though, hats off to Guild for making that as difficult as it could be. NRG, they were in a 2 versus 3 for the majority, and nearly were able to pull off the unthinkable, but Dreamfire, they made sure they clutched up, they stayed strong, and they did not falter in what could have been a very terrifying scenario, because Gilderson can do terrifying things. He already has done. I mean, we've already seen NRG win 2v3 so far this tournament. But there's confirmation of our top 3. Dreamfire, NRG, Ironblood Gaming, but it's the kills that were alongside it. NRG, with 9 kills, I mean, technically, they kind of topped that game.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at where they had to come from as well. Checkpoint down all the way to the southern side of the zone. If you offered NRG those statistics for that zone, I'm pretty sure they'll say, yep, thank you very much. We'll take that home. We'll take those points. And we'll look forward to something a little bit closer to home when it does come to where that zone is going to be going. This is the match results from what we just saw in match number 2. Dreamfire on top when it comes to placements, but NRG matching them for a points total thanks to those 9 kills they picked up.
Optic Gaming as well with 11 points. Ironblood Gaming getting the placement, but didn't have too many kills. But again, you just want to be making sure you are scoring 5 and above in every single game, and then hoping to have one little pop-off to ensure that you'll be in that top 10. 7 kills for TSM too, down in 9th position to get 9 points on the board, so they outscored the majority of teams. Sentinels were not able to replicate their success from match number 1, despite having a very good drop for that location. And this is where the ALGS Championships is going to be defined, by winning the circles that come towards you, or on the flip side, winning the circles that are far away from you. If you can be one of those squads who has to traverse the entire map and still get good points, it's going to bode well, and eventually the RNG is going to go your way.
This is how we stand after 2 games in. The total points tally. Sentinels still on top, but just by 2 points, where Dreamfire and NRG are just behind them, tied up at 23 apiece. Blackhand in 4th place, thanks to that first game that they had down where they just kind of went a bit wild.
And remember, top 10 will progress to the grand finals, but if you are the winners, you will get those 10 extra points going into the grand final, and then 2nd place gets 9, 3rd place gets 8, and so on, so forth. Those who finish in the bottom 10 will be in the elimination bracket round 2, and we'll have to then finish at the top 10 of there to get to the grand finals.
A long way to go, of course. We're only 2 games into an 8-game series here in our winners bracket. But looking down at the bottom of that table, LG Shivas Alliance still yet to register some points on the board. As we take a look at 2 players who are involved in that final fight, both of them playing that Bangalore legend. You've got 3MZ, aka Sandwich, going up against Nathan.
And the Bang players, you've always got a lot of responsibility for making sure you get those smokes down to cover the team. But also, you want to be making sure you get hold of that digi threat as well, so that you can be able to see through said smokes. But both players doing an incredible amount of damage, but it was Nathan who steps up in this comparison. For the Horizons though, Sweet getting out damaged, 1,069, but I mean both teams, they deserve to be in that final circle with how they played it. Both teams are also given the opportunity to get to that final circle. A lot of the teams who were on that southern side didn't have a ring console. I mean, LG Chivas, for example, were blind for quite some time.
Catalyst comparison just to round out both teams. No surprise to see them playing exactly the same composition as well. And this is the 2 players who ended up in the 1v1 right at the end, right? Roy and Gilderson's. Guild almost getting it done, but I've got to say the havoc work from Roy in that final fight. It wasn't just the 1v1 that they managed to kind of clutch up and that he managed to solidify. It was 2-3 kills before that. It felt like he didn't even have a turbocharge on that havoc, by the way. He was having to wait for that thing to wind up.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you've got to trust anyone with any gun, because I think that you could be in a spot and have an R9, you could still miss the shots. You could have a havoc, you could still miss the shots. You just need someone who is not going to crack under that pressure. And that's what's going to separate kind of the top 10 teams from the bottom 10 teams here, is when you get into those final moments, can you still hold strong and be confident?
Now, Dan, I'm probably sure what's going through your mind right now after game number 2 is that you would like to take a sit down, right?
I really would, honestly.
Well, let me tell you, Herman Miller got you covered. They've got some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful chairs that these players are using at the moment on our main stage. And just so you know, the Herman Miller Gaming Embodied chairs are being used at today's event. Check out the new colorways on Embodied Gaming Online. The new colors have a white base with galaxy and amethyst upholstery. Be sure to check out the custom Herman Miller Gaming Heirloom Embodied chairs created for this year's ALGS Championship winning team. And let me tell you, as you can see, that's some good-looking chairs.
Very good for your back as well, I will say. I have had the luxury to sit on them and
That's
make
why
sure
I have a bad back.
You have a proper posture whilst gaming. It is very important, I'm not even joking. Make sure everyone gets proper posture when they're gaming. And if you don't have a Herman Miller chair, please sit properly.
Please sit properly. Well, that's what's supporting the players at the moment in more than one way. Back to the talk about the conversation and back to the conversation about the games, Dan, because we've got Storm Point still ahead of us, 2 games to decide how the leaderboards are going to be shaping up before we head into the back end of this series and change over to World's Edge.
Well, I mean, Game 3, we've seen 2 very different winners, but we have seen consistency across those who we did say would have better Storm Point matches than the others. Dark Zero again still getting into that final circle, still putting those points on the board. They find themselves in 6th place at the moment on 14 points, but it's been NRG who were able to get that second win, who find themselves in 2nd, but Sentinels still hold 1st position.
Well, it's time for us to head into match number 3 then. Halfway through Storm Point as we hit our Legend Select. Would be a little bit surprising to see things change up at this point. And I've got to say, the compositions are starting to look more uniform as we go through the matches and through our groups. You can still see Kashera still on that Crypto though. Lufka on the Valkyrie. One of the only compositions I feel in this entire lobby that separates itself from the rest.
Well, the dropship now letting out all of the players. And I think Ascend will probably stick to Jurassic Park there. It wasn't exactly the worst game for them. They were able to get to the slightly later stages. But they don't look like necessarily the Ascend that won that set of 6 matches in the group stages on day 1 just yet. But it is Realize versus Oxygen again here at Barometer.
Well, this one looks a little bit more aggressive. Previously we've seen kind of a, shall we say, a bit of an agreement that we're going to split the loot, we're going to carry on towards the end game where we can both be a part of it. But Oxygen Esports, I think they want to try and press and maybe start to dominate. One way to do that is with a longbow, no scope, no problem here for Reeds.
And he's got his eyes firmly set as well. They want to try and convert this kill just so they can then get the advantage. But oh, I tell you what, that's great cover. Reeds diving on down, sliding on down. This is where baiting switching is going to be very important indeed. Bane also taking damage as well.
Oh my God!
Bane! Hemlock.
But Oxygen Esports, who are in a position they surely thought they were going to get that first knock, now find Aiden left on his own and Realize still up at a full 3. Realize have won this contest every single day of the week.
I mean, Karen Poo with the RE45 just went a little bit nuts, I tell you. And Realize have had a few contests so far this tournament, and they are proving to be a real threat for Oxygen Esports. Now, as Oxygen most likely will just try and escape and last player, or will they? Said he's going to try, up into the skies he goes, but quickly gets brought back down. As Realize now are just on the hunt.
Yeah, this is going to be the end of Oxygen Esports in this game. Just a matter of time, and Realize take Barometer from Oxygen. And I tell you what, winning that fight's massive for them because where this zone is going down, they've got a pretty quick rotate still.
Yeah, we're going to have another southern zone. This one's going down towards Gale Station, though. And LG Chivas, who are over towards Fish Farms, they do have a ring console this time, so they're going to get the biggest and best priority position that they can find. As for Sentinels, I'm trying to see whether they've got one. They may not have a ring console at Shipfall, so that could be bad news for them. Dreamfire at Cenote, though, they do. So Dreamfire now, you can see them already making their move from that southwestern side. They are going to be hugging that coastline with a trident and probably going below Sentinels all the way around to the southeast.
Southeast is where you want to be. If you can get into one of those buildings just on the southeast side of Gale Station, that zone is going to keep pulling towards you. Be very, very surprised to see it going anywhere near Antenna. And you can see where the pathing of the teams and how they're trying to get towards where they believe end zone is going to be. And that's kind of backed up the theory that we have right now. Dreamfire as well, like you mentioned, scarpering through, using the trident once more, and we just saw them win a game in a very similar position, so they'll be feeling extremely confident with how this zone is pulling.
Dark Zero also had Ring Consulate Mill, and they've already found themselves pretty much at Gale Station already. You can see them making their journey. FaZe find themselves in one of the buildings too. So a lot of the playable area has already been occupied in the early moments before round one even gets close to closing. So again, another tough zone for those northern sides as Dark Zero will use their Dark Veil just to ensure they get across, but suddenly, surprise, you've been beaten.
Dark Zero now in a little bit of a difficult position. They have to kind of share this, and Zero has just found out that the team in front of him do not want to share. That's going to be FaZe, and they want to try and hold as much real estate as they can. Finally, it looks like they're going to back down from the fight, and Dark Zero might have just done enough to claim the other side of this building, but FaZe were not comfortable coexisting.
I think Dark Zero may be just slightly pushing their luck, trying to go one step further, that extra percentage chance of winning. But they have to retreat now to this building, which they clearly don't feel is as good of an area to be holding. But I'll tell you what, it's better than half the lobby is going to get, because Tom Young Kung, SAF, they're all arriving on that eastern side, but the likes of Alliance, TSM, Xset, Dojo, Optic, they all have to take a long, treacherous journey as Ascend now, late to the party, but Dark Zero are going to do some damage.
Dark Zero do not want Ascend near them. They're already getting tick damage as an EMP, which is, I think, going to be avoided by most of the players here on Dark Zero as well. So Dark Zero now, from an offensive play where they're trying to claim their most priority position, having to make a defensive one. Ascend are eliminated though, and you can see that rotate just seemed a little bit late for me from Ascend. You knew there was going to be multiple teams already in this position.
Elsewhere, Blackhand have lost one. They've also been able to get a knock of their own. And Strafing Flame with this Hemlock should be able to finish off SAF, so it's another early exit for starter fight. Exit are okay, don't worry. But Blackhand now can get back up, and they can hold this northeast side of this zone just below Launchpad. But I think the TSM are probably going to be arriving sometime soon to around where Blackhand are.
Looks like another command center redeploy coming in from TSM, and yes indeed they were trying to play for that building, but instead maybe going to be playing for the high ground of the choke where they can approach a little bit later on. Blackhand say, hey, we see you TSM, this is not going to be comfortable for you. The 3 southern zones in a row for TSM. I think if you look at the overall leaderboards, they're not going to be too disappointed with the amount of points they've actually managed to put up.
Yeah, and historically TSM have always been better at Storm Point, but at this tournament they've been a bit more consistent across both maps, and World's Edge has been their preference. Split 2 playoffs, it was all about Storm Point for them, where they were able to get their wins. And wins are going to be important the closer we get to match point. We're not talking about them as much when it's all about the points and the totals and getting into that top 10, but as soon as we're onto that match point format, we will be looking at those squads who have been able to get consistent victories on the board as our favorites for the tournament. Now, NRG, who have been able to get one of those wins, they're holding down Antenna at the moment, so it's the northwest side of the zone. It's not my favorite place to hold because often the circle does pull away from here, but they might be able to get a lot of kills from teams rotating in from that northern side.
Yeah, the only problem is the teams that are close to them right now, Optic Gaming and TSM, they're not easy kills at the best of times. So it looks like NRG might be trying to move away and play the height a little bit more, the ridge and the cannon area where they might be able to slide down a little bit later, but they are certainly ahead of the traffic. They are the ones who can make that decision. Alliance, again, are going to have to craft it. A similar story to what we saw in that last game, where they did lose that fight to TSM, but you can see, they know they're going to have to fight into this zone. That's why you're seeing them just level up those Evos once more.
I mean, Alliance are used to kind of playing edge and being late rotators, but these have been particularly bad zones for them. They probably would prefer some more central ones, or definitely would prefer some northeast ones. When we see them go up towards Thunderwatch and Lightning Rod, that's when Alliance are particularly smiles. But realize, after winning their contest here, will be just holding on to Barometer still. They're going to have to start making their move east soon. They can't reside here for too long. 1:24 left on the clock, and most teams now find themselves down towards Gale Station on set. It is so congested at the moment that there isn't really any buildings to play. So all these late arrivals, they actually have nowhere to go. Sometimes you can land in some of the open areas by the rocks and go unnoticed, but with so many eyes on, people peeking out their windows, I fear for those teams who are going to be the late arrivals.
Have a lot of teams playing the outside of buildings, and it's all about timing your rotate in here if you are one of the late arrivers. You can't essentially find out what Ascend found out, right? That when you land, that you're the only team who's on the outside of a building. You need other teams kind of almost arriving at the same time to take eyes away or see third parties breaking out in buildings that you might be able to clean up and force your way into zone. But it's a tough ask. It really is a tough ask to try and get into this zone if you're not in there already for now. Optic are going to have to be one of those teams who fight their way in, but a Prowler certainly can help you down.
Yeah, we saw the difference that the Prowler could make at the end of Game 1. As Realize and Ironblood Gaming are getting very close to each other on the map. And a lot of these teams on their final rotations now are just going to learn that it's not going to be easy getting into any sort of position. Still down towards Gale Station, it's a scrap for supremacy, a scrap for just dominating some of these buildings.
This is Ironblood Gaming, this is just outside of Shipfall to the north side of it at the moment. Realize who have just rotated from Barometer. Stalling this fight out for now, and NRG are also just kind of sharks in the water here, looking to see when this fight takes place, if it's going to be quick or if it's going to be ugly. Well, it looks pretty quick at the moment. Carapace's going to fly in as well. Beautiful spray with that R99, and boy was it quick, but here come NRG still thinking about it. Sweet calls it off.
Yeah, that fight was far too fast to be able to try and third it. Amazing from Realize, all swinging that stairwell at exactly the same time. And you're quite right, it was Shipfall they were taking that fight, so they're going to still have a journey over towards Gale Station. As Blackhand, they're being a nuisance at the moment. It's TSM they're still looking up towards. Optic Gaming are to their west, TSM to their east, and Alliance are to their north. So anyone who arrives is going to be a difficult fight, but we know full well that Blackhand also have proved to be one of the most difficult fights in the lobby. But once they do hold this northern side and they try to progress into the circle, there's not really much coverage for them, and that's my worry.
Have to work their way uphill. Maybe there's a little spot on the right-hand side of the mountainous area, a little area they can hold down if they can clear this side of the zone, but it's a very tough ask for them. And the same plan, I think, is going to be here for TSM as well, probably thinking both teams about kills more than placement. This is how things are looking on our map overhead at the moment. The Dojo still deep in zone. Alliance just trying to rotate ahead of them for now. Interesting to see what the Dojo's next play is. Do they have an evac tower they're going to try and overtake some traffic with?
So you might see some teams desperately trying to land in the circle on the northwestern side next to those rocks. And if you can go unnoticed whilst fights are happening and you can set a presence with the damage, then you can survive there and could maybe influence the final circle in your favor. But it is a massive risk, because if you do get spotted and if the fights aren't happening, then you will be quickly wiped out of that zone. And you also saw on the northeast side of the zone a lot of open area as well, which Blackhand, TSM, Alliance, Optic, Dojo, they're probably all going to fight for. At the moment it's TSM who hold the far eastern side, and they've got plenty of protection from the smokes, but they have noticed Dojo in the zone.
Dojo are going to have to be extremely careful here, because yes, they do have the meds to craft, but the zone, well, it's constantly chipping away with damage. If you find your shields being broken, that last 10% of your health going down from a G7 scout, you're going to really find yourself having to pick one of your teammates up and maybe giving the trigger for TSM to do even more damage from this high ground position. But you can see how tough this rotate is now from TSM. Yes, they have the high ground, but that is going to be Blackhand consistently firing down on them. And every time they're taking damage, they're burning through those meds as well.
Here's the overhead. TSM, Dojo, Alliance, and Blackhand. It was important that TSM did apply pressure to Dojo as well, because they don't want Dojo trying to rotate behind them in that red. They want to force Dojo into the likes of Alliance and Blackhand, but Blackhand trying to do the same to TSM, saying, actually, we want you to go back so that we can hold this northern side. So at the moment, it's a lot of poke damage, but it's all mental warfare.
16 squads still remaining here. The Dojo are having to force up onto TSM now, and the zone is a problem. The longer this fight gets delayed, the more difficult this is going to be, but popping a medkit at just the right time might be able to get Timmy into the fight feeling full HP. TSM having to retreat, and the Digi-Threat's going to pick up Al. First knock goes to the Dojo.
But this could open things up for the likes of Alliance and Blackhand, who are taking a look, but Enemy through the catwall. Now with 30-30 in the back pocket, rips that out as well, as Timmy and Enemy are working hand in hand, and TSM go down. Dojo survive, and pushing out of the zone, we're able to win a straight 3v3.
I would say it's a perfectly timed medkit coming in from Timmy as well. The moment that his feet touched the ground, he was full health, able to just deal out so much damage which turned into those knocks coming in. TSM eliminated, run over a little bit by the Dojo in that situation. And now you can see them turning their attention towards Blackhand, who've been waiting for this rotate from either TSM or Dojo for quite some time.
All the meanwhile, Alliance got over both teams, by the way, as Exet also trying to move into center zone, but they are going to be contesting against NRG here. But they can kind of hold one side of this building on the western side. They do have a little bit of protection.
Back to the fight that we were talking about for quite some time. Optic Gaming now helping out. The rotate, you would say, maybe coming in from Dojo. Alliance also involved in this fight. This is a 4-team fight for supremacy of the northern side of this zone. But even when this fight finishes, there's going to be more work to do. Dojo now getting swung on. Alliance, they smell KP in the water. They're doing a huge amount of damage. They get that first knock as well. Enemy down. Effect picks up the second. And Effect will take down the remaining members of the Dojo.
So well played by Alliance. They overtake the teams. They dive above them when Dojo were challenging TSM. But as soon as they saw a weakness, as soon as they saw an opening, Alliance made sure they swung together. And now they have this northeast side. But Blackhand is the next team in their way.
NRG also eliminated in the meantime. While all this action is going down on the northern side of zone, NRG have fallen. Blackhand still alive though. But Alliance are starting to push up onto them a little bit through these smokes, but Easy Flash, he's got a Digi, he's got a full auto Prowler, and I say, not really too worried about you pushing through this smoke, but you've got to worry about Effect up on this height.
What an angle taken by Effect. That could have been the difference maker, but the turnaround again from Blackhand to force him off the high ground.
30 seconds, this fight has to be done. That means Alliance have to be aggressive here, Dan. They have to push now.
Well, Optic Gaming still have one player who survived the scrap with Blackhand, who could be a nuisance in this engagement too. Moist Esports hold that eastern side, but LG Chivas should be able to do a lot of damage from their position on all these teams that are arriving from the north. All the meanwhile, on the west side, this is going to be a cluster bomb of a situation right now, because you've got 5 teams that are going to be trying to force themselves into Gale Station.
Free fight getting sent on right now, and it's Sentinels who are trying to take him down off that height. They will be eliminated. Sentinels extremely clean in that fight, but the problem is there's so many teams involved in this zone and in this area of Gale Station that third parties, other eyes are going to be on these fights, and Sentinels just found that out.
Well, our observer's doing perfectly to keep up with all the action here, because on both the north and the west side, there are about 3 fights happening at the same time. Alliance now use that Dark Veil to try and get a little bit of cover so that they can walk down, but Blackhand are retreating at the same time because LG Chivas are still applying pressure from the building.
And LG, they also have a Kraber as well. I saw that in the kill feed momentarily, which makes the push even more difficult. 12 seconds till that zone closes. And speaking of Kraber, it's going to be Nizel who has it, looking through the smoke, looking for some skulls.
Yeah, he says my Kraber might not be able to see through, but my Bolt with a Digi-Threat certainly can. All the meanwhile, Carapoo taking a lot of damage. Blackhand now with Easy Flash, the last remaining will get wiped out. Realize also fall, as do Alliance. Or should I say, Reliance make sure they go down, but Realize still alive, excuse me.
A lot of KP to realize here after winning that fight over at Barometer. They will be at the northern side of this zone. LG still holding down the armory for now. Moist Esports have moved into zone. The only 2 teams who are in zone at the moment, Tom Young-Kung and Moist Esports. This is what's happening elsewhere. This is the remnant of Gale Station, and the teams that are trying to leave don't stand still when there's a Kraber about.
So LG Chivas still in a pretty good position here, but they are being watched by Moist. If we see one of these Kraber shots connect, it might just give enough coverage for LG Chivas to potentially push up. So we have 8 squads left as Team Singularity get eliminated. Exet are a solo at the moment and might be able to wrap their way into a top 5, Fun being the last remaining player over there. On the west side, you've got FaZe, Dark Zero, and Realize, all in very close proximity. Now, FaZe have been here for quite some time. The Rex goes down.
Well, there's Jem Burton. Don't turn your back on Jem Burton. It's as simple as that. FaZe destroyed by Dark Zero, but now they're finding out that this is a tough situation to escape from. Zanail doing his best job here for Sentinels. They're into the top 7, but can he find an island? There's a solo in front of him as we move over to Realize who clean up Dark Zero. Sentinels also fall.
Exet also still alive and were able to clean up those final pieces of Sentinels. So, a solo on Exet. Realize moving from the western side. LG Chivas will hold the north, whilst Moist and Tom Young-Kung will be on the eastern side next to the one building that's left. And Realize have had a game here. looking so confident at the moment. The Bloodhound just giving them that extra info and allowing them to get those survey beacons throughout this game.
But how do you move across the open water with Tom Young-Kung, LG, and Moist all looking at you? We were saying LG went under the radar in the group stages. They were so consistent with their points, but they didn't really have any zones to call home that they could pick up a big win, where maybe this is going to be the one, Dan.
And that could be the difference. Sometimes if you haven't got that Dark Veil to allow you to cross, you are just going to be peppered by everyone else on the map. Xset get taken down. One member of Realize survives, so realistically, we're looking at Tom Young-Kung, Moist, and LG Chivas to win match number 3 here. So Tom Young-Kung hold the southeastern side. Moist, though, they've been having so much presence on the top of this rock right now.
Moist have the height advantage in this final fight. The difference is the zone will close before them and they will be forced to drop. So if LG can survive in and around that rock that they're kind of pre-aiming at the moment in the cannon, they might have the cover last. And Tom Young-Kung are trying to swing a little bit out here, and Moist have got to be careful with their left-hand side.
Well, Moist have got the Rolling Thunder and Black Hole to work with as we get towards this final circle as well. It's about making sure it drops at the right time. The same could be said for LG Chivas. The exact same composition. Rolling Thunder available for them too.
Let's check out this area.
But that Kraber in the back pocket, if there's any bullets left in there, could be what really sets LG Chivas aside from the other two teams here. Even though Nizo at the moment, R99 in hand just in case anyone presses up on him. With the fact he's not switching it out on set, that makes me think that maybe he might be out of bullets.
Also thinking that maybe if you miss the shot, the time it takes to switch over is guaranteed damage for the R9. Also the Digi-threat, of course, is going to be there, and knowing that Bangalore's are heavy in this lobby, you want to be able to do damage as soon as physically possible, but the zone is going to force our teams together now. Moist still holding this rock for as long as they physically can. Fussy does have that Black Veil available, and the Dark Veil, excuse me, and you have to wonder...
Oh, 2 bullets.
If it's the best catwalk that's going to win it. Oh my god, he's threaded through 3 players that are not connected with the Kraber shot.
Well, Tom Young-Kung are closest to where this circle's going to be. Dark Veil's going to be massive just to cut off the vision a little bit. One more bullet left for Nizel. Could be huge for LG Chivas if he's able to connect with it. But with the Dark Veil being down at the moment, you want to put it away as the high ground is now gained by Tom Young-Kung again.
No real impactful damage being done at the moment.
Well, no one wants to take that fight.
Nobody wants to be the first to fall, because they know if they were the ones who engage or get pushed themselves, then it's going to be an opportunity for the other team to push. But look at this, Fussy makes the play! Fussy the Catalyst steps through the wall and says it's time for us to step our game up. Look for some KP and look for this dub.
Yeah, but now Moist are taking so much damage as well. Fussy in the sky, the last real threat here for Moist.
3 squads still remaining, but LG still as a 4-3. This should be an LG Chivas win here. It will be. LG finally get a zone that pulls their way, and they make the most of it.
And not even finally pulls their way, but they finally have a ring console as well. Game 2, they just didn't have that information, and it really does show how much it can affect you if you don't get into one of those early spots in a lobby like this. Every fight is going to be difficult, but LG Chivas were very patient. They were holding that northern building for quite some time. They had eyes on the likes of TSM, the likes of Dojo who are arriving, Blackhand as well later on. And they were just applying that extra little bit of pressure and making sure that no one was going to take the northern side from them.
I think they're just their positioning in that endgame was what won them it. They knew that the other 2 teams were going to be forced down from the height, and they would be able to get some pretty free shots and be able to close things out. As the boys from Mexico representing once again here on the ALGS main stage.
And LG Chivas getting back to their Storm Point form. I remember back at Split 1, Luminosity were Storm Point. They were everything about Storm Point, and they have held fish farms for the longest of time. So when the circle comes even remotely close to it, you've got to expect them to be able to do the damage. But they do like pushing out of fish farms a little bit. They like to get aggressive. They like to just build up those shields with an initial fight. But they knew where they needed to hold in those final moments. A very impressive victory for them to send them up the leaderboards into the top 6.
Well, LG Chivas are the team who are celebrating right now after winning our previous game. It's time for us to take a little break here, Dan, and to do so, we're going to send it back to very handsome people on the desk.
Nice, nice, very handsome people. I see how you saved yourself there. Didn't know who'd be up here, but I tell you what, I am. It is the halftime analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and I'm not alone. Welcome everybody back to the desk. My name is Rainy. I'm joined here with a new crew, Zephyr, of course, Glitter Explosion, and Bullet, to talk about what's unfolded after 3 in our winners final. Zephyr, I mean, it started strong. Rocky for a few teams. It was all Blackhand game 1, but it started strong. I think everyone's shown a little bit of themselves after 3.
That's exactly what I was about to bring up. It's the fact that everyone has had the opportunity to shine in some way or form, which is surprising in such a heavy-hitting lobby.
Yeah, and one thing that Bullet, we always like to talk about is how that final zone helped one team to shine a little bit more than the others. This time, it was LG Chivas. Walk us through, because that 3-team stand at the very end didn't necessarily demand that it went the way of LG, but they're such a good team fighting squad. Help us break down that final zone.
Yeah, look, I couldn't agree more with you there. You know, LG coming from a seemingly worse position. You know, you have Moist up on the rock, and then you also have like TYK sitting on the other rock, almost coexisting, and LG just sitting here with pretty limited space, but they seem to make it work. You know, they're sitting here, they're using the cannon as effectively as they can. You know, they're biding their time. They're trying to do as much damage and stall, because they know as soon as those catalyst walls go down, everyone has to fight. And you can just see them sitting here, putting pressure, and then they use their utility. Look, their wall goes out, and they have this whole side of the map to themselves. And now the other 2 teams are just fighting each other.
And what was really solid about their ability to wait until everybody else's Dark Veil was out and then put theirs last was that it forced Moist and TYK onto each other first. So by the time LG takes the skies to deal some damage, both of those teams have already been shredded, so it's mostly just cleanup at this point. You can see how long they were able to stay up high, avoid all of that engagement, and clean this one up so easily. 3 full red shields at the disposal of LG. I mean, they could not have played this any more perfectly.
I don't know if Niazul was trying to copy MT's 720 there. I think he was looking for the opportunity. Everyone was already dead though. You guys did that well. LG Chivas take the win with 21 overall points, a very decent showing. 9 kills as well. We know this team can play. Big shout out though to Realize. 18 points off of 13 kills in a 5th place. That is a strong showing from a team that maybe we haven't talked enough about.
And it's especially better given the fact that Realize is starting off today on Stormpoint completely contested by Oxygen, and in most scenarios have actually won out on that exchange, and as a result have pushed them to the top.
Lauren, obviously Optic Gaming, you picked Dreamfire. They won a game, they didn't get it done here, obviously 1 point, but those are things that can happen if you do have yourself a win. You can kind of survive with some of these bad games, but you can't have too many more.
No, you can't, but they've done a really good job of, even when they're not getting that win, they're at least keeping themselves consistent. The first performance for Dreamfire, at least getting themselves 3 kills and an 8th place finish. I talked about Dreamfire as my team to watch, but also picked Blackhand in my predictions, and like you said earlier, Rain, they came out the gate 14 kills game number 1. They've turned on their aggression here.
Well, let's take a look at the series results after 3, because Blackhand, Dreamfire, they will be in the mix. 26 and 24 points. It is Sentinels, though, that maybe has shocked us with their blazing start. Bullet, we know that RKN has taken on the challenge. He's been challenged. He's risen to it and gotten his team to winners finals. Now he's leading the winners group, and not just with any team, with Zenial from SSG finding his way there, and with Koifel, who's 17. Talk about Sentinel's performance right now.
Look, they're on fire at the moment. You know, I absolutely love that roster. RKN, such an experienced IGL. You know, this is so important for them. They really need this momentum to get themselves into finals and just have a really smooth performance here.
Well, you know, they have been doing extremely well, and honestly, when you look at teams who haven't been doing well, I heard a Tisk. Who was the Tisk? Was that you, Zephyr? Yeah. What are you seeing here?
Well, it's pretty obvious. It's the elephant in the room, down in 15th place. TSM, the roughest of starts, you'd say, after 3 games there. But hey, not even just that. The legends of EMEA that made it to the winners bracket, both suffering in the bottom 3.
Well, the story of Alliance as well, having the ability to come here, play without effect, their star, their young gunner, who in Split 2 made it look so simple. They get him back after a day or 2 of issues here to play, but it has not shown that they have actually figured it out in this winner's bracket. 2 teams, though, on both sides of those spectrums. Sentinels having figured it out in first place. Oxygen,
a team that hasn't quite figured it out yet, at least in this winner's bracket. I want to get a thought from you, Lauren, about Oxygen. Obviously, Vayne, he's won a championship before in 2021. They have the skills. Maybe it's just a matter of warming up, and maybe it's a matter of switching maps, which we will be doing after our next game.
Yeah, you know, I think we definitely had high expectations from them after we saw their performance in the Split 2 playoffs, but you mentioned it, Zephyr, they're dealing with that contest here, and that could be really throwing them off of their game right now. The map switch might be what they need.
Well, Bullet, let's take a look at some of the clips that, you know, we've kind of gathered around Oxygen's performance, because we know they have family in the building. We know that they've got representation. They're a team in North America. Many consider, if it's not TSM, if it's not Dark Zero, one of the potential winners. Walk me through some of these clips as to what's either working for them or what's not working in these fights.
For sure, like the way that Oxygen have approached this, you know, considering they're contested by Realize, such an amazing team, you know, it's pretty difficult to find your footing and just, you know, start pushing and just doing damage and, you know, having like a bit of a good momentum, you know, just to start the games off. And you can see here they're contested. The way that Realize play is very different to how most teams would approach this contest in North America. You know, Realize is a team from APAC North. They have such a different approach to the game. The way that they approach their team fights, three very mechanical players, and I think Oxygen are trying to find their footing.
What is that difference, though? I mean, quickly, just for those watching at home, is it the pace of how Realize is taking the fight that maybe is catching Oxygen off guard a little slower or a little bit more in unison in how they approach it?
I think Realize have a good approach in terms of they have three mechanical players and they understand where the weaknesses lie. They're able to kind of duck and hide, and then they're able to poke up and just do damage, you know?
Yeah. Well, sometimes it honestly is just that, and very well put, but also very simply, you just do more damage than the other team. We'll see if that continues to be a problem. Obviously, switching maps in just a few games. We'll see if that continues as well, and if somebody else ends up challenging Oxygen Esports. However, I do want to tell you that there's challenges aplenty. Maybe not just playing Apex, but maybe playing Apex in a different way. That's right. Before we go to break, we want to introduce something that for fans of gaming should be very excited to see, and it's a new way to enjoy Apex with friends and family. Take a look.
Sentinels, who hold that first position after 3 matches, and of course they had a victory as well. But a lot of kind of different variety we've seen in zones, a lot of difficult rotations for several squads. I think that one team in particular that has struggled is Alliance, coming from the northeast. It hasn't been fun zones for them at all, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And what you expect, if you are going to play an edge POI like that, you know you're going to be having a long journey.
Yeah, it's very, very true. We'll have to see what zone we are gifted here in our final match on Storm Point. And it's almost as if we always talk about this confidence and, you know, you start to get comfortable on a map and then all of a sudden it's whisked away from you and you find yourself on World's Edge. For some teams, I'm sure that's going to be a smile on their faces, Dan, because we know historically some are better on other maps than others. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the case as we head into Legend Select now. But also another thing to keep in mind, Dan, games are starting to trickle away now. That's 3 already in the history books. And even though, yes, we have this one ahead of us and 4 games still on World's Edge, game by game, the opportunity for points starts to disappear.
We did see a couple of changes in the last game. I think that Fun switched off of Fuse from XSET and onto Horizon, and then XSET were able to get into the latter stages. It does seem like people are really seeing the significance and the importance of Horizon, especially on Storm Point for that elevation. Fuse, even though on the World's Edge meta is very important, I think Horizon, just for fighting in general, such a powerhouse of a legend to have in your composition.
Well, here we go then, everyone. The last game on Storm Point. Before we change things up a little bit and head over to World's Edge, the winner's bracket has not disappointed so far.
And also a send.
Who fell. This time they're looking to get aggro. Aiden's going to be queuing up to the ultimate of all ultimate high grounds here. To give Vayne just enough time to get a little bit of healing done. For now, though, it's a battle of the ultimate high ground. You can see it's a pod and a proc, and nobody really wants to be the first one to be aggressive in this situation. And why would you? It's one thing about contest, you don't know what weapons your opponent's holding as well. If you slide across here and someone's got a PK, hits you for 100 plus, that is dreadful.
Well, the R99 is going to have to do some damage here. You can see Karapu trying to desperately assist the team, but Humbly gets the opener, and it's a 3 versus 2 now.
Humbly's still alive as well, can wait for the help to come in. Vayne goes down, Reed's left on his own. It's a 1v2, but Oxygen Esports will be eliminated. So 2 games in a row now. The contest has been won heavily by Realize. There's a smile on their faces as well, a little bit of a celebration. I saw a little bit of a fist in the air there. That's usually a good sign.
And there'll be a bigger smile when realize where the zone is going to go as well. 2nd place overall at the moment, even though they're contesting a barometer. Very impressive from what they've been able to achieve. Now, it looks like we're probably going to be heading to quite a similar zone, down towards Antenna and close towards Gale Station as well. It's not going to be as further southeast, but LG Chivas, they do have the ability to rotate quickly. Sentinels had that ring console, so they're already moving in, and we're going to see the same rotation from Dreamfire, you can see on that southwest side, because they had ring console again. Dark Zero do not have one this time, so they're not going to be able to move as quickly, or do they? They might have one. No, that's a survey beacon, right? Yeah, survey beacon. So no ring console for Dark Zero. They're not going to have that early move potential this time.
Blackhand already lost Strafing Flame. Gonna have to get him back in the game for now. So a little bit of a change of plans for them, but I mean, interesting zone once more. Like you said, another southern zone here, which is much the grievance, I would imagine, of Alliance, Blackhand, etc. Although Alliance did get that first knock. Starfight Esports, tough move for them as well, and Alliance decide, hey, let's rest the muscles for a few minutes, let's take the car instead, and let's see if we can find our way a little bit more south.
I mean, actually, the rotations from the majority of the teams are pretty similar.
Identical.
It's only those who now don't have the ring console, or now do have the ring console, that have to kind of change it up. LG Chivas, the previous winners of a zone very close to this, as they can rotate from fish farms. They didn't actually have a ring console this time, but they just moved naturally, seeing where the circle was going, and they'll see all the other teams arriving, which will give them enough information that they would need.
Tommy on Kung at the moment, just falling from the sky, and they will be closest to Blackhand right now over at Launchpad. Enough distance between the two teams to not really panic too much. It looks like they might be thinking about hitting a second evac tower, which would be somewhat of a risk with the time that has already elapsed. And a lot of teams starting to make their way into the zone, and this is kind of a blind one, right? Do we know that there's going to be somewhere for us to play, or is it more of a, we hope we might be able to thread the needle and take one of the floors in these buildings?
There are a few squads who have been able to move a lot quicker than they did in the previous. TSM have moved much faster, but they find themselves in command center again. It might be the evac tower that you were speaking of, but SAF could potentially hold them up a little bit. Exet moved really quickly as well down towards the southern side, and Blackhand have moved slightly faster too. So this is what we were mentioning earlier. When you have somewhat similar rings, you do learn the patterns that emerge from other teams, and you try and beat them into certain areas of the map.
Very interesting, like you say, that start a fight are at the top of command center right now. And we know historically that TSM love to hit an evac tower and do exactly what Start a Fight are doing right now. Then, instead of using the evac tower, we're going to have the Skyward Dive and the Valkyrie. But that's going to slow down TSM's rotation. They left command center. They were like, you know what? You can have this for now. It's not worth the risk. But I'm pretty sure they'll be popping an evac tower quite soon. And I think they've popped it already as they head down south. So for TSM, a little bit of a hold up on their rotate. That's going to hurt.
And SAF kind of flying blind at the moment as well. They don't have that ring information. So they're just going to have to play off of what is available and what they learn from the ultimate from Valkyrie here. Gives you all that passive information. They have been able to spot out a team, and they will land over at Launchpad and will probably land into an engagement.
Yeah, it's going to be Blackhand who's above them. You saw them on the crafter. For now, though, they're just going to be kind of bunkering up, getting those fences down. A few smokes will keep them alive for now, but Tommy and Kung are also coming to have a little look at this, and Alliance are speedily heading down south as well. And if they hear this commotion, Alliance won't be afraid to have a little go at this themselves. Blackhand, though, understandably, are going to retreat here. Strafing Flame couldn't get that banner, couldn't get back into the game, so it's a duo who are going to have to see this out for Blackhand.
Frex has just got a knock onto Nocturnal as well, as LG Chivas now looking to try and get involved after seeing that damage. And the car through with the Digi threat. Naguara is trying to do what he can. And Exet will go down. 18 squads now remaining, and just as it was in the previous match on set, this is so difficult to hold any of these buildings because teams are trying to arrive as early as possible. And once you get to a certain point, the point of no return, you have to commit to that fight.
I mean, the crazy thing is, right, you always feel in games there's one big fight for each team on this kind of zone. If you win it, cool, you have somewhere to play for the rest of the game. If you lose it, it's game over. You know, you're falling out in the top 7, 8 teams, but you kind of have to roll that dice a little bit. It becomes more and more difficult as the game goes on, of course, as people will get a little bit more loot, a little bit more ticks on those Evo shields to make them a much more difficult kill, but Dark Zero now trying to move their way up to the top of the hill, overlooking Gale Station for now.
We haven't seen Dark Zero really have one of those games, right? We've not seen them at their very best just yet, but they're still making their way in again with the Dark Veils. Now Team Singularity, the next team in the building.
Oh, they're going to be taken down here as Sentinel's trying to hold strong for now. Koifel did fall, but the Dark Veil will keep him alive as the Noxa exchange for now. Sentinels hold their building, and these are the kind of fights I'm talking about, but now there's going to be a swing from elsewhere. And RKN with a revved up Rampage has almost got the perfect weapon for this position, for this distance, just to hold teams back.
Really shows how important Catalyst is in every single composition as well, just to delay those fights as Sweet almost goes down. Jen Burton is low too for Dark Zero. Both NRG and Dark Zero struggling to make their rotation here and will now meet, but Sweet back up on his feet, back with full shields, and Nathan taking down Zainu. Jen Burton falls, NRG shutting down the majority of Dark Zero.
Well, NRG starting to show a little bit of the fear factor that we expect from them whenever we mention their name, taking down Dark Zero in that 3v3. But now they have to try and hold this off, and oh no! Big damage about to come in as Iron Blood Gaming make their move. Nathan has been taken down. There's another one. NRG, having looked good in the first 3v3, couldn't reset in time to deal with Iron Blood Gaming.
It's the same again on this western side over towards Gale Station, that you just can't find your way through, and as soon as you step out of place, there's someone there to drill you in the back. As now Ascend also in trouble, Postkill and Kajira, the last remaining two, with Lufka getting taken down by a charge rifle from distance, as it's Tom Young Kung getting into this engagement now.
Killer Pose trying to move in to help out his teammate Way here to clean up the damage that's been done on this fight. But there's an L-Star in front of him, and that's going to hurt, and hey, who's on the horizon? Not just Imperial, how is TSM who are looking to come in and clean up the damage here. Ascend eliminated, Black Hole down, Wombo combo initiated. Cleaning up the downs is the first job here for TSM, but can they find this final KP?
Well, look how much further south TSM have found themselves as we get into a match pause here, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure all players are going to be ready.
Get to try and do the countdown thing again.
We do get to do a countdown again, everyone.
Don't let me down, everyone. This
yeah,
time,
it was disappointing the first time. Next time it's going to be better. I believe in you all when that does get going. But Circle, very similar to what we had in the previous. But what I was saying before we had the pause, TSM faster.
Live, by the way, they
before, but I believe in you all.
Shots fired.
That it's
That's
going
not
to
a
be
good way to
far
get everyone
better
involved.
when the game does resume. I'll tell you what.
See, Roy just took the pressure off our shoulders.
He
there.
really did, because the countdown didn't start when I thought it was going to, so
Yeah.
now I just look like an idiot. That's fine.
It's fine.
There's a lot of suspense.
Soon, everyone.
There's a lot of suspense
I can
in the
feel
arena.
the suspense in the room.
All right, players are starting to get locked in. They've just got the call from the admins that the game is close to getting back underway. Now this is, you know, having the pause feature, excellent in Apex Legends so that we can make sure everyone has everything ready to go. All tech is good.
Hey.
And we're in.
7. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Birmingham. I knew you wouldn't let me down. We're into the game, and TSM still on the hunt.
So TSM able to shut down 2 of the 3. Just having a little look to see whether that last remaining player of Tom Young-Kung would be lingering like a bad smell, but Wei is able to escape. For now, we've seen Rats can get into the final circles. They can survive and get those extra placement points, which could be the difference between being in that winner's bracket or the elimination bracket when it comes around.
You're also seeing the huge benefit of TSM taking this fight and cleaning this up so effectively, right? They have loot to pick up now. They can fight their way in more effectively with some leveled up Evo shields with a little bit more damage than would have been done previously. And they give themselves at least the inventory to have a fighting chance in some of these battles they're going to have to take. Elsewhere, Team Singularity dead center of zone at the moment in a great spot here, Dan.
Well, Dojo, we spoke about what their journey might look like. And it is going to be a trident from the north and probably down towards Antenna as expected. Really depends on where they get any sort of grief. It's Alliance who were holding them out slightly. As now Dark Zero back up to 3. From the dropship.
But how?
There is still life. Dark Zero just doing Dark Zero things, but they've been spotted out.
They've been spotted out, but they are still alive. And now, if any team can win it from this position, it would be Dark Zero. Somehow they get the reds. Somehow they all get back in the game. And I tell you what, if they've got enough bullets to share about them, they will still be a problem in this final game on Storm Point.
Oh, they're definitely a threat. I mean, people will be keeping tabs on them, and they probably know that if you allow these 3 players to escape, then they could make life a living hell for you a little bit later on, as Alliance is still the last team to arrive from the north. They were holding out Dojo. Alliance just need to be careful here and make sure they are watching their back, because if Dojo decide they want to try and play peekaboo, we might see an engagement happening. But SAF are now ahead of Alliance, as a TSM a little bit further than that, and this is what we were talking about. Dojo are having a thought process here of maybe we can get behind a few of these teams unexpectedly.
That zone is going to really start to sting, though. You can see already Designful having to use medkits just to move forward another 30 feet or so. They do have a little crevice and a little kind of pocket here, which isn't going to be taking ring damage, but they then have to go either wrap around the mountain, or if they've got an evac tower, see if they can get over the top of it. Alliance have moved away from that position now, so Dojo should be able to wrap. But it's not just Alliance in the position that they found themselves having to move through. It's also Starter Fight who are holding down this choke.
Yeah, then TSM further than that, and then if you manage to get past those two teams, suddenly you're walking into everyone who is at Gale Station. And by the way, the amount of playable area in this final circle is very small. There are only going to be about maybe enough space for 3 teams when we get past round 5. So that means all the squads that are on the far southern tip of Gale Station are going to struggle to move in, and it's going to be carnage in that kill feed a little bit later on. We might see a small burst of action after round 4 when some of these late arrivals try and force their way in a little bit. There's so many teams at the moment on set who are hunkered down over towards the northern side of Gale Station. And there's only, what, 2 buildings that are going to be inside of it? 60% of that final circle is going to be covered by the mountain.
This is really interesting here. Starter Fight are going to have to be careful, not just the team wrapping behind them, which was the Dojo. Blackhand also, by the way, still in this game, moving from launch pad. But TSM are having a look at them as well, so that we might see Starter Fight find themselves pinched between multiple teams elsewhere, back into where our end zone is going to be heading. And Team Singularity and LG, Iron Blood, they're the 3 teams who hold those buildings you were talking about.
Looking here for supplies.
So the Dojo is still making their move, but now with the circle coming in, Dojo have to use an evac tower. SAF have been able to just slot themselves in, trying to hide behind whatever coverage is available to them. Smokes go down as well as the palm trees means that they should be able to survive for a little bit, even have a gen to work with here, so SAF might be okay for now. But look at where all these squads are going to try and end up, and look at how much of the mountain is going to take up that circle. LG Chiefas, Singularity, and Iron Blood Gaming, the 3 teams in the best spots.
I mean, Spidey sense here from Hal. He turns around at just the right time because he knows that something was up. He hadn't seen the Dojo for quite some time. Verholster's gone down though, and once again, almost a mirror of what we saw in that previous game. The Dojo flying behind TSM. The question is, will the result be the same? It's Timmy on his own. TSM only have 1 alive as well. TSM will stay alive, as Reps will have the gold knock as well, but can he stick this? Can he get his teammates back on the battlefield? The answer is yes.
TSM get their revenge onto the Dojo. They hold strong, but Starter Fight are also in the area. TSM now down to just a 2, and they have to try and play this one without Hal. Do have his banner. There is always the possibility of getting back in, just as Dark Zero done. Starter Fight are now being griefed by LG.
Yeah, I was about to say, TSM are going, thank you so much, LG, because they want to try and take them out, but did they take the gen out first? That's the question. Otherwise, the black hole won't be effective. Any follow-up days won't be either, but FaZe are having a little look at this as well, and LG have to retreat to this building. You cannot afford to give it up.
LG stepped out to look at TSM and SEF, and FaZe came in as Optic get wiped in 14th position. As now this prime real estate, FaZe have said, you know what, if you're going to leave it, we'll happily occupy it with you. As you've got some unfriendly neighbors now taking the building above you.
FaZe on the top floor, LG on the bottom. Starfight still alive, by the way. TSM still alive. Both of them will have to move, though, as the zone starts to squeeze them towards each other. And hey, Dreamfire as well, making their move towards zone, but they've got to go through these buildings too.
Only 4 squads of these 13 are in this next circle, so we're about to lose about 7 teams as they try and break through. TSM back to a full 3, by the way, and back shredding. House back on his feet, and Verholst with the car, making sure that he helps the rest of the team. SAF go down.
Start a fight. SAF find out what Biggie really feels like as TSM are back in this game. Imperial Hal returning to the battlefield at just the right time. They somehow managed to find a way to get him back in, but they still have work to do here. Tom Young Kung eliminated. Moist Esports inside of one of those buildings, but they'll be looking ahead right now and thinking, how do we get out of here?
Well, here comes the kill feed about to be light ablaze. Realize and Alliance from the west side are going to struggle. Dark Zero, Moist, and Dreamfire on the south as Dark Zero do go down. Now here's what I was talking about, Alliance.
Look at this wrap.
Alliance's biggest struggle right now is just the zone.
Look at this wrap coming in from Alliance. Oh, this is going to be the worst kind of surprise. They take the time to heal instead, and I think that's smart.
I am so surprised Alliance have been able to get away with that. It's Realize and Dreamfire that are ahead of them, and they have no idea. Now they have an idea.
Realize are about to find out in the worst possible way, Dan. They're about to find out in the worst possible way as Hackis picks up that first kill, and Alliance now move forward.
We're able to get one. Realize in a position where Dreamfire were griefing them, but Alliance were able to then help out as they work together. All the meanwhile, on that eastern side, TSM still alive. LG Chivas hold the building alongside FaZe as they did prior. And then in the building just below that, we have Ironblood Gaming, Singularity, Moist, and Sentinels. 4 squads in one building.
Alliance with the high ground, and they might be able to actually move in late here and do a real amount of damage. What a spray that is from Hackis. But it's not enough to get that first knock. Dreamfire will survive and be able to heal here.
This is a smart fight from Alliance. You can't allow a team that's so close to you here when the zone's pushing this way to just stay alive. As the aggression now starts to come through from both sides as they begin to believe.
The black hole does go down from Dreamfire. They're throwing utility at this, but there is the cat wall as well. Roy's going to try and swing wide on this. It's replied to with a Bangalore ultimate, which is going to force them to retreat back. But the one difference here is Dreamfire have this head glitch. They can poke and they can prod without really fully exposing themselves. Someone's going to have to step up for Alliance here and take the brunt of damage.
10 squads left, only 2 in the next circle. 8 are about to have a really fun time and trying to get into it as Effect shows why. He's one of the up-and-coming pros at the moment as he continues to help the Alliance take down the members of Dreamfire here.
Hittable 4-1 Effect will get the shield swap. Hackis has moved up, and I tell you what, Alliance have found a safe position here as well, as Effect starts to feel in that groove.
Meanwhile, FaZe, Sentinels, LG Chivas, Singularity, Ironblood, Moist, they're all scrapping on this eastern southern side as Moist go up into the skies to try and avoid the sight lines, and it's worked well for Walksy, but Fussy's fallen.
Alliance now finding a bow check to work with as well, and Alliance and Hackis, well, they're having a little bit of fun right here. Lots of damage coming in from the care package weapon. Dreamfire gone, Moist gone, and I tell you what, they might all be going down to Hackis in a few seconds.
Sentinels as well, Ironblood and Realize all fall, which leaves us with 4. TSM, LG Chivas, Alliance now our last 3 teams, and TSM starting to push on in towards LG Chivas.
Oh, but look at Hackis! Hackis takes down Hal! And those arrows are piercing skin, piercing armor, piercing shields at the moment.
Well, the Dark Veil will at least give coverage, but he's still blindly firing those arrows in as TSM wiped in 4th position, but still an amazing game considering they had to get Hal back on his feet. Alliance now hold one of the priority positions in this zone, and you can see Effect wanted to get up close and personal.
I love this from Effect. I love this from Alliance. He's seen an opportunity to spread themselves, to take the ultimate height, and now all of the teams who are trapped inside that building, Effect will have the high ground on them. It looks like he's decided to back off from the position, seeing that everyone has got healthy, but I love the idea behind it, but only 8 bullets to work with, 8 arrows to work with here for Hackis. 70 going to be good, 2, 1 remaining. Can he hit big damage?
Well, this Legolas impression is about to come to its end, but what a performance from Hackis and Alliance as they now still hold this center zone. LG Chivas full. It's FaZe versus Alliance. It's a 3 versus 3 straight up.
And Hackis looks angry. Hackis looks like he wants to finish this one. But there's the swing from FaZe. Is the cover going to be there? Effect can now move in. But did he just go in a little bit too strong there, Hackis? Yuki's lost his shield as well, and it all falls on the shoulders of Effect. From the very most northern tip of Storm Point, Alliance worked their way all the way down to the south, taking names and bodies why they did it. They're your champions in our final game of Storm Point.
Back-to-back games where Alliance just struggled to make that rotation. They said, you know what, 3rd time's a charm. This one's going to be a little bit better. Their backsides were singed by that red. They were so close to going down just to the zone, but they were able to then creep in behind everyone and play the edge perfectly. One of our best edge teams we have left in the ALGS, with so many converting to a more zone play style, but when the zone's that far away from you, you have to play edge. And Alliance, with that victory, send themselves up into the top 4 in the overall standings.
I'm so glad that Alliance won, because I just saw one of my favorite signs I've ever seen at an ALGS event. Honk for Alliance. I don't know why it's so funny. Maybe it's just me who was tickled by it, but Alliance What a performance. We always talk about how you have to make the most of a zone which is close to your POI. That was the complete opposite. And I've been talking about Alliance, what they've been through over the last few weeks, right? Mandy coming in. Amazing from Mandy what he managed to do as the substitute, but then Effect arrives at the last possible minute. And then you see him be the player to win the game. Alliance starting to find the flow, starting to find the groove, and winning zones like that, not many people could do that here on the main stage.
And I think they had about 13 kills alongside that victory as well. It was a huge game for Alliance. The Bojack doing so much work for Hackis as well, just being able to sit so freely on that high ground and pepper all those teams that were arriving. But we're starting to see a few front runners now, and the team that leads everything is Realized. The team that were being contested throughout every single match so far here on Stormpoint, but another chance to look back at Robin Hood himself. Hackis just, and this, by the way, this is so unfortunate. If you're the team on top of this building, you think you've got that protection, but he can just about see your forehead.
Hackis saying, you have my bow. Yuki saying, you have my anchor. And Effect saying, you have my R9 or car, whatever I've got in my back pocket. But essentially, the fellowship was pretty strong for Alliance in that game. And I do love how they were trying to be aggressive as well and control so much space. Even in these end games, a lot of teams like to play tight. They want to kind of try and deathball these final fights. But Alliance just Hackis, excuse me, laying down so much cover with this Bojack. It allowed Effect a lot of freedom to just be an annoyance for everyone else in the lobby. Just get in, just little sprays when he took that high ground. And then in the final moments, I have to say, I was worried. Had Hackis gone a little bit too strong, but Yuki and Effect had his back in those final moments.
Also, credit to FaZe. Second place for them. They were able to steal that building away when LG Chivas stepped out for a moment when they were looking over towards TSM, and that still puts FaZe in a great position. They're in 8th at the moment on 24 points, so still holding one of those top 10 spots at the halfway point here in the winners bracket. But I think at this point, Alliance, when they saw 3 squads were remaining, they were confident, as you would be, being the last team to enter the fight. But you are completely right. When Hackis did full send it, there was always that slight worry. If FaZe were able to swing, take down Hackis and not take enough damage to have one of their own players fall, they might have been able to turn it on its head. But it's the fact that Hackis did enough damage to ensure that the trade was able to be there.
Also, a huge shout out to Yuki, just being in the position to watch his IGL as he did slide into this position. He almost got him out there at one point, but you can see, look at the shots coming in from Effect and Yuki as well. It's not free damage for FaZe. They had to commit to it and know that they were going to be taking damage on their way down. Alliance control the zone, Alliance control the game, and Alliance control the victory in our final game on Stormpoint, and boy did they need it. And I tell you what, Alliance are going to get scarier and scarier as this tournament rolls on.
Yeah, Alliance now put themselves in a position where World's Edge, where hopefully they'll have some better zones for them, because I'd say all 4 zones were bad for Alliance there. You had a far northwest one, and then 3 down towards the south that they had to traverse the entirety of the map. 14 kills was 5k damage on the board for Alliance. Means that they send themselves up into the top 4. They're only 4 points off first place in this group.
By the way, imagine being the last player alive and just seeing that. Just seeing those 3 looking down at you,
coming towards you, especially if one of them has a bow.
Yeah, exactly. That is a terrifying thing to have to try and overcome. FaZe almost managed to scrape out the win there, but it was just clean up damage. And clean up crew coming in from Effect, and it's 26 points for Alliance. A first place finish, 14 kills alongside it. But what a game from FaZe as well.
Yeah, FaZe making sure that they put themselves in the competition and in the conversation for the top 10. But Alliance, I mean, they're so close now to being in the first place position here in the winners bracket. LG Chivas again having a zone that's very good for them. TSM staying alive and staying strong with 12 points on the board. They are currently in 11th position overall. Dark Zero, it was a quiet Stormpoint comparatively to what we saw in the group stages, but they are currently the bubble team. They're in 10th position with 23 points. It has been a quiet performance for a couple of squads, but here is how the series looks after 4.
Realize on top. 35 points for them as we hit the midway mark now in our winners bracket. Sentinels just in behind as well, Dreamfire, but I think just looking across that leaderboard, Dan, it is so close between everybody. on that leaderboard. You can jump up 10 positions with a win from wherever you find yourself, and we still have 4 games here as we move over to World's Edge to decide who are going to be those top 10 teams who go through to that grand finals.
Yeah, don't count anyone out. Even Ascend, who are currently in last place, still have a chance on World's Edge. They were being contested for a short while. They had to change their position, but that could still happen on World's Edge. There might still be a couple of teams that have to go up against each other.
Well, as Storm Point comes to a close, so does this little cast from Dan and I. When we get back, though, don't go anywhere because World's Edge awaits.
I'm really enjoying the towards LG by any substantial margin, but I am biased towards being right. So I'm holding my prediction in high regard, and Double Fish Farm's zone in the past map, Storm Point, has boded well. However, now that we're transitioning on over to World's Edge, as you've noted, things change pretty rapidly.
Even contests.
Even
contests. This is what I'm really excited about. Sometimes you do get free POIs, and a lot of teams have been changing things around, but when you start thinking about those match point finals tomorrow, securing your specific drop spot locations for that, we've seen so many change-ups, so many different strategies, and it's all going to boil down for right now.
I mean, even World's Edge contests were even impacting our Storm Point map. You and I spoke about this a little bit backstage, but Realize was seriously considering contesting Start a Fight when we were over on Storm Point, and because of the threat of Start a Fight reciprocating that on World's Edge, they ended up transitioning over onto contest Oxygen and ultimately hamper their performance on Storm Point by landing on them in Barometer.
Well, let's recap where we've been and where we're going. You got the map rotation on the screen. Match 1 winner, Sentinels, RKN from the desk. Was that a desk buff to come out here? He actually qualified for champs while working at Split 2 playoffs, and I'm excited to see how that goes for him. But Dreamfire coming back strong in match number 2, and then LG Chivas. You know what, Dia? I know you called that immediately when you saw the zone, but then finally, Effect. Yuki and Hackis stepping it up in the winner's bracket to win match number 4. And now they need to keep that momentum moving forward towards World's Edge.
And that was after a pretty scuffed game for Alliance as well. Their rotation took them straight into Antenna, where they had planned to evac tower over into Fish Farms, and that didn't work out. The evac tower betrayed them, and they had to walk around tanking a bit of zone. Quick adaptations to a game plan like that are hard to come by, and many would have suspected that Alliance would very quickly fall. But having been able to survive, they get not just a win, but a very much needed one, Tiff, because they were otherwise in contention for being one of our teams to be knocked down into the elimination bracket.
Now we just had a good look at Realize coming out of APAC North, that former roster of Fun 1, 2, 3. Humbly and Karumbu have been playing together since 2020 and have been upwards of like 5+ LAN appearances for this team. So I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table, and throughout scrims, they've been super aggressive and are performing incredibly well. There we go, we got them back up there. So we gotta see 4 matches, 23 eliminations, and almost 10k damage. Pretty good.
Now, I realize has performed exceptionally, especially over the last 2 days. Once we get into the later part of group stage and they've been able to adapt to everyone else, I think they're much more confident in being aggressive. It does pay off really well on Storm Point, but once we get into World's Edge, there's a lot less space to work with, and I am expecting Realize to take a step back. Their KP, their actual placement points even, should suffer a small loss moving on to this more controlled map.
Well, then let's start thinking about it, because as we move on over to World's Edge, there are some teams that will likely fare better in terms of acquiring more points per game, or have been throughout the entirety of champs thus far. Ascend and Oxygen should be the most excited to be switching, because they have the biggest point differential between the 2 maps, which is kind of wild when you think about it, because Oxygen, known for being the majority of points on a Storm Point map.
And I think it's funny that on the other side of that coin, Ascend, as you say, go from having, I think, 2.8 points on an average game to 8 points on an average game once we swap their locations. And it's very clear for me why this has worked out well for Ascend. They do tend to play a comp that requires a few more niches to play in. Storm Point doesn't have as many corners that are protected on all sides, whether they be buildings or whether they just be rocks, but there are a lot of hard surfaces on World's Edge that you can use, small fence lines that provide this consistent cover, from which Ascend can use the Watson crypto comp that they've been separating themselves from the rest of the teams with.
Well, you just think about the match they won just a few days ago with the Watson Jenny and the fences, where the ring pulled just south of Tree, a little bit towards that area, you know, looming around Harvester and Lava Siphon, but that was so well for them, and had they not had Watson in that particular instance, that would have not boded well for them. But as we get geared up, this is it, the Thunderdome era. Honestly, the Monument POI that was added to World's Edge, that rework, was one of the coolest things that I've seen in a very long time.
And this time around, it will be home to Sentinels, who have chosen to drop around the center of the map. Sentinels, who also picked up a win, finally being able to mark that one off for themselves in the winner's bracket, and doing it in game 1. This team has been a real focus for me, not because they've been consistently on top, but because they are so inconsistently peaking, and peaking specifically off of how one player is performing. Koifel is the spearhead of this squad and is by far the person with the most damage share on their team that's still in the winner's bracket. He's, I think, 5th overall in terms of damage percentage, sharing 43% of his team's damage himself alone. Everyone ranked above him went down to the elimination bracket, and some of them have gone home.
Wow, that's impactful, but as we hit the Legend Select, you can see it popping up in front of the teams. Yuki locking in Catalyst, you can see Aiden on the horizon, Vayne Bangalore, some Bloodhounds amidst. This is the time where Bloodhound pops off, but we knew that we were getting a couple fuses in the lobby throughout Group Series, throughout International Scrims. Do I have any Fuse fans out there?
I'm sure we do, and we can hear a few of them chanting for Fuse. Maybe? We'll see how far we get into World's Edge and whether that becomes a really dominant pick. Horizon has been really prioritized by teams on World's Edge because of the ultimate height that can exist in a lot of our zones, and your ability to close that gap very quickly, whether it be onto buildings, buildings, or in positions like Lava Fissure, where you have to very quickly jump from low ground to high ground as we drop into the map. However, we will be heading on the drop ship along from west to east, giving teams like NRG and importantly Oxygen, who you mentioned earlier, first move.
That's exactly what they need. I'm looking for ring consoles. I'm looking for information. Who's going to have Hot Zone? Well, that's going to be home to Stax, who will benefit from a ring console and a survey beacon in the depths of Stax and Big Mod. So plenty of information, but TSM getting that ever-coveted ring console just on the outside of Lava Siphon.
Finally back, finally back at their POI. It feels right to see TSM landing their uncontested Singularity just off to their northeast, have chosen to land over by Geyser and have been a big point of focus for me during the course of this event. Well, LG Chivas, definitely my team to watch coming into the day, as of course over at launch site. They don't have the benefit of a ring console, unfortunately for them. We'll just be stuck with the survey beacon, but Alliance over in Thermal Station do have that advantage.
This is the weirdest approach to a Skyhook beginning that I have ever witnessed. The Dojo and Xset are immediately kind of running into each other, right? They're not necessarily going straight towards Trials, trying to get some of that loot. They're actually focusing on prioritizing this engagement. And with Xset coming in 16th place, you know, that threshold at 31 points for 10th that they need, this is where you're gonna have to start stringing some games together.
And this is disrespectful by Xset. They've definitely recognized that while they can split the POI, we're gonna hit a quick pause instead. While they can split the POI, they would much rather jump on top of Dojo. Normally you actually will see Sky West and Sky East split, with Xset taking the Trials side. Now that they're landing with Dojo, however, there's definitely a little bit of ego going on here with Xset saying, well, Dojo, you may have made it here, but it's time for the old guard to shut you down.
Ooh, and when the old guard stands up, things can start to get super exciting. But that's what I was thinking, right? We're gonna start in, and I'd rather hit the quick pause now. And if just a friendly reminder, we put some really cool information about surrounding the pause feature. It takes about 2 seconds of no player-on-player damage for that pause to enact. It could have been requested right at the start of the beginning of the game.
Yeah, very likely due to a few peripherals that we needed to sort out, and we'll get the update for you as soon as we can, but it's a nice time to break down exactly how the game is going so far. A lot of you will have gotten snapshots because of the maps that we placed around the arena, and if you're at home, you will be able to jump into that with Command Center and find out what the map looks like for yourself.
I know, I sit there in the back room and I'm watching the normal thing, and I just have the map room up completely because I just want to make sure I'm hitting all of those rotations, and if you guys got a little glimpse of it, then you would know that we are going down south. And anytime I get a southern zone on World's Edge, I just get really excited.
And it's great for Alliance as well.
Could be.
Landing over by Thermal, they should have information that this is happening. We already talked about the fact that they have a ring console, and the setup from Thermal is really simple once you're able to identify that the zone is coming to you. There are only a few endings in the Thermal area, and depending on how far south Zone 1 is pulling, you should have a pretty good idea of where this is going. Now, the other team that's going to benefit from this is, of course, NRG, who land really close by, and as the game restarts, we'll get a chance to see how they, as well as everyone else, start to rotate in, including Ascend, Realize, and FaZe, who are all clashing at Epicenter.
Ascend, though, coming in just on the lower half of the lobby thus far, have 4 maps on World's Edge to ride it, and Realize leading it. Songjun already going to fall at the hands of FaZe. We're coming just into the cusp, just on the 8th place, that threshold that they don't necessarily feel safe, because you want to find yourself in that top 10 to really solidify yourself in the finals bracket tomorrow with those advanced starting points.
It's a really unfortunate way to drop for Realize, sandwiched between two teams. They didn't even get a decent 3v3 in, or even a 3v2 that they could have re-engaged. FaZe, however, do benefit off of this, being able to jump back into their POI and craft up now should they want. And with a slow rotate from them, POIs like Overlook should be free for them to rotate through if they want to take this game a little slower.
That's typically what I would assume from them, but like the majority of the rotations that they've been hitting, when it starts to pull this way, they'll actually rotate through Epicenter. And with teams still looming and having a little bit of congestion up in Skyhook, that actual run-in with the Dojo between Xset could really delay that southern rotation for them. And on Stormpoint, the teams that had the northern POIs were struggling so hard already just to get to the south. I don't want to see teams running into that that issue here.
We're getting an interesting move from Moist as well, choosing to head directly through Fragment and Monument to make their way immediately center of the map. It's a risky move for sure, especially after the changes to loot coming into this LAN. The fact that you just don't have as much HP to work with makes crossing open ground a whole lot more scary.
Especially right here, trying to navigate through the choke point ahead of which Moist is positioning themselves. You can even double down and head right and get to that tunnel, but how many teams have been collapsing on each other there? It's just not safe, especially sitting on white, but Sentinels and Dreamfire, they're gonna start going at it, and Dreamfire, the masters of the high ground, always retaining it. Sandwich just going straight in.
That's the beginning of the end for Sentinels. Koifel gets full Thurston. That's a huge nade from Roy. The rest of this should be a formality. I don't imagine the banner was able to be recovered as quickly, but Dreamfire are going to choose to not chase them down any further, instead opting into a little bit of loot collection and likely a continued power position.
Oh, Big E last alone for the squad. We do see Reps on Fuse, but they have both already gone down, and being stunned up by a Bangled against Alliance is not where you want to find yourself.
Does he even survive this? It is crazy when jumping into the lava is the best option and you still get hit with the creeping barrage. Tough way for TSM to go out this early.
With the creeping barrage coming in, that was actually going to be at the hands of Blackhand. So that's where you have to watch out. They're clearly looking for a strong position here, but knowing that Alliance has the benefit of landing in Thermal Station, if a zone starts to pull their way, they're immediately going to look for the best position and call it.
And so the fact that we've seen Alliance sat in that building should tell everyone a lot. And it's not just us, it's not just you at home, but other teams as they rotate in should recognize that Alliance have prioritized a singular position, recognizing them either by their early rotation in or even by the skins that they've chosen to run in-game. Other rotations through the south, though, include Iron Blood Gaming coming up against Optic and potentially LG.
Yeah, these are the teams that are going to be rotating out of the southeastern-most side of World's Edge, from Stacks, from Big Mod, from Dome, trying to navigate ever so closely towards Thermal Station. In go the frags, not necessarily wanting to get inside. You want to keep the high ground, force the players inside, and you just kind of wrap around them, become the gatekeeper. But Yanya, as soon as he's up, is he always alive? The amount of clutch potential that he has to prioritize the healing, let the teammates go some damage, but Jaguares is going to fall.
LG inherit that fight. They didn't pick it themselves. And having lost Jaguares, it's time to head for the hills. At this point, IBG have everything, the high ground and the numbers advantage, even willing to drop down to find a few more kills. With the zone closing in, it'll be a matter of time for IBG as they've got plenty of space and advantage to push out the rest of LG and I assume continue their own rotation through the southern end of this map.
Recovery mission coming in at the hands of Skittlecakes to get knocked back. At least we were able to recover that banner and drop, just anchoring, trying to suppress fire until the teammate can come back.
Matter of time for now, as all these teams will have to move on, and other squads should be rotating through the area as well. In fact, the high ground that Optic currently hold, the one that dropped, is making sure stays in their possession, is really good for rotating into thermal because southern rotations are so difficult to get past this otherwise dominant high ground position.
Ooh. Craft a Nemi and throw a 3x on it, it is just open season. You can see the poke damage prodding and coming through, but I did see in the kill feed a member of FaZe going down in the ring, and that's because they're still so far outside of the zone, but they're back up on their feet hitting the rotation.
Luminosity end up taking this high ground back. A respawn has come in for Optic, so they do have full 3 members, but you can't get any loot like that. It is constantly being denied by LG, and they need to make a recovery of their own. Yanya's gonna go for it. You have to imagine that it's going to go off without a hitch. LG do have a nice advantage in damage right now. Only one peek comes through, but Yanya's able to work together with Nazul to find the banner and somehow get behind the truck in time.
Bro, that 30-30 hits hard, but why are we still up in Skyhook since the dawn of time or the beginning of this game? It's the Dojo taking on Alliance. They're not Alliance, Xset, my bad.
It has taken, as you say, such a... absurdly long time for both of these teams that it is well past the point of being worth it at all. It's a matter of cementing yourself for the next couple of games. And Xset, for their part, do seem to have the favorable end of this trade. Dojo are still sat in a corner, and Xset control the rotation down towards the south. The best place to be as the ring closes in the next 8 seconds.
The tough part about it is Xset were coming in with like just around 13 to 15 points prior to this, and with the cutoff being around 31, you need to put up a 15-plus point game to get back into the fray of it, and just kind of biding your time outside the zone. The ring collapse and all the ring changes. You've got to hit a move, just like LG trying to get their teammate back up, their numbers going. But we are running now. We have just a minimal area to go because they have to get around the mountain.
At this point, it's a game of balancing heals more than anything. Sykes can't afford to get a shield broken now, not this early into the engage. Instead, quick med kit, quick syringe would not be misplaced just to keep Xset in charge. And you're playing a game of chicken. Have you actually accumulated a significant amount more meds than Dojo in this time?
Well, you can see Timmy really low. You gotta make sure the timing is perfect, but Zine going to fall. An enemy trying to double down. He does do a good chunk of damage, but Ironblood Gaming fall in the meantime. Can enemy stay alive? No, he is going to go down.
Sykes
and
gets
Timmy
two.
now last alive in the zone, hitting those wingman shots. We just need one more.
One nade, if it connects, could change everything, but Timmy has to slow play this. There's no other choice. His teammates are as good as dead down there. And it's Designful, especially so. It's a 1v1 with Fun needing to clutch this up for the squad. Nocturnal wasn't able to get the heals in time. At this point, it's a matter of harass, and we're right back where we started, Tiff. Who has more meds?
The issue is he's only had about 2 more syringes, and the time is of the essence. They're both probably going to go down here. Timmy, though, falling, but how much damage did he take? He has 1 syringe. This could potentially be it.
We'll see how much more they're able to pick up off the death boxes. I can't imagine that it's a lot. This could have been mutually assured destruction. And speaking of, the teams that prioritized Harvester Rotate agreed to much the same thing. Moist is incredibly low as they head out of Harvester. FaZe are going to be behind them and even lower upon their eventual exit. And that's not even factoring in the squads that will have already rotated through and will gatekeep both of these teams.
Well, at least FaZe is occupying the crafter, starting to stack up more on those med kits, because as they have just a minute left before they need to get in, they know they will meet a bunch of resistance the moment they approach where Moist had rotated in. And even then, when you think about the teams that haven't necessarily positioned themselves towards where Alliance has, towards Blackhand, it's Dark Zero's positioning that if they can actually maintain that choke point, will provide such substantial endgame for them.
Their biggest contest, as you allude to, is Oxygen, just off to the north. Oxygen, and interestingly, NRG, who are likely going to try for the same thing. Teams like Dreamfire, Star to Fight, Ascend, you can actually play for this Dorito building and try and evac tower over a little bit later into the game, much like we saw Alliance attempt when we were over at Storm Point moving into Fish Farms. With the position that Dark Zero have, however, a lot of this is going to rely on Jen Burton and when he chooses to use the big defensive cooldown of the Dark Veil.
I mean, if not, we do have a Fusey in the hands of Zero, and anytime Zero breaks out Fuse 2, it's going to be a good time. Plus, you've got the Kraber and an ult waiting to boot. So the issue is, will NRG and Oxygen make enough chaos that they start getting thirded, and one by one, they have to push through Dark Zero. After that, in Xset, unfortunately, they try very hard to make it out of Skyhook, but they will be found by Lufka.
There's just no way to get out. At that point, we talked about it, they burned so many meds that there's no hope. And mutually assured destruction maybe to be revisited during the subsequent game for FaZe, who had also tanked a lot of damage, who had taken a very awkward rotate. We are now living on a prayer. Snipe down landing in not a spot that people land. And that's how that goes.
That was going to be really tough. I mean, they hit an evacuation tower out of Harvester. They doubled down and hit an evac tower out of Thermal. They lose Frex on the rotation and immediately run into resistance. And you can see where Ascend has positioned themselves. The Mother Load coming out and now just trying to play these boxes. At least it makes it work a little bit with the Jenny.
No, this is a really nice generator, especially once Mother Load comes in. You know, if you've played against Fuses before, that very quickly the nades are coming as well. So great timing from Ascend to put that down at the moment that they did and not a second sooner. However, They, surviving for now, are actually playing to the win condition that we saw them earlier. A place that nobody could play if they didn't have Watson. For teams like NRG and Oxygen, they've got a few different options. In fact, to hear those options, let's jump into a listen-in with NRG.
On me, walking right.
I'm getting shot by OXG.
One bang!
Where's
He's
dead?
Nice.
I'm dying.
You gotta get up to me, guys. You gotta get up to me somehow.
There's a nade.
Alright, I'm bringing you a knock net. I'm coming to you, knock too.
I don't think
They may not commit that. They may not. Maybe you run back like with a bank smoke to like the low ground. No, just let him res. I have no knock.
Who's dead?
No, you're fine here. You're fine there. Keep healing. These guys are gonna have to make a play later. They're gonna. Oh, nice try. I don't know what we do there. I mean, we saw him.
You knew it the moment the frags came in, the nade spam. He's like, I'm dead. And Sweet's like, no, you're healthy. But Optic, a solo in the hands of Skittle Cakes. This is going to be tough. They're just in the zone, trying to hide behind a piercing spike. But when an incoming black hole, they know you're there. Alliance wants this positioning.
It's really scary to jump from NRG's position and the comms that you were talking about to Optic's position, where I'm sure the same thing is being said. But in fact, right underneath is so low, and I believe should have been knocked by the missiles that just came in. Ascend putting down a lot of harass onto the teams that are choosing to pick fights on the low ground, and as Dreamfire fly in on top of Optic, we know there's just one member left.
Hey, they're doing what they need to do. Currently tied for first place of this lobby, looking to reign supreme at the top and take away priority positioning. Alliance will fall, and Dreamfire have poised themselves. Now the next challenge that we'll witness is who will come out on top of the Oxygen Dark Zero engagement. We knew they were watching their back, but as Jen Burton falls at Aiden, this is gonna get mixy.
This is really problematic for Dark Zero. We talked about the Dark Veil usage, but it's used on the opposite side of the fight to separate what is now a 2 versus 3 in the advantage of Oxygen. Zainu gets fried, 1 HP on him, and Zero barely covers the exit, taking down Reeds on the way.
But this is where the gold shield's gonna come in clutch. You can just pop a couple shield cells and try to maintain as full health as possible, but unfortunately, we have to delay the inevitable here as Moist Esports walk into this engagement as a duo looking for Zero. He will be found. We're down to 5.
There are so many teams that are operating with just 2 members right now, but the one power player that's still in this, that isn't Dreamfire, is Ascend, who's currently fighting it out with them on the low ground. This 3v3 determines everything.
As you can see, Moist approaching as a duo. Waltzy, though, now alone, pushing straight into the Watson fences. That will stun him. Now, likely of them, you're going to focus on. And Oxygen, they're full up. Dreamfire's full up, and this is going to get messy as Lufka, post-kill, Ascend, running into a little bit of mix. Kashera can't get away.
Let's
and
go!
Roy, Dreamfire, they overtake the overall leader.
It is a wonderful identification of weakness from Dreamfire, and it puts them in that all-powerful position, but Oxygen have been the problem, and Oxygen are that team that, as you talked about, gets so many more points on World's Edge. They know this map so well. In a 3-team, or rather 2-team, realistically, end game, we do have 2 rats left. Moist and Optic can get so many points by surviving for even single digits more spots.
You know, as long as he doesn't do anything, he just sits here, nestled ever so nicely between the rocks. Meanwhile, everything is breaking loose around him. Oxygen trying to find a good positioning to take this fight onto Dreamfire, while a member of Moist and Optic just sit and spectate.
Big problem here is that it's a lot easier to grief Oxygen than it is to grief Dreamfire.
Yes.
Moist could easily take down a member of Oxygen, so could Optic at this point. Right now, Aiden is about to find Skittle. His back's exposed. Pite is low on the low ground, however, and Dreamfire have just lost a member. Oxygen going to commit for this, and with Peta down, Dreamfire crumbles so quickly. Oxygen now have a 3-man, and there are just 2 rats left. This should be an easy cleanup for them. This should be exactly what Oxygen were looking for on World's Edge.
There goes Moist. Now it's down to a little bit of matchup hide and seek. The Skittle Cake has survived to a second, takes to the sky, and Oxygen Esports are your winners of map number 5. They needed that, reigning from outside of the top 10, looking to break in and secure position in the finals tomorrow.
This is exactly what they were looking for, jumping onto this map. The control that Oxygen have exerted over the entire entirety of the lobby when playing in the controlled environment like this zone over by Thermal is really impressive. I like that they got the audience support as well. I know they've got some parents, some family in the audience, and as my Canadian brethren, I can only be happy for them.
Look, I said it on day one we got here, and I'm going to say it now. Don't chow the BR Demons.
Heralding back to the older days where Oxygen were still as of yet unsigned, but recognized for a lot of talent. The biggest change in this roster has been the support staff addition that you're alluding to since their BR Demons days. The addition of someone who leaks and Psycho, both teaming together along with Gordon to create this super roster. And there we go. Take the credit, Psycho. We're
He's got the Joker tie on. No full green suit just yet. There it is.
And it is really wonderful because it combines the firepower that the BR Demons were so well known for with the brains that they have come to inherit after the game plans, the end games that we've seen them play out over and over under the title of Oxygen.
And you really have to get them back on that aggressive comp. I know they were struggling a little bit through group series, trying to find that rhythm and eventually making a switch with Aiden's Legend Select to put him on the hands, get him back on Horizon, let him be aggressive and fry out. And as we run that final circle back, this is the fight that changed it all.
I mean, it's one pick that very quickly lets Dreamfire's position crumble. Aiden's on Horizon for a reason, and those who have been watching Aiden for a while will remember when he debuted in the ALGS under the team name Moaners, which was just a controller team that was used to fragging out everywhere. They struggled to achieve results simply due to the fact they didn't have a game plan, but being picked up by BR Demons and later Oxygen, he transitions this into an opening pick, takes out one member of Dreamfire, who have had a dynasty running for so long in APAC South and who have been dominant during the course of the ALGS Year 3 champs.
And there's the Nessie, there's the Oxygen signs, completely kitted out. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen. But no, that's exactly it. And they are doing all the Nessies, bro. There we go. Match 5 results, your top 3 teams. 9 eliminations for Oxygen Esports. That's what they needed.
No, this is great, and it ups the average points per game, as I think we were both expecting coming into this match. It's statistically supported throughout the course of the tournament. However, with Optic and Moist bringing up the rear, Optic as well are one of the teams that we were actually talking to before we jumped into World's Edge about their confidence moving forward out of a Storm Point that didn't treat them as well as they were hoping.
That's true, and I was really, when we were thinking about the predictions early on, I was really dabbling between Optic and Dark Zero for that prediction, and I almost picked Optic, but hey, you know, we all true. But Oxygen Esports, I had a chance to sit down with Bane early on, you know, nominated for the Positive Player Award, and he was talking to me specifically about his transition into being the in-game leader, the IGL, and struggling finding the confidence around. He's like, it's really tough, it's a lot of pressure, but they're doing well, and that's gotta feel good when you know the choices that you've made have led to results.
Backed by, as I said, solid game plan as well. It really helps, and to the tune of around 9 kills, that'll net them a decent end game finish. As we said earlier, however, a single win is not enough to make sure that you do actually qualify into the finals, and Oxygen have been doing all right so far. They still need to go a little bit further to make sure that they qualify into tomorrow's games.
Well, even the top 5 here, you've both hit double digits, inclusive of Blackhand, who popped off in game 1. That was absolutely wild. They're still hitting that consistency that they need. LG, you know, 6, Alliance coming back with 8 points, but that's because when you land in Thermal and everyone's rotating in to secure a position there in where you are already landing, you should be able to pick up some eliminations, but that leaves the back half of the leaderboard looking scarce.
And unfortunately, TSM have not had a good day. They're, I think, the obvious notable team that nobody would have expected to be down here, and there are plenty more that could very well move up into the top 10 over the course of the day. But even Xcent now very much drawing my attention, as they also lie rather low. Having had that long engagement at Skyhook, I have to expect them to abandon it and send a couple prayers to Singularity and start a fight. My teams from South America, my boys, would surely like to avoid the elimination bracket. At this point, it's looking pretty rough.
Yeah, but it's actually not too bad. You look at the 10th place, NRG is just barely hanging in there with 29 points, and FaZe kind of just overlooking in by 3. But even then, let's say 11 points differentiate 10th through 17th place. And with only 3 maps left, Dia, you're gonna have to lay it all on the line.
I mean, looking even at Ascend, I think that they're telling the story for the entirety of the bottom 10 teams right now. Having had sub 10 points going into this match, I believe it was more like 5 points that they had, maybe 6. They've moved all the way up to 15th after 1 game, and that was a game that they didn't even win, where Ascend played for placement as they are used to on World's Edge, and were able to, with a slow and controlled match, ultimately pick up a little bit of KP along the way that jumped them up 4 spots. Now the difference between 18 and 26, not nearly so much. 18 and 29, surely doable over the course of the next 3 games for Ascend and for any team in the bottom 10.
You've got the whole Alliance crew out there cheering for Alliance as we just panned through them. Now coming through, we've got Hal, Raven, I'm sure Big E and Reps will appear, but back to Alliance, man. It is so good to see them. I stopped by their merch booth earlier on today and they were like, hey, you know what, here's the deal. We're not a group stage team this time. That was the biggest question mark they had after Split 2 playoffs. Were they just a group stage team? Well, they're here to prove you wrong this time. Radios in the air, hearts are going out, and I am so excited.
Yeah. I mean, we're getting ready to jump into the next match, and that means that we get to run this whole thing over again with slightly different stakes, slightly different advantages given to each team as beacons, crafters, even the zone can determine so much of how everybody needs to play things out. Alliance did have a good position last game, and they're going to need the support of their fans because their journey was cut short of where they should have been. When the POI that the zone comes to is yours, greatness. Top 3 with a lot of KP is expected, even demanded of teams, and Alliance did not reach that mark.
So when we come into the second match of World's Edge, the thing that I want to see most is prioritize that positioning. Yes, you need eliminations, but if that positioning is right first, don't get caught out on your rotations. Get into zone, eliminate everyone in your path, and get those well-needed points.
And one of the things that they very well could use, and that any team could use, is the way that Dark Zero played that match. Because you were talking about it very early, but their position was very active. And it's the difference between playing zone and risking losing your game early if you don't pick up anything, and playing zone and guaranteeing yourself at least a little bit of something. Because you're going to get into an engagement, you're going to be in an advantaged position compared to the teams that have to move through you, and that can change so much about not just your game, but your series. So, with the Legend Select completed and the dropship crossing World's Edge once again, we are going to be going south to north, giving Alliance first move once more, but likely not as much of a first move advantage as they had last game, since it's pretty unlikely that we go thermal again, right, Jeff?
I don't know. I'm hoping for a northern zone for the teams that are traveling up to Climatizer. That's going to be FaZe, Skyhook, Dojo, XSET. They need extra time in their POIs, but I want to keep my eye specifically on the XSET and Dojo squads up there again, because what in the world happened? Why did that fight last for an eternity? We have to think about their rotations because typically, right, XSET was known for taking Trials and Skyhook, East, West, but the Dojo don't necessarily solidify themselves into that Skyhook East POI. They land kind of right where the beacon is.
Yeah, it's just, I suppose, to grab a little bit more information, a little more loot as well, because you want to get as many opportunities as possible, open as many loot crates as possible, find the drops in order to grab yourself a little bit more shielding that can turn into a big advantage. Oh, my LG prediction's looking pretty good. Remember earlier we talked about how when the zone pulls to you, you should get top 3 with at least a little bit of KP? Well, it's right on top of LG, so it's time to shine, lads.
I mean, they've got crafting, they've got a lot of information, and surely TSM can pull straight
ఈరోజు ఎవరు రాలేదేంటి అసలు ఏమైంది బ్రో
నువ్వు ఒకటి గమనించినావా ఎక్సెట్ వాళ్ళకు
అదా
వాళ్ళకు డోజో
ఇప్పటివరకు అదే చూసా బ్రో మ్యాచ్
రింగ్ వచ్చిందా బ్రో ఎక్సెట్ వాళ్ళకి డోజో వాళ్ళకి టిఎస్ఎం వాళ్ళకి ఒక్కసారి అన్న రింగ్ వచ్చిందా ఎలియన్స్ వాళ్ళకి ఒక్కసారి కూడా రాలే బ్రో ఒక్కసారి కూడా రాలేదు వాళ్ళ కడుపు ఒక్కసారి కూడా రాలేదు సార్ విన్నా విన్ కాదు ఒక్కసారైనా జోన్ వస్తుందా వాళ్ళకు
ఏది బ్రో ఇది TSM ఒక మ్యాచ్ విన్ అయ్యే మ్యాచ్‌లో వాడికి అరే థర్డ్ మ్యాచో థర్డ్ మ్యాచ్ అనుకుంటా. కాదు థర్డ్ మ్యాచ్ అనుకుంటా. ఆ థర్డ్ మ్యాచ్‌లో జంప్ టవర్ ఏసుకొని పోకపోతే ఏమైంది చెప్పు? కింద మంచిగా ఫైట్ చేస్తుర్రు. ఒక్కడు మిగిలిండు నన్ను కొట్టేసి కేపీ వస్తుండగా. ముగ్గురు బతికేటోళ్ళు కదా! అది కాదు. మళ్ళీ ఇంకోటి గమనిస్తావా? హాలాండ్‌కి మొత్తం మిస్ అయిపోతుంది గేమ్. హాలాండ్ మంచిగా కొడతలేడు.
ఇందాక ESM ఇప్పుడే ఎలిమినేట్ అయిపోయినాం తొందరగా స్టార్టింగ్ లోనే ఇది విన్నర్స్
ఓకే లాంచ్ లాంచ్ ఇక అన్యాగాడు మస్తు ఆడుతుండు కాదు అన్యాగాడు మస్తు ఆడుతుండు కదా బ్రో ఎల్జీలో కానీ మస్తు మస్తు తప్పించుకుంటుండు అంటే నాకు కొట్టి తప్పించుకుంటుండు ప్రతిసారి అట్లనే చేస్తుంటాడు వాడు
very close to a purple himself. Maybe a knuckle cluster away. That was not a horizon ult that's going to get anything done.
It do be like that sometimes. You think it's going to hit, and then maybe you like hit it just one smidge of a fence line or a rock, and then next thing you know, you're like, well, that was useless, and now we're on cooldown. Zainu not being able to be picked up. Hal takes the issue. He puts it down, uses the
డార్క్ జీరో అనుకుంటా ఇప్పుడు పడ్డా పడుతున్నట్టుగా డార్క్ జీరో అనుకుంటా వాడు పడ్డాడు కదా ఆల్రెడీ ఆడు జైన్ గారు పడ్డాడు కదా చచ్చిపోయాడు జీరోగాడు ఒక్కడే ఉన్నాడు జీరోగాడు ఒక్కడే ఉన్నాడు చచ్చిపోయాడు ఆడు కూడా అయిపోయింది ఇప్పుడు ఎటువంటి టీఎస్ఎమ్మా టీఎస్ఎం వాళ్ళు 10th అనుకుంటా కదా
Yeah, and now they have found themselves in the exact same position that Dark Zero was just moments ago.
సరే పిక్ చేయకుండా నేను అనవసరంగా పిక్ చేస్తాను హాల్గాడ్ కూడా అనవసరంగా మనకి ఏమీ రావట్లేదు తెలుసా కొట్టడానికి వస్తలేదు మనలాగా ఆడుతున్న హాల్గాడ్ పాపం ఎందుకో ఫస్ట్ కొడతలేడు బ్రో హాల్గాడు అగో మళ్ళా లేటు ల్యాండింగ్ లేటు టోటేటివ్
Another late rotating team, likely not by their own volition. However, thankfully enough for Dojo,
రియలైజ్ అయిన వాళ్ళు ఇంకా
they managed to avoid death at the hands of
బ్లాక్ అండ్ వాళ్ళు ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ చేసినావా బ్రో ఏం కొట్టే తెలుసా
and the change up into game 2 should mean that both teams are a lot more comfortable, even if I don't like them playing zone like this, especially for Dojo. It would be much better to be closer to zone and starting to find fights where they can abuse the mechanical advantage they have over so many teams.
And it's tough, right? We were talking about the ring changes and more specifically the amount of heals.
ఒకసారి కూడా జోన్ రావట్లేదు తెలుసా పాపం వాళ్ళకి ఒక ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ వచ్చింది
that next layer of zone, you have to be prepared the moment you come in to be fully healed. Now realize making their way through Fragment East, they likely won't have to be gatekeeping for the Dojo, but with how congested launch site has already become, I'm looking towards teams like Sentinels and Startifight from Stacks trying to play for that next zone information. Even if you have that, where are you going to go?
In our game as well. They're going on a bit of a late rotate. Moving through Harvester will be all right for them, especially because there's a ring console in Harvester.
ఇప్పుడు రియలైజ్ అవుతారు ఫైట్ చేస్తారు చూడు డోజో వాళ్ళు
as they need to move through launch site. That doesn't make the rotation necessarily any easier, but the
బా
information
ఎక్సెట్రాలో వాళ్ళు మన డోజో వాళ్ళు అయితే ఆడకెళ్ళి కదులుతానలేరు కొద్దిగా మూవ్ అన్ అయితే లేరు కొడుకులు ఎందుకు కొట్టుకుంటారో ఏమో
southernmost building in Lava Siphon, and Blackhand kind of anchoring down nearby the crafter, showing presence with
ఎక్సెట్రాలో కూడా అట్లా చేస్తారు ఎత్తుగారు మంచిగా ఆడతారు వాళ్ళు అలా ఆడతారు
with Dreamfire being able to reign supreme with the height. It just takes one angle, one knock. They would have to prioritize the red significantly, but they're going to avoid the nade spam with the Watson generator.
The clash of South America is
black
as Startifight have high ground ground over Team Singularity. Both squads are going to need to mirror each other on the rotate in.
బ్లాక్ అండ్ సార్ ఆడతలేరు ఇప్పుడు మధ్య ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ ఆడినంత మంచిగా ఆడట్లేదు బ్లాక్.
We've got everything.
Phony able to throw out the black hole, but only had one arc star, and it's not going to manifest into anything beneficial for FaZe. You're going to have to double down and do the dirty work with the R9
Singularity
instead.
third party. This is always a possibility when you're getting
వెళ్ళిపోతుండ్రు కొడుతుండ్రు వాళ్ళని.
drop down to the low ground.
మంచిగా ఆడతారు మంచిగా ఆడతారు.
Do the same. A bloodhound scan from behind, revealing that this was a very good time to move.
It was about to be an all-out brawl between those three squads, now manifesting into nothing as FaZe set their sights on for a little bit of a rotation into zone. The issue is this fight will likely still happen between FaZe and the Sentinels, but now it's going to be FaZe being able to gatekeep Sentinels.
And we're handshaking, mirroring, as we talked about. When one team follows another, is doing the same rotation just a few seconds behind. Even Realize is starting to do that to Singularity. And up top, where Dojo are coming from, they're doing the same thing to Xset. It's a real problem, and I'm not sure Dojo are aware of it.
Well, let's go Design. He's making his way. Looks like nothing's going to happen, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And Sykes and Knock, they've officially spotted the Dojo. An incoming creeping barrage, a grab lift to the high ground. This is where things are going to get a little particular for the Dojo.
Xset fumbly engaged at first, however, they've missed out on gravity lift, and this creeping barrage is going to be avoided, having used already two major tools to close the gap onto Dojo, and having not found any damage for it. It might be that Xset now try and disengage because Dojo have the cooldown advantage.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got a skull piercer on the 30-30, and we know what happens when Designful's got a wingman. This is close enough. It's a wingman in marksman form, but we just have to prioritize not taking too much damage because I cannot bear to witness an Xset Dojo fight in zone again.
Nocturnal, even with the gold shield,
ఎక్సెట్ వచ్చేసింది లోపలికి జోన్లోకి కొంచెం డోజోనే ఫేవర్ లేదు.
hopefully gatekeep Dojo. That's got to be the plan for Xset because this is the only
Dojo
team they are
వెళ్ళిపోతుంది.
so hung up on eliminating from the lobby. As it stands, the disengage does come through, and it is a wise decision from Xset. They simply don't have the tools, the advantage over Dojo that they did, and they can try this again, but a little later. The problem is that they've lost the element of surprise. Dojo now know that Xset are going to be coming back to them.
Yeah, should that rat play have manifested in any other way? Would they have gotten a knock? Had that ult actually connected, it would have been completely different, but the Dojo are now enacting an evacuation tower rotation, but they're still trying to split themselves away from Xset, who benefit from having 2 gold shields and just a couple syringes. Now, Optic, who have positioned themselves quite nicely at the southernmost point of launch site, are just hurry up and wait, you know?
For those of you
గేమ్ పాస్ నాకు నచ్చలేదు. ఒక గేమ్ పాస్ చేస్తారు ఊరికే.
That's the spot, by the way, where Optic
don't
are.
Tell him that. Don't do it.
It's dangerous information. Use it wisely, but so infrequently prioritized.
అలాంటి
Play. It provides you a lot of safety until the late game, and we could very well see Optic benefit a lot from this. Not benefiting from anything. Have Sentinels on top of them now, and their destruction seems all the more assured as enemy is the first to go down to Koifel.
RKN getting tagged up as a flank is trying to come, but utilizing the piercing spikes quite nicely to section off that wall, but Realize, sitting in 6th place currently, are starting to hang out as well. Humbly, we just need one more bullet, but you're going to prioritize healing because that's smart. Now you let your teammates double down. You have the defensive Dark Veil come through, and yeah, they're going to waste a black hole as well, but it doesn't matter because you were still able to grab that IGL of RKN and Zenile.
Unfortunately for them, it's all left up to Koifel in a 1 versus 3. At this point, disengage is the only choice that they have, and funnily enough, it's Dojo that have somehow survived with more members in this 3. Make it 4-squad engagement as Singularity jump in.
Look, this is what they needed to do. They are in 19th place so far with only 2 maps after this. They have the high ground. Yes, Elysium will fall, but being able to have the smoke available to hide that res, position themselves. But this is the tough part, right? You're going to be stunned up and Bin doing what he needs to do to get out of that. Should Arton survive, that would be great, but Songjun not going to let it happen. Realize want all of this KP. 4 eliminations, and they've set their sights on more.
Realize are so deadly, and we discussed this before the World's Edge games truly began. Their aggression has truly been unlocked in the past 2 days of play. Now that they've got a couple of kills, their rotation forward will be a bit challenging. The ring hurts this time around, and they haven't managed to close the gap on launch site just yet.
Oh, and how they're knocking on the doors of a top 10 right now, and they are setting their sights onto Ascend. Meanwhile, Alliance have fallen at the hands of Xset and Oxygen. Ascend finalized out by Hal himself. Now Oxygen, who have mirrored the position where NRG had previously been, where Dark Zero was early on, and the fact that Xset has made the rotation on Skyhook to launch site and have maintained all of
1 HP లో ఉన్నాడుగా కొట్టాడు.
Decisive fighting so far, especially from Xset, who swooped in around the side. That position is really difficult to unseat. There's a reason why Xset was predicted by so many to do well during the course of champs. Oxygen, our other team that we've been keeping our eyes on over the course of the past couple of games, have now got a great position given to them by the ring console they were able to hit earlier, and a nice rotate in. It's underneath, not a powerful spot, not an influential one, but certainly one that should last them a few more positions.
డోజో గెలిస్తే ఛాన్స్ ఉంటుంది టాప్ 11 లోకి.
Top 5 would be beautiful to get out of that situation, but as TSM work to anchor off and clear out the northern side, they're going to be running straight into Blackhand, and if you saw anything from that game 1, you know just how scary it can be to run up against that team. Easy Flash as that fragger on mouse and keyboard, by the way, able to put down so much damage, but then you have the IGL of that squad doing even more.
TSM's focus right now, for those of you watching and wondering why we're jumping around shooting out Catalyst Goop, is just to control spaces, to make sure that should they need to make a quick exit, should they need to relocate,
10th ఇది టాప్ 10 ఉన్నారా మ్యాక్సీ
on their own schedule, through their own cooldowns, letting Blackhand control territory
లేరా
deadly to so many other teams, and TSM cannot afford to let this monstrous squad take even a bit of the spot that they otherwise hold.
And with round 4 closing, we have 40 seconds until it goes into that next zone. TSM wants to keep Blackhand from collapsing onto their space, but this is what's going to be really tough here, utilizing the ult excels, getting that generator ready for when they find themselves repositioned. But there's still 13 squads that are going to be pushing straight into the depths of launch site where LG Chivas has been, and this is what we were afraid of. This is what TSM did not want to happen, the collapse coming through.
There's no place to play for them. However, somehow Hal is alive. Verhulst's still up on the low ground as well. Even Xset have made it in, and Oxygen, with the information they gathered earlier, haven't had to move, have just benefited, and are going on the offensive.
Reed's popping beast of the hunt for 25 more seconds, but look at all the teams. Sentinels down, Moist down, TSM down, and Reed's just barreling straight into the oncoming chaos. The black hole, so teams are flying. He's looking for some thirsts. Able to grab 1 KP from that push.
Top strafe not going to get you out of that one, and a quick move from Oxygen does still lose them Vayne. Playing off of the low ground just exposes them to a little bit too much fire from above, a little bit too much LG Chivas for them.
All of the teams that were in front of Blackhand have managed to fall out of this lobby, except for some reason they were able to reposition themselves, throw down that generator they got with that instant ult excel. Because, right, the good thing about Watson, as soon as you pop an ult excel, it's an instant ultimate for her. So they're able to set up in a space where you wouldn't assume to be able to play, thanks to the double controller legends, and the move is on.
Pushing.
They want to clear out Oxygen. They want this side of the ring, and they know that it is going to be a duo, and Oxygen Esports will fall.
You got to strike when the time is right, and it was a great decision by Blackhand, one that's essentially unpushable with how quickly they did it. FaZe do not want to give up their spot on the high ground, because surely somebody else will come in and take this away. This position for FaZe, the only thing that could get them into the end game, but they will have to choose. Do they want to fight Blackhand, or do they want to start a fight?
And that's going to be a really difficult decision, right? Because LG Chivas has poised themselves in a position where they can just go ahead and instantly third that, but it would immediately open this up. Now Optic, who have come out of essential hiding, are ready to push and start racking up the KP, but Tom Young Kong, they are sitting just on the outskirts of the top 10 with not a bad game, but we're about to be in the top 5, and we're all just waiting to see which is going to happen. And the L-Star, when it became that care package weapon. You get collateral damage and just how quickly you can win those
LG.
shoots. This is what they need.
Climb in from Black Hand is just right on timing. Phase go down. LG hold their spot on the inside. Start a fight, have been pushed on by Optic instead. And this southern engagement will mean so much, will likely mean a top 3 for one of these teams. Optic have the defensive advantage, but with Catalyst walls about to expire, they're very soon not gonna have any say over the sidelines.
Jinx on the low, but they're throwing down the black market. They want to look for any bit of potential nades. That's one of those things that you need, and especially in a in-game scenario, they can essentially nade spam Optic Gaming, but that Dark Veil is going to go down, and the moment the ring starts to close, they will have to leave the cover of the rock, and that is all they have.
Black Hand are exerting so much pressure onto LG in the meantime. The fight for the inside of this building is the fight for the game-winning position, and LG somehow need to unseat Black Hand, who have managed to claw away space, just like they did against TSM. You give Black Hand a foothold and they will take everything, but they commit to the outside. And you can see in the kill feed, it's TYK that are absorbing Black Hand. Black Hand are so unpredictable.
Who would have thought? I know heavy is the hand, and they are looking so strong right now. But LG Chivas, the top of the leaderboard just keeps shaking up. So whoever wins this match will likely reign supreme at the top. And remember, we're fighting for advanced starting points in a 50-point match point threshold for tomorrow.
Now, as of yet, nobody has eliminated start a fight. Optic are still in this. LG and Black Hand hold the high ground, and these should be, as we've emphasized over and over, the game-winning spots. But a little bit of focus misplaced, just a small difference in the game plan could be the end. And starting this fight should assure that both of these teams die. Black Hand commit in. Yanya takes a trade back, but who's coming up on this? Who's the third party?
The res, we're trying to get easy flash back up in LG Chivas. Player K able to double down. The shield swaps coming in, but Optic Gaming, they want to third this.
At this point, you're promising another third party. We still know start a fight are in this. Optic lose one. Trades on both sides. We're going to be losing Black Hand soon. Drop has to clutch it up, but in comes start a fight. In comes South America. And South America start a fight taken. Okay, so that was an incredible play from Start a Fight. The representatives from Brazil bringing it to the world stage.
That is exactly what we wanted to see here at the ALGS Championships, and that has to feel good. Think of that game in group stages where they won from the high ground, now doubling down with another win in the winner's bracket. Yes, their story has been tough to navigate throughout their journey of Apex Legends history, but now sending their sights up to the top 10, I can't imagine how that's going to turn out for them.
And so many times in Split 2 playoffs, they couldn't finish the game. They couldn't finish a
Black
fight,
Hand
but the
balaadindu
love
bro
the crowd has given them has certainly been well deserved. In between lanes, they've even changed their IGL, and we saw peace on them.
ఈ మ్యాచ్ కూడా ఆడింది ఆడే ఎవడ్రా బాబు ఈజీ ఫ్లాష్ కిడ్ లాస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ భలే ఆడాడు బెంగళూరు గోడ ఎక్కాడు గోడ ఎక్కాడు జారుడు బల్లనే కుదరదు
Who's in charge, and all for the sake of greatness and the international success that they're experiencing right now.
I mean, the patience, the calls that came down at the end, I was really nervous for them. And then even playing Loba, utilizing the black market for perfect timing, just biding their time, getting any bit of nades they needed, ready to go in. And the moment Optic walk into that building was the moment of their downfall.
Power of Loba as well, definitely on display. Let's take a look at the final circle from their perspective, because for Start a Fight, it is academic, just like it was for Optic before them. As soon as Black Hand, that classically unpredictable team, make the pivot into LG, it's over, because Optic have no choice but to jump up and third party that and start a fight. What do they have to do, Tim?
They just got to start and end that fight.
Yeah, it's all about just right timing at this point. First squad goes down and Start a Fight still, honestly, playing a bit scared, looking for teams to exit, saying surely the fight doesn't continue, because they know that if the teams on the inside fight, well, we have to win. But they play it perfectly, and recognizing that this is just continuing, Lush gets to come in and fry, Slate gets to take the other side, and Start a Fight get to take a well-deserved victory. I am so proud of those boys. Oh my god.
I know your heart. You're like, oh my god, South America. And I saw a sign out there that was like, South America still alive. Well, they are alive and well, and they are performing like crazy here at year 3 champs. But man, Dutch has got to be so proud of those boys right now.
I imagine so, and Dutch has been integral to the way that Start a Fight have grown throughout the course of the Split 2 playoffs to now. That whole in-between time was exactly what I was alluding to, changing the language of the comms. They actually swapped over to English, where that was where Dutch really got to help them out, making sure the comms were clean and the players were recognizing what kind of stuff they needed to say, when they needed to say it, where previously there just wasn't that identification. But it's really evident, especially in high-tension situations like this, that even if they're a bit unsure, at least they're all on the same page, and it's paid off in such massive dividends. This could very well, and they're still a bit far off, but this could very well push them into contention for the finals tomorrow.
And that is the big question. How did that game pan out for them? Rain Day, I'd love to hear how it worked out.
Thank you so much, Tiff and Dia. Fantastic job on the call, and obviously a fantastic job by South America, who take home a W. Start a Fight with a win here to get us back to our analysis segment. And I think this is a great talking point because we featured them earlier on as we talked with Lusquin. The Seer meta has changed. He said it would open things up for everyone. Well, it certainly open things up for Start a Fight. I am joined here with Genome, Zephyr, and Bullet. I want to get your thoughts, fellas, on how it's been after 6. Obviously a reaction too to Start a Fight, taking a big win, going from 20th all the way to 12th with that.
Yeah, look, as you said, Seer meta has changed things up, not seeing that since Split 1 and Split 2, and I think what it's favored is the IGLs who really have the better game sense, right? So I think a lot of people crutched, honestly, on Seer, on the heartbeat sensor, and the ability of that giving them information about so much around them. When you strip that away from them, the IGLs who know exactly what's going on, even without that ability, and it's something that takes so long to dial in, those ones are the ones who are succeeding at this land.
And Zephyr, obviously, it still took some time. I mean, it just happened. We've already played 6, so still a lot more work to do, but this is a great sign.
Lots of work to do, but not much time to do. We're only 2 games away before we will be sending at least 10 of our teams down to our second elimination round 2 here. So plenty of time
broken one map on
not many opportunities. Obviously, in the start of today, we kind of saw some consistency, a lot of Bang Cat Horizon kind of repetitively across forward wins here, but as time wanes on, things are getting a little bit more flexible, especially with things like that Bloodhound becoming surprisingly the Loba.
Yeah, I can't wait to keep seeing this innovation from our teams. We still got plenty more matches to play. After 6, though, here is how it stands in our winners finals. You saw Start a Fight take that one. It was really going to be Optic, Chivas, or Start a Fight. And if either of those teams won, we were anticipating a large movement up towards first place or in first. Are they there? We'll find out in a second. Let's go to the back half of these 20, though, so we can see who didn't have the best of games. Sentinels, they started off really hot overall in this lobby. Realized, Humbly, that, you know, these guys have been playing for so long and so successful in APAC North. They're now showing it on the world stage again in
YouTube
so we consistently are seeing APAC represent. Decent 4 points from NRG, not too bad. Keeps them in the business. We'll see if they continue to perform. As it stands, after 6, with 2 more games to go. About to show it on your screen right here. It looks like I'm waiting for it. There it is, LG Chivas. They are in the lead. 3 points just ahead of Dreamfire and Blackhand, and notably Bullet. You're pretty impressed with what Blackhand's been doing, but what are your takeaways taking a look at this series results here?
I love the double controller comp. You know, they're playing Watson, they're playing Catalyst, and
team
so
aggressive
right now. They're finding openings in teams, and they are just sending no mercy at all. And the way they use the Catalyst wall, in addition to the Watson fences, means teams that usually can just run around, they just don't have that opportunity anymore. They get stunned.
Yeah, we're seeing a big difference between how a team like Blackhand plays and how a team like Dark Zero plays, and a lot of it does come down to the composition that Bullet was talking about there. You know, DZ are using their gun skill to try and force other teams away from them, putting immense amounts of pressure on just with damage, but having available the Watson fences as well as, you know, being able to space that out with some catwall usage as well, means that Blackhand can play in a very different way. And I will note, I believe they did pick up a few more points than we saw there, so they actually got a second with
14 kills, as far as I'm aware, in that last game, which puts Strafing Flame up to 22 kills for the series so far. This man is popping off.
Wow, and we still have 2 more to go. Zephyr, this team's clearly on fire. Dark Horse, is this the one that I think we can all say they have a chance to win and no one was thinking they would win coming into this? Is this truly that title?
I would call them a dark horse if it was still the group stage, but clearly after the starting impressions we got from them, this is a team that is playing a more versatile Apex than some of the other rosters we have out there. They're continuing to expand, and I especially love that double controller. Especially, it goes to show that this Black Hand can adapt. They can go from the super aggro plays where they extend with the Cat Dark Veil, and then at times when they need to bunker down, hold position, rein it back in, the Watson is there for support. Look, do Black Hand have to run the same gauntlet that Alliance did? Are they going to get called a group stage team until they finally show up on the Sunday and show everyone else they have what it takes to the highest level of Apex?
You know what it is, and I think Bullet probably as a pro you can relate to this. It's all good till it's not. Everyone loves what's happening, and then you fade away so quickly when someone else steals the limelight. And so it is a little unfair if you're a fan of Black Hand and you've been watching. You know how good they are, but it still seems to be that the narratives about players and teams change on Sunday and stick. Is that what you've experienced in your pro career?
Yeah, look, I think in the case of Black Hand, they started off strong today. You know, Strafing, he showed up straight away. 8 kills in the first game.
Obviously, you know, you have to keep that up, not just today, but if you can do it, and we have to keep reiterating this, if you can push to that top 10, you are done for the day. You have sealed yourself a spot. And another thing, Gino, you know, we've been here at these championships and these match points. The points that you get heading into it, that is a big deal, can change your fate.
Yeah, seeding points are a big deal. If Black Hands stay at the top of the leaderboard like they are at the moment, they will get 10 points going into Sunday. That means they will reach match point, you know, if they keep playing like this, much quicker than other teams. More chances to finally get over the line and then win the match point to lift the trophy.
And it's really just mistakes that I think you have the ability to avoid, or at least diminish some of the impact of having a bad game. As we continue to look at this, there are not too many chances left for these teams to finally sign their ticket to Sunday's championship tomorrow in just a few hours, and they will have to play again. But on a lighter note of that, take a break from the competition and dive deeper into some of the personalities competing. One of the biggest names in Apex in gaming right now is Timmy. He has got Sports Center memes traveling all across the esports and gaming world, and his family's even here to support him. We had a chance to do a very traditional UK way of sitting down and getting to know Timmy a little bit better.
Today we are joined for this marvelous occasion by one of the most popular faces in all of Apex Legends, Timmy of the Dojo.
In it. Alongside his 2 teammates, Enemy and Design 4, he qualified for champs here in Birmingham at the last possible second. He left it late, he did indeed, but it was quite the exceptional performance.
Let's find out more about this young man's journey over a spot of tea.
And if you're watching us eat these sandwiches, and you're feeling a bit hungry, new Apex Legends cookbook coming out soon.
Tell us about your journey and how you made it to the wonderful Birmingham, because this appearance at LAN has been a long time in the making.
Our journey was pretty crazy. I mean, I personally came back into competitive for a challenger circuit, and then I was looking for teammates. And
1 HP lower, 1 HP lower.
Trial and error until I found Enemy and Design.
No, ఆడుతున్నాను చెప్తే మేము కూడా వస్తాంగా. Bro, నేను రాకముందు నుంచి ఆడుకుంటున్నాను.
Teams, so we were like, all right, you know, we got second place, but
చాలా చెప్పాలి చెబుతున్నా కదా.
to LCQ.
నువ్వు రాకముందు నుంచి
we had expectations that we were going to do well, but we weren't super confident that we were going to win.
So obviously you made it, you qualified, but tell us about some of the ups and downs in the year, because you said there was a little bit of trials and tribulations, you know, you went in and out and you found this roster. Tell us a little bit about that.
I actually teamed again with my old teammate from Golden Guardians, Bronzy, and that was interesting. It was a learning experience. I mean, it got me back because I wasn't like fully ready for the full competitive scene again. So I had to go through my trial and error as well. And once we got enemy and design, I mean,
Beast bro, ready.
carried me. They're amazing.
You are loved by the Apex community, mostly for
Kinoa చేయరా ఎవరు వచ్చింది దాంట్లో
మా ఫ్రెండ్ బీస్ట్ ఉన్నాడు ఇంకొకరు ఇంకొకరు జడ్డులో
helped with those oh so tense final moments in the last game of that LCQ.
Definitely.
Yes,
I mean,
we have Discord.
I have a very fun, chill personality. I think I don't take things too seriously.
Okay.
So sometimes when people get like super tense and super like frustrated, like for me, I'm just like, it's all good, guys. Like, let's hop on to the next game. Let's figure out the next solution. So I'm not super like hard stuck on like the problem sometimes, and I think that allows me to direct my team into the better direction.
You've made it to Birmingham. The dojo have made it to Birmingham, and I know how much that means to you to finally get on the main stage. What are your hopes and expectations now coming into the event now that you're here?
I think our expectations should be probably finals. I think making finals is really good for a team who's been together for about 2 months, 3 months, compared to like TSM or Dark Zero, who's been there for just a little too long. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think if we make finals, I think we'll be happy as a team. But we definitely don't want to stop there. I mean, we want to win the thing. But I think if we get a top 10 finals, that is enough to kind of like at least know that we aren't terrible. We can hang with the big dogs like people didn't think we could.
How do you feel your play style is going to translate here at the ALGS Championship Finals?
I would like to say like I'm a very aggressive player, and I typically just run it down majority games I play. So I think I would still do it on the main stage.
It has been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to speak with you before the competition. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, you might want to ask, are you winning, son? A good question, I think Timmy Stan in front row there will be asking a little bit later. I feel like Tea Time has really inspired me, Genome, to give it a go with an accent like this as we see the main man on the screen here right now.
Oh, look, I can't wait to get back to the green room and have some scones and jam. Just goes so well with a hit of tea in the afternoon, doesn't it?
I've never had anything like that before, but being in this current situation, I think I might have to give it a go.
Righto. Bullet, you want to give it a go?
Oh, sure, mate. It's bloody lovely, isn't it?
Just throws the bloody in there. I'm already sold. Well, we have an updated series results for everyone watching at home. I think if you were watching, you probably realized there might have been something off. It was that Blackhand wasn't miles ahead right now in first. You aptly pointed out that if it stands this way, they will go into match point finals tomorrow with 10 extra points starting the day. It'll all the way go down to decrease with 1 point being to NRG, a team we really haven't talked much about today. They've been coming in a little bit under the radar, though performing as a top dog. The teams on the other side, though, FaZe, TSM, Dark Zero. If it ended right now, our 2 LAN winners of our previous 4 LANs would not be in the finals. They'd have to keep playing in the elimination bracket, too. That's some high stakes, and I don't know if that will change. They've got 2 games to prove that it won't. And of course, it is time to get right into them. Thank you for joining us here on the desk. We're going to send it back to our casters. We're going to take us away for our final 2 games of the winners finals and see who is going to play on Sunday.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I got the cookbook from Onset. I thought it'd be really cool to dabble into it. Yeah, that's right. I can cook sometimes.
I don't know if we're supposed to have that yet.
No, I think it might be the only one. They told me not to set it down. There's like 70+ recipes in here, including Pathfinder's positively perfect pancakes. What a jolly little man right
That's
there.
screenshotable right there.
It is. Look, I mean, I could probably make that. You think? They said that they ranked it difficulty silver.
Okay. Yeah.
I think I'm worthy, but nah. Let's get back to the matches, y'all, because this cookbook looks pretty awesome, and I think it's on pre-sale now. There might be a discount code, so keep an eye out. But until then, I think we get back to the actual action here. Let's get back into those World's Edge matches. Let's see Easy Flash get absolutely cracked out there, because heavy is the hand, and I am a Blackhand fan.
And let's see if Dojo can make it up to the finals here and now, because as of this very moment, going into the 7th match,
They are not in an easy spot.
No, they're not.
Very much need to win the next 2 games and win them by a convincing margin. If not, as was mentioned on the desk, they could very well be sent down to where our previous LAN winners currently reside.
Look, that's going to be really tough. Sometimes you can fight tooth and nail through that elimination round 2, but the benefit of going through here, yes, you get the advanced starting points, but you run the risk of not having to play 16 matches today leading into tomorrow's finals. You'll go home a little bit earlier, get a little bit more rest, but as that character select runs through, I want to see if we've got anything crazy. We already had fuses, we already had Lobas, and we are in the dropship.
All right, let's get into it. This time, we're going to be heading on over, flying over Big Mod first until we ultimately end over by Skyhook and Trials, where Dojo have been fighting for their very existences in this tournament. Now, as our 7th match goes on, the stakes get ever higher, and while it may not be elimination just yet, teams are going to start to play a little bit more recklessly. This may be the international stage, but that doesn't mean that everybody can keep their hearts under control.
I'm keeping an eye on Ascend, whose name is dabbling over towards No Name, and if you know what's going on over there, Moist, they split one out, have a player landing No Name.
But Dojo landing over on Thermal Station, they're contesting Alliance!
We knew this contest was happening in international scrims, and it was a bloodbath, and all came down to which weapons you were able to grab and who can get the high ground.
A G7 early on, gonna do some favors, but losing to Signful will not. His death box doesn't even hit the floor, but up comes Timmy, whiffing the Arcstar for a second and leaving him down a member. Alliance are mirrored though, and with effect dropping, it's just up to Yuki and the Spitfire.
Oh, because that charge rifle, it can be better used as a shotgun, but the Dojo take thermal.
I think that's enough, Timmy. You're not bad. None of you are bad.
We just need a top 10 in finals to prove that we're not bad. Come on, you just took down Alliance in their hometown.
Alliance, one of the teams that was expected to be the strongest in this tournament so far. Well, they faced their own trials and tribulations. They are still absolutely a contender to make it to the finals.
take my portal.
In this series or in the elimination bracket that will be immediately following it. Winning over by Thermal Station, however, Dojo put themselves in a much better position. Most importantly, no longer have to deal with the creative ways that XSET was finding to really rough them up.
And Moist, with that information, hit the rotation, and we're heading south, so we know we will have a little bit of congestion, but just how far south are we going, and why is everything on World's Edge pulling in favor of LG Chivas? Is there a script that you had, Dia? Were you prepping some really crazy work when you were doing your predictions this morning?
Burning my sage around the stage in the middle of the night. There are some symbols on the floor under Chivas, but it seems to have worked. They've got a really nice early rotation, and it's put them right in the center of the zone. Now, this zone is pretty difficult. Those teams that do manage to find a building inside of Dome are going to be a lot more comfortable, but it means early rotations. And if you don't have a POI that graced you with a few nice shields, as LG did not get, the end game is going to be really difficult because from inside Dome, it's very challenging to gatekeep squads that rotate up on you quickly, like TSM.
Well, it's a team that does not need to have any more challenges thrown their way just outside the top 10. It is TSM who have early rotated, and Dark Zero not far behind them, but Zero with 300 plus light ammo, a digi threat to boot, has made the switch back from Fuse to Bangalore.
What?
He got
How
in.
is he alive? What bullet does that little damage? Dark Zero somehow managing to make this work, have LG pushing up on them, but it's not worth a fight. It's not worth the risk that a fight signifies. So both LG and Dark Zero will get a spot.
Sometimes it's all about maintaining your space, but for the teams that have found themselves just on the outskirts of Dome, kind of nearby the tunnel that leads to Vault, but the exodus from Lava Siphon, as some teams will still be heavy there, but it's going to be NRG with that coveted 10th place positioning, who are not safe by any means, need to really up that point disparity and claw their way at least to 6th to 7th, because we know what happens. We saw it happen just when they were segregating out the bracket stages after groups. Pulverex got sent to elimination round 1 just because they had to wait, and they were sitting on the cusp.
And it is really difficult when you're forced into a position where you don't get to do exactly what you need to on time. NRG, taking that creative rotation around, are going to be put in that more challenging position. And south side of the ring does mean that we're going to get a lot of that action over by Stacks as well, where we saw Singularity and Start a Fight clash before the previous game's ultimate victory. Now we have to, or rather get to, see that play out again.
And this one is tough, Dia. Now let's think about this, because it could technically end in Stacks, where it kind of overlooks the tunnel. It could also pull straight into Dome, kind of where the 2 rings intersect. But I have also seen a zone pull right where NRG is as well. And that uncertainty between where it can go can be so detrimental because of how tough it would be to rotate to the other side.
And it's going to give an advantage to teams that are rotating in a little bit later, that have the moment to hit a beacon on the way in. In fact, in a very similar fashion to last game, those of you who have the map up or who are sitting here live in the arena have the opportunity to observe Oxygen rotating through over by Harvester, where they'll be able to hit a ring console again, and much like last game, put themselves in a better, more informed position as a result.
And Oxygen just sitting in 7th place, coming into this with 38 points. That's not necessarily the same position, right? We're thinking like safety-wise, as NRG sits just a few points below them, with everyone so incredibly close.
Or eliminated, bro. Fatima.
Nearer to the top, with that have broken into that 40-plus point threshold, that are going to be feeling a little more comfortable. But teams like FaZe, like NRG, like XSET, they need to lay it down. Not necessarily get ratted on, but the incoming Bloodhound scan is going to give away the team in front of them, and now they've turned into an aggressive mode.
Trade our snapshots of the situation, and XSET know that buying space is the only thing they need. As we talked about, fights are risks, and it's not something that
Dozo and petrol edukotuna Dozo and
push it heavily in their favor. This trade of ultimates is fine. It'll work for XSET, but really what it does is let Oxygen know that they're not going to get this for free, and it should be a disengage on both sides.
As you can see, Oxygen heading straight back over to Harvester. Likelihood wants to get that information, but...
Oh, they can't.
No, they can't do a ring console.
Scan.
Nope, survey beacons are going to be their only form of information, and the potential of a White Raven play.
Yeah, taking note of the composition is going to be really big for them. I will say that because of the composition that they're running, they are also able to hit survey beacons, which will be, if not as good, perhaps even better than hitting a ring console. Not only know around where everyone thinks they're going, so possibilities still for Oxygen, certainly, even as we still do have Dome being pretty crowded, and a few other spots around the outside are starting to be prioritized, where teams like Tomyung-Kung, Iron Blood Gaming, Dark Zero, LG have all picked up the proper buildings on the inside. TSM still hold around the outside of Dome in a very, as we've said, active position. Dreamfire is sat over by launch site, as are NRG. And those 3 teams can get together, control a lot of the open ground that other squads will have to take should they want to add just a late game.
LG Chivas just nearing 50 points, kind of prioritizing this specific positioning. And anytime you find that zone pulling nearby your home, you're like, these are the ones that I am going to be the most familiar with. So think of where they have put themselves. They're hedging their bets that we are going very deep into launch side, or Dome per se, and Ascend, who have been making positions that are unplayable, playable, but have not necessarily found the same footing that they were able to get in group stages. But it was World's Edge where they had found that stroke of success, especially throughout those southern zones, including the one that was by Tree. And yeah, that's a neighboring POI, but playing just the very outskirts of that Dome on the western side, it'll be quite interesting.
A lot of people are probably wishing they had a Watson right now, especially if you're in Dome, just to make sure that you stay topped up as you throw out folk onto other teams. NRG suffering from the opposite problem. They have got plenty. The Hemlock that Guild holds is real nicely kitted out, and that's to say nothing of the gold shield that he's got on top of it. Loot is not NRG's problem. Instead, it's positioning, and you have to pick. You only can really get one. And so, unfortunately for some of our teams around the outside who did not roll right, who tried to get a little bit better loot and were unable to, their position is going to be even more challenging.
Well, Sentinels right now already looking in such more of a powerful positioning with what they're working with. You have the Skull Piercer. They rotated through Lava Siphon, grabbed the ring console information, so they know exactly where they need to be and will prioritize that. But the Dojo, hailing from Skyhook, are still on that inevitable rotation, but this time they're going to double down through Tree and across to launch site.
Realize an Xset starting to take a little bit of poke at each other as again Xset find themselves mirroring, I believe unintentionally this time, another squad, and realize a very deadly one during the course of this bracket. This may be winners, but it doesn't mean that Xset have no reason to be afraid. For a loss here could very well put them in a, I'm going to say, bad mental state. This is exactly what they struggled to overcome during the Split 2 playoffs.
It is a very tough thing to have happen to you, but Xset in the elimination round 2, should that happen, barring any issues, should be fine, but Realize will make that difficulty for them because they are currently sitting in a position to find themselves with advanced starting points. Now, they have been impressively consistent, but not necessarily had any particular pop-off moment just yet, but this could be the start of something magnificent for them. But for Xset, they need to win this fight.
Realize
but Karumpa, he's not gonna make that happen. The alternator is closing the distance. It connects a good chunk, even with the hip fire. It's one of the most consistent.
You have to imagine the third party is coming in. Realize walled for that reason, and even still they don't win the fight. Xset able to clutch it up just in the nick of time. That third party that I talked about, though, is so late at this point. May as well not exist if it happens too much further from now.
Well, we saw that piece earlier in the week with Xset and just how crazy Sykes can be when he's listening to Fun's one-liners. But he was able to lock it in, but we just need to get Fun back on his feet. Nocturnal trying to suppress the Bangalore up. They'll have the smokes, but you mentioned third party, and that's exactly what is going to happen. Singularity have nothing left to lose here.
And yet they've allowed Xset a full revive on both members. The timing of this third party is really biting Team Singularity, who otherwise have had great fights during the group stage. They're struggling to close it out on a top NA team.
And there's a full crack onto Nocturnal. They're trying to stay in the high ground, but then not necessarily overextending. They are able to grab the knock onto Knock, and Xset will be eliminated. The struggle of rotating to these southern zones from Skyhook is time and time again having such an adverse effect on our teams, but Oxygen Esports making some light work here, getting a good chunk on that outer edge here, and they're sitting nice. They've got 2 purples, a gold, and NRG. Yeah, they were poking and prodding and trying to take down some of the Sentinel members earlier, but it seems like they're just prioritizing positioning.
It's really interesting that NRG rotate back and have a few red pings off in the distance, because as you know, they do have Oxygen behind them. They know that this could be a problem later, but instead want to try and gatekeep on the other side. NRG's attention is split, and what they've done best during the course of this tournament is influence other teams. Right now, they're losing control.
Yeah, but Oxygen's going for an evac tower rotation. NRG is putting enough damage onto them, but Oxygen will find themselves not between a rock and a hard place, but between 2 powerhouse teams of NRG and TSM. And with TSM kind of split out, trying to hold tight on the anchoring of the tunnel, Chaos is going to break out.
Blackhand, of course, fighting their way out. Relatively isolated. No digis even in all the smoke, but that doesn't seem to bother Easy Flash at all.
Just gotta lock it in, and he is just built different. Moist Esports will be eliminated, and now Blackhand are really trying to solidify themselves at the top. We have 10 advanced starting points that could be looking their way for Blackhand.
Easy Flash has just been on another level during the course of today's games. It's almost like he's hulked out just in the nick of time. That's how stark the difference has been between the group stage and now, where Easy Flash is completely taking control of the rosters that surround them. Speaking of taking control, we did mention NRG previously needing to do a bit of that as they focus down towards the low ground. The focus, however, is now on them as Oxygen start running up, wanting to take NRG out of contention.
NRG was likely looking for a really long wraparound or wanted to go check out the tunnel, but Oxygen Esports, who were previously sandwiched, have turned their tides to NRG. Now, mind you, if NRG fall here, they're so close to finding themselves below that 10th place. And Vayne, Aiden, yeah, they're falling low, but they're able to grab a knock on Nathan and turn their tides onto Guild. And Sweet.
Oxygen just lose a member
but just like that, NRG are down.
Yeah, but you know what that means. We're gonna have all chaos breaking loose as everyone tries to leave stacks. But you know who loves to third party? The Dojo does, and they're gonna make their way towards Oxygen as Optic falls.
Few kills are picked up by Startify, who are desperately trying to move out of stacks. Iron Blood Gaming hold the high ground, but a great wall separates Startify from their line of sight. Sleep barely able to crest behind the rock to keep the rest of the team safe, and these smokes are going to do wonders for Startify, who need to take space. The space that was previously held by TSM now belongs to them.
And this is what they need to do, right? Doubling down off that win that they had. It wasn't necessarily enough to get them trajectoried out into that top 10, so being consistent throughout the remaining matches, but Dreamfire, who have had all of the consistency known to here, need to go strong.
Ascend need to take that uptick in World's Edge. They haven't so far, but Lufka makes it happen. Taking down Vita, taking down Dreamfire. That's why we've got Lufka and Ascend stay alive for a second longer. Still have a little bit of cover given to them by these rocks. Now, with a quick res, they're going to be able to make use of post-kill, the ability to really stay bunkered down.
But Dark Zero, they've got a little bit of high ground. A small rotation that will be had here, but they just need to eliminate the team inside. LG Chivas is still holding that building, and Easy Flash, the lone member of Blackhand, was able to make it in.
Every placement point counts at this point. Easy Flash is looking for even more. The Singularity go down. It means another knock for Easy Flash. Able to pick that up and the banner of his fallen teammates.
He has 28 seconds to get over to that respawn beacon and make a crazy play here.
See if he's able to do it. Right now, all eyes are on Easy Flash. All except for evidently those that were already in Dome. Somehow, he's alive and well. For a few seconds more, a shield bash should go off. We'll see how the next bullets connect. But Easy Flash is stabilizing. Timmy hunting him down. But Timmy can't overextend by that much for this kill.
No, but he's going to regroup up with Designful. And the good thing is, with the horizon still up, they were able to hit a grab lift, get them back off of low ground, and loot their way in. But for LG Chivas, who are still inside with Dark Zero looing, let's go ahead and hit a Dark Zero listen to see how they'll approach this rotation.
Solo.
Quick check on them.
Right here.
Netting him. They're stuck.
One. Coming. Going. Nice, good shit. What do you see? Chill. Waiting on nade.
30 seconds.
I need the armor. I'm getting you. You got full gold. Get it, Jen. Play it. Okay, I'm ready.
Are you ready? One time, that's how we go.
Go. Left corner.
Okay, no heals.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't have any. Jen, did you loot that?
Nah, I didn't loot it. I just grabbed the armor slot, bro.
Yeah, you're fine.
Wait, no heals?
We're in. We're fine. Just reinforce the
Kill them.
Don't take damage.
We're gonna go kill them. I'm banging ulting. I'm gonna swipe right now.
Can we just climb or queue up?
Right now. On roof.
Okay,
I'm ready.
Waiting.
I'm here with you.
On roof.
Let's do it here. Do it here.
Crack. Okay, I'm safe though.
He ran. You're fine.
And the hills. No hills.
I
need hills.
I don't have any.
Where's the knock kid?
He's in lava. I might go armor stop him here. I'm gonna go armor stop him.
He loot?
I need to use medkit.
We're in zone.
Dark Zero able to take position for right now, still hunting down the last member of Luminosity, and there he is. LG go down before they hit top 3, and Dark Zero take control of the lobby. 3 teams remain: DZ, Tom Young-kung, and Ascend. Sitting around the outside, Ascend, who have been here since the dawn of time, Diff.
But DZ have to play this safe. You heard it throughout their comms. They don't have a lot of ammo. They don't have any health. They're going to need to look for a third-party situation with the EMP likely being denied. Lufka and co are going to need to rotate in, but TYK having this high ground, knowing that they are on the cusp of a top 10 break into, need to perform and take this win.
Ascender playing this so cheekily, putting pressure on TYK, EMPing Dark Zero, trying to push one squad into another. And while they take a bit of high ground, Ascend have still will not manage to make this fight a third-party situation. Instead, they are now one of the teams that is likely going to have to fight before anything. And Lufka should be taking an off angle here, making sure that Dark Zero cannot walk up on this for free.
It is the battle of the bubble teams. Who will come out on top if we're going in with Ascend? The EMP trying to connect, and you can see right there, Zero, no shields left. Jen Burton, half shields, minimal health. Same with Zainu, throwing up the Dark Veil to try and stave off a push, but it's gonna get matched.
Dark Zero are in the hallway of death. They cannot see and have to take to the skies. There is no health on Dark Zero, but Zainu is staying alive.
Zainu, get behind him, able to try and force them, take the pressure away, but look at that! Post-kill wraps around, but Zero was able to get a shield swap, now trying to play his life, and maybe pick up some eliminations, but they will fall. Ascend, and now TYK, duel it out!
Just in the nick of time, Ascend managed to drop in and pick up a win. Perfectly timed, perfectly played. Kashera and Ascend are the masters of World's Edge.
We said, we knew they performed more better on World's Edge, and there it is, Kashera!
Fantastic play from them again, and it just comes down to clinical Apex Legends. They were not in a great spot, and we've said that about Ascend so many times, but the thing is that they don't care. It's about making, especially in the end game, the other teams fight first, and that is what they did better than anything, especially using Watson really well. They control a lot of terrain in the end game, and it simply doesn't allow for any room to push onto Ascend without throwing your own game in the process.
And prior to this match, they were sitting in 16th place on this lobby with 22 points. When they went out, I saw them break into top 10, so that has to be a little bit of a relief, right? You have that weight on your shoulders coming through the back half of this series. That will keep you from playing in the next series. That will get you advanced starting points. That will get you closer to your dream.
Absolutely. So, just one more match left before we jump into it. Let's take a look at how that end game played out again, and really, for me, appreciate the art that Ascend put on our screens. This position, as we talked about, a lot more difficult. We said Lufka should be moving out, making sure that Dark Zero aren't able to take the fight. They very well tried to. But as fences start going down, they all make the call together to pivot to an off angle where there's only one job to do. With a Watson pylon down, no engage can happen through a horizontal. Newt does nothing, and Ascend simply have to control one side of a catalyst wall, leaving Dark Zero in the middle in limbo and not comfortable in the slightest.
Yeah, and if they don't have Watson here, they don't have these fences lining the Dark Veil, and I think that's something that we need to talk about as Watson trying to counter the catalyst walls. That way, if you're lining it with fences, even if that team tries to weave through the Dark Veil and push you, you're going to get stunned up. But the fact is, even though Zainu was able to get behind the players, Ascend still maintain a health advantage and fight forward.
I do wonder, and there it is, how LG Chivas ended up doing. We mentioned this zone was for them, but the 0 next to their placement points means they're going to take a harsh dip in the standings compared to where they could have landed. While Tom Young-kun, with a very nice performance here, with 13 points, that, while it may not be enough, still saves them a whole lot of trouble in terms of their next game and how much pressure will be on them then.
Well, Timmy doubling down, he said he had an aggressive playstyle in the dojo, able to pick up 7 eliminations as we jump onto the back half of our lobby. What scares me most is the teams like XSET, like Alliance, who even though Alliance was in the top 10, that 1 point on this game will make this last match on World's Edge so much more important for them.
If last land you told me that Oxygen, Optic, TSM, NRG, Sentinels, XSET, and Alliance would all be about to drop into the lower bracket and potentially eliminated from the tournament, I would not have believed you. I would have refused to speak to you until this moment.
Well, good thing you're speaking to me, because look at the top of the leaderboard. Your pick reigning supreme over there at LG Chivas with 53 points, but Blackhand furthering that lead is just as impressive. Dreamfire fans have to be happy. They're a top 3 on the winners bracket day, but even Optic and Ascend, who was and 14th now find themselves in the top 5.
This is exactly what they were hoping for, and it's got to be so nerve-wracking when you start on Storm Point and know that you have to have these big performances on World's Edge. But Ascend are nothing if not experienced, and we're definitely seeing that play out now. Somehow Alliance are still retaining a top position in this lobby.
Yeah, but look at it. I mean, 40 points. Realize with 40, and then 38 points is that benchmark with 2 teams. Sentinels and NRG are sitting on 37. So this last map here will be an absolute bloodbath. And for those like TSM with 28, yeah, that's only 10 points differentiating 18th place and the coveted 10th place spot.
And let's just say that with our cutoff being around 40 points, that's what we're expecting it to land around, you can go down to 18th. 40 points is still achievable within sitting around at around 20-something. Yeah, for some teams it has to be a whole lot better than others, but it's absolutely doable, especially for the teams that land themselves in the winner's bracket to begin with.
That's true, and we've always had a lot of legend composition changes even throughout this bracket, but then that opens it up because we have so many cool legends and so many ways to cosplay them. I want to throw it down to Peeps, who is standing by with some epic cosplayers.
Tiffany, thank you so much. We are here with Warren and Sarah, and they have some amazing cosplays here, so we'd love to show that off. So tell me a little bit about you guys and talk to me about the cosplays.
So I actually come from Birmingham, so it's super easy to come through, yeah. So it's super easy to come here, and we've been playing Apex for years, and it's just been phenomenal. Putting this together has been such a breeze as well, because Mirage is just really easy to put together.
I'm loving it, though. I love the bullets.
Thank you.
I'm Sarah. I'm from Germany. Came all the way over here to visit the ALGS for the first time. I actually had this cosplay for a very long time, but then COVID happened, and I'm actually really happy to be able to put it together for ALGS for the first time.
And how long have you guys been cosplaying?
This is actually my first ever cosplay. I've never actually done it before. So.
I've been doing it since I was 14, and with some little breaks in between, but since a very young age.
Wow, all right. And then who's the team that you guys are cheering for to win the championship this week?
TSM.
TSM.
And what do you guys think makes a good team?
I think that it comes down to coordination and care for each other and looking out for each other as well. And Sarah, you have been the absolute highlight of my life. You have showed me how to be cared for and what love is. And I wanted to know, would you be my forever duo?
Wow! Wow! Crowd, can we hear it one more time for Warren and Sarah? Wow, huge congrats to you, lovebirds. Tiff and Dia, take us away.
TSM, looks like TSM get a W today.
TSM get a W, but it was so cute. Congratulations to them. Oh my God, will you be my forever duo? I'm not gonna cry. Maybe I will.
It's a cute way of doing it for sure. And it's also the only time that I've ever seen Mirage on the international ALGS stage. So a lot of firsts for us here at ALGS Champs, and a lot to look forward to, not just for them, but for the players who watched it all happen, and I'm sure are going, what is happening right now? Aren't we here to celebrate me? Aren't we here to celebrate the players? And now it's time for them to retake the spotlight. So I'm excited to jump into that last match as we let them, I think, get on with it.
Well, before we do that, we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have that final match of our winner's bracket.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Bro, where is it?
Welcome to Birmingham, UK, live from the Resorts World Arena. We are in the winner's bracket and we have one more map on World's Edge. Who will advance to the finals tomorrow with their advanced starting points, or who will drop down to fight the good fight in Elimination Bracket Round 2?
Recently, Birmingham has acquired the temporary title City of Love. And as we drop onto World's Edge, I'm sure that it will also very quickly acquire the title of City of Heartbreak, as we are just about to send 10 teams down to the lower bracket, where they will, as we have continually emphasized, be at risk of elimination from champs, out of contention for being a top team in the world.
As for those teams that are locking in their Legend Select right now, I'm looking towards the bubble teams. That's going to include Realize, Alliance, Dark Zero, Tom Young-gung, NRG, Sentinels, Moist, and even the Dojo.
It is incredibly close for, as you say, so many squads that either have to put just a few points to stay in, or that are at risk of being eliminated should they not perform. To me, being in the top 10 right now and having something to lose is somehow even scarier.
There's something to be said about having what you want, but still being at risk of losing it. And we know what happened even in the last winner's bracket of Split 2 playoffs. So those that advanced with the most starting points didn't necessarily take a championship either. And that's the tough part. Yes, they will help you, but it doesn't guarantee it. Once we get to match point tomorrow, anything goes. But for those teams that have already locked and loaded in the dropship, hit the ground looting, where is the chaos? Do we see Dojo in Alliance again, or will Dojo be reigning supreme elsewhere to prioritize that aggressive gameplay?
Looking at the map, it does seem that Dojo and Alliance will be going at it, and with Effect already down, it's going to be back up to Yuki and Hackies to stabilize. It looks like just a 1-0 at the moment, which puts Alliance in an even more dangerous spot, having to execute a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, but the issue with Alliance is knowing that Effect insta-locks that Horizon and will play on that. If Dojo prioritize the Horizon, take down Effect, this will make things a little more difficult for them. And stuck on the low ground with Design on the high and a triple take. Here goes Enemy. They go ahead, they get the thirst, and they are going to reinforce them in.
Fortunately backed up for now. Yuki does have to hold 2 angles. Hackies throws out an arc star to buy them a little bit more time, maybe just enough for Yuki to reinforce the door once more, but it's a losing battle.
Yeah, but the Havoc. Yuki has the Havoc in hand, and let me just tell you, off rip, that gun can be detrimental, and just like that, 126 will change the tide of this game, but they are still underneath, so swinging out, wanting to capitalize on the initial damage. These teams, there's no way, but we gotta keep an eye on Hackies, who has actually won.
Yuki anchors again, does a decent bit of damage, but ultimately will go down. It's the Dojo that pick up a victory against Alliance once more. These lads are dominant.
And that is 3 more points going the way of the Dojo. Now, Alliance, who had 40th, who will sit in 8th place with a spot so far, have to sit there and wait to see the rest of these teams perform.
Wait, you know what else we have to see? We have to see the ring, because this,
Yeah,
what I'm seeing on my map and what I'm sure you and the audience are seeing on yours, is what we'd call statistically unlikely.
What is this? How are we getting... LG, you have the script. You are doing... What is this? What
Another
is this?
Southern Zone? I'm competing with Glitter at this point. She predicted Black Hand. I've got LG. They're both in great positions, but it's all going to come down to this game where, once again, LG will have a big edge. They've already rotated out of launch site and just onto the low ground outside of it, and we're talking about teams like TSM, Ascend as well, Optic, who come from Big Mod, that are also going to be able to put themselves in much better, more stable positions.
For teams like XSET, landing all the way up in Skyhook, this has been an absolute statistical nightmare for them. But you're right, Optic, Ascend, all of the teams that have been able to make it through, TSM will grab that ring console information from Lava Siphon and immediately know that they can just live in this area. But it's Dark Zero who hit the quickest rotates that I have ever witnessed and will poise themselves just on that low ground. Now, thinking about playing that position, if we're already hedging the bets that it's going to end on the low ground outside of Lava Siphon by tunnel, that is an aggressively terrible zone.
And in fact, though, you talk about Dark Zero's quick rotate, they do it because we've seen TSM win from that very same spot, and after rotating through in Ring 1 as well. So Dark Zero holding down by this geyser near the tunnel outside of Optic is actually going to work out pretty well for them, you have to imagine. We'll see how far they make it into this game, but NRG, they've got an arguably more difficult road ahead of them, needing to go all the way through the south again and fight against multiple squads, take the risks that we've talked about to put themselves on top. With Jinx going down the top right, it means the start of fight may very well fall here as well, as they are going up against Moist, and that's not a fight that I'd be taking if I were on the verge of elimination.
Well, this is tough, right? You've got Moist that is occupying the building there in Lava Siphon, and even MT has separated himself just a little bit to extend out and maybe look for an opening to grab an early knock, and Sentinels, who have completely changed their playstyle coming off the backs of Split 2 playoffs, that heavy zone team transitioning to be more of an edge squad, more of a very aggressive RKN on the Catalyst, historically had played legends like Crypto, who we see similarly with Kashera on Ascend, so that it's a huge transition for them.
FaZe versus Singularity, another one of our South American squads, one that, well, they have gone the farthest that anyone from South America has ever gone into international competition, have not been at the top of the leaderboards today. Taking on FaZe, it's a pretty difficult task, or at least it would have been in the regular season. During the course of at least this tournament, FaZe has not dominated, not even close to.
And this is not over for Team Singularity just because you see that 20th place as they get into this engagement. They are just 17 points shy of that 10th place cutoff, which we have seen many times over 17-plus point games. And those teams that are going out on the cusp of the bubble, even FaZe on the left-hand side of your screen, they are just 7 points away from being able to get there.
There's so much high ground to work with as well. It's just a matter of time until FaZe get this uncontested, because the likelihood of a push by Team Singularity onto them is so low. In fact, Singularity are already going to start rotating out. It's a matter of taking very little damage, not allowing a member of FaZe to drop you, because at that point, Singularity's game is over.
Well, here goes FaZe. They're still trying to find the right opening to approach Singularity in front of them. They don't necessarily want to get caught off guard, but Singularity recognizing that this likely is not the way they want to go. It's taking too long. We're making too much noise, wasting precious frag grenades are going to hit that rotator.
And remember who comes from the north so often. Over the course of the past couple of games on World's Edge, we've seen XSET take their time on a rotate. And as Team Singularity move towards the center of the map, as FaZe follow them, there is always the possibility, the potential of a third party that neither squad will expect.
It is going to be tough because XSET has kind of navigated their southward rotations just a couple different ways. They get caught in Skyhook on one member makes it out. Then you saw the rotation downs towards Harvester and such, but now they're opting for an extensive wrap towards that eastern side to approach FaZe from the north.
Those of you who are checking out the map right now will notice that Team Singularity, rotating into Geyser, find themselves face to face with 3 members of Startifight. After Jinx was fully thirsted, a big part of this has to do with the Loba on their composition, who was able to retreat and grab a crafter in order to respawn their fallen teammate. So Startifight are 3 strong, even though they're going to have to come out of Geyser again, essentially restarting their game.
It's going to be really tough for TSM now that you see that next zone is going to pull ever so closer into the lava siphon area. TSM has occupied the main building, and they will be sitting on top of necessarily what would be across from Command Center, and no team has actually set up shop in Command Center just yet. Dark Zero were hedging their bets that it would pull a little bit closer towards that tunnel. Now knowing with that information that it's not actually going to pull that way, they'll have to move.
They will, and TSM's position will age really well. Theirs like wine, Dark Zero's a little bit more like milk. However, with a fuse up on high ground, there'll be plenty that TSM can do to exert pressure on teams that would take other positions that I think most would really like. I'm thinking specifically of the truck just outside to the southeast of Lava Siphon that oftentimes ends up being a great late game position. This time, as long as TSM's alive, as long as Dark Zero's alive, as long as the fuse is in the game, that truck is not safe.
Look, this is going to be the only breather we're going to get this match with the game being officially paused. It is time to just sit and we wait here, but we get a good look at just how locked in our teams are, ready to make something happen. Now, with these official pauses, players essentially aren't allowed to talk to each other. They're going to keep those headsets on, but for the teams that are on the bubble, that are still up and at it, NRG, Sentinels, Moist, so many things that are being waiting to unlock. Just mere 3 to 4 points, 3 to 5 points, even FaZe, yeah, just 8 points away from where Tom Young-kung is sitting currently.
It puts a lot of pressure on their performance here, and as I said, that's what's the most difficult, is needing to find even a single kill to keep yourself in the top bracket, or even worse, needing to push yourself there this game, because it'll make you more likely to take risks that you otherwise wouldn't. Risks that, by avoiding them, have gotten your team to this point. And especially if it goes wrong, you're now even more at risk of starting to lose that momentum that you've gained over the course of group stage once we drop into the elimination bracket.
And that's going to be really tough because I couldn't imagine when we were talking coming into the final map here of the winners bracket, the heavy hitting names, the Titans, and as we look through the crowd, they are waiting on pins and needles now. The Alliance fans, they are hyped. Yes, they did go down to that dojo because here's the deal. Even if we talk about drop spots for the finals day, right? That is a power move. If the dojo can essentially beat in that contest, because you don't want to go into match point finals with any kind of contest on any map.
You know, what's funny is that, speaking of contests, I was looking at some tweets from Kick earlier today.
Okay.
You'll recognize Kick.
I'm very curious about this one.
Yeah, you'll recognize Kick because they're no longer part of the tournament. However, one of the things that they were talking about in the moment was about their contests against TSM at both Siphon and Wall, where it was important to them for, I think, a mystery to many of the international viewers to constantly run into TSM. However, once we went into the elimination bracket yesterday, they did end up getting those POIs completely uncontested, which was what they were trying to do. Just say, you know what, we're going to go here anyway, so that other teams wouldn't then challenge them for it in the elimination bracket. And that, to an extent, is going to be true of Alliance. Since they are continuing to go thermal, since Dojo are so willing to contest them, other teams are going to be less likely to opt into a position where they already know that you're willing to throw your game. Many teams will be unlikely to want to opt into that 50-50 or even 70-30, as it sometimes tends to be. Now, refocusing on the game that we were just watching, we did previously tease the Singularity phase traffic jam that was occurring towards the north side of the map, and I do have it confirmed that XSET was actually taking a further east rotation than they otherwise normally would. So, looking forward to how that'll turn out. The likelihood is that all 3 teams will clash, and likely with another one who's around the edge of the subsequent zone, resulting in God knows what. Hopefully somebody coming out on top.
That is going to be a really awful clash once those Titans start to poise up against each other, and just thinking of all of those things, seeing the highlights that we witnessed yesterday, and just the teams that are waiting to play even more so. I know Complexity had such a clashing issue just early on throughout the group series. they'll find themselves waiting to face off against potentially some of these teams later today after this final match. And honestly, mentioning complexity, I kind of want to check in. We have this really cool thing that we debuted for Monsoon yesterday. It was the music and the hype, and we have a little bit of information while we sort out a bit of a technical issue. Let's go ahead and roll this and see just how that song came about.
I've been thinking of ways to keep you out today. You don't know how much your words mean. You don't know how much your words hurt me. You don't know how much your words mean.
I had no idea that I didn't even miss that when he posted it on Twitter, right? Like he was singing that, he was prepping that, and this kind of goes through the process of him in the studio creating this moment that we got to drop just a few. Wait, Onset?
Yeah, you know, Onset plays in a band. They're, oh, what are they called? They're called. I'll come up with it later. We've got the footage of, obviously, them finally getting to listen to the song, and what really struck me was the emotion afterwards that it inspired in our really talented player. We then got to see Monsoon go on to win a game just moments later over by Wall, which was a fantastic finish.
Well, there's something about putting all of your heart and soul, and yes, a lot of our players do that here on the stage for our fans, for themselves, but when you really take all of that emotion and you package it into a music and you hear it for the first time here, just reigniting and making both of those passions come together, it's absolutely wild, and you can check it out. I believe it's on the Play Apex Esports Twitch channel as well, and you know, on the Twitter, on the timelines, all across social media. So cool that they were able to share that moment here with the fans, with the players, with everyone. But as we keep waiting, I see a little bit of sheesh love there for the dojo.
I do wonder how Dojo are getting on right now. I mean, they must feel really good after the double contest that they've won, and yet they are still pretty far off from contention. I obviously, from here, can't tune into the comms because I would love to hear what kind of stuff they're talking about and how they're planning their approach to this game and perhaps to the lower bracket.
Well, Lions, all or nothing. The fans in the crowd still heavy with support, lying in wait. Will they have done enough on the Storm Point matches to get there? Because now, with the game resuming, I do feel like Yuki at this moment. When we get to that 5, we're about to see what is going to happen.
And the game resumes just like that. We are back into it with that triple clash that I talked about moments before. FaZe, Singularity, and Xset all stuck in a standoff around the outside of Lava Siphon.
Both teams able to get back to full health, but it's going to be Team Singularity that occupy the choke, that are able to get down into Geyser just that much more quickly. From here, they will be able to watch as Xset must decide their path of least resistance.
Now as Singularity disengaged into Geyser, it does mean that FaZe have disengaged into Lava Siphon. And one of these teams is going to be followed. I suspect it's going to be FaZe because moving into Lava Siphon is a whole lot more efficient than then having to make your way out of Geyser. Xset for the moment will bide their time, but with FaZe on the low ground and not on the better side of this ring, there is still a fight in their future. They just have to pick a smart one.
Hitting the grav lift for a little bit of verticality as they move ever so closely to the last known spot of Moist Esports. That team was taking up so much space here. MT had recently had this to be able to overlook and scout out for that squad. You saw the incoming scan come through, and you're right. Xset went ahead and mirrored FaZe's rotation, but they have the high ground. They're going to drop down just a little bit, maybe go ahead and approach from a different angle, but they are already pinging this tunnel.
It's a difficult tunnel to play, not because it's going to be tough to find or rather have access to, but because it'll be difficult to make your way out of. In all likelihood, the squad has already been through here. In fact, we know that Sentinels were in the area recently and have already set up defenses around the inside of this major building in Lava Siphon. So do you exit towards the south? Do you take on a squad that's trying to rotate in, play edge from there, who's itching for a fight? Or do you opt into a fight with a team that already has a defensive setup? That's not a great spot for Xset to be in.
It's really tough for Xset because you know there are teams that typically rotate out through Harvester that have done so, or going to be Oxygen Esports and Vayne, likely going to get caught off guard and then double down with the black hole, the incoming nades. That should be a clear knock, if not just down to 1 HP, and they're not extending off of high ground. They're just exuding enough pressure to keep Oxygen from rotating in on them. But Sentinels, that are going to be the team occupying command center, are essentially sandwiching XSET.
RKN got what he wanted. They no longer have to pick this fight. Sentinels get to retreat back into their defenses, now with blue shields on their IGL. It may not seem like much, and back in Split 2 playoffs, we'd be going, blue shields, is that a joke? But here, it means a whole lot more. In champs, shields are so much more scarce, and XSET, hungry for that, having gotten the data that there's 25 less HP on each member of Sentinels, could very well choose to abuse their advantage.
Well, it's kind of tough. You mentioned the shields, right? You think back to when leveling up a white Evo shield was so simple. 150 damage was all it required to hit blue. Now it's 200, and honestly, Nock is just sitting on gold. He's prioritizing it with 16 shields, just kind of keeping the pressure on, but not necessarily finding the easiest of rotations. And FaZe Frex, you're going to be completely caught off guard. No rotation for you.
That's pretty unfortunate. FaZe just waiting around for a little while and ultimately trying to pick a fight with, I assume, multiple squads off of that odd rotation. Ultimately can't do much. I do believe there's one member, there it is, Phony, right beneath them. XSET are going to jump down, and despite the amount of damage that Phony was able to do, it's not going to be enough to clutch up. FaZe likely going to be playing things out from the elimination bracket.
FaZe and Ascend both fall. FaZe was sitting just ahead of his XSET on the leaderboard, and Ascend was in a top 5 position. So for the teams that are inside the top 10 falling this early on, it's going to allow for a shakeup should teams like XSET keep performing incredibly well.
Oxygen did manage to get control of this tunnel beforehand, however, and with the zone starting to close in, they no longer have to hold it, just making sure that XSET can no longer rotate as quickly as they otherwise would have been able to. IBG take a fight in the south. This will ultimately be for positioning over LG Chivas.
Yeah, but if they fall here, they're going to seal themselves a ticket to elimination round 2, so Ziki is going to have to stay alive. They're just mere points away from a top 10, but a reset would be needed. With teams like Optic just getting high ground and insanely damage suppressing towards the other teams, this is going to be tough. The best thing about Optics, they get those big mod weapons and they're able to utilize them incredibly well.
And they should be clearing out their backs right now. Optic have one member left to hunt down in the south, while Singularity have to clear all of Dark Zero out of this low ground. Horizon ult going to be very quickly finished off, but Singularity get cut off by a wall, unable to access high ground without the use of a gravity lift.
Bin, Elysium, and our team, they just kind of sit here, but 17 squads have found themselves into Ring 4. And once this ring starts to close in just over a minute, it's going to be chaos. And Elysium trying to find an angle. You hear the grab lift coming out. They're trying to put a pressure move onto Optic Gaming.
Yes, Elysium. He has always been the fighter of Singularity, but here in this tournament, it has not been enough. Dark Zero finished them off, and Realize come in to say neither of you really get the W. Dark Zero go down, and it costs Realize almost nothing. It gains them everything.
So 2 teams that were on the cusp of a Buzz Bowl just inside the top 10 have fallen and must sit there and wait. And Moist Esports, the team that is looking to break into it, still up in a 3-man stack, completely kitted out, and are just able to put as much pressure down. Now they reign supreme of that northeastern side. They do need to have a rotation ahead of them, but this is where their work is cut out for them, and Realize is looking to make the push.
They're going to have to, likely contesting Moist for the high ground. There is a truck available in front of Moist, one that started a fight recently inhabited, as evidenced by the black market inside. Waltz will be able to make use of this along with the rest of the squad, healing up, hopefully finding a few ordinances to use for later, and importantly, getting a bit of the loot that Dark Zero and Singularity left behind on the low ground.
This zone had previously looked like it would potentially pull straight back towards Lava Siphon, but it will be just in front of that main building, and TSM will be the first team to leave Lava Siphon and make a move towards that next zone. They see where they want to poise themselves, but it's LG Chivas that land in launch site, that stay there, that know the position they need to have, and Moist on the high ground, putting pressure onto Realize.
It's a really difficult position for a squad like TSM to have just put themselves in. They've got no cover. They're relying on the chaos that teams like Moist create, and already we've got a few falling. Unfortunately for them, it looks like Start a Fight suffer losses. Start a Fight go down, keeping them out, even with their win. of the next round in the finals, going instead down to the elimination bracket.
Xset have also found themselves in the circle, looking to be privy to the fight that's breaking out between Moist and Realize. These are two teams that sit ahead of Xset that will need to go down as NRG has fallen. Did they do enough to find themselves in the winner's bracket? Can Waltzy take this fight? Realize they lose out on Songshoot, and looking for the full, they're able to grab it.
10 squads left, and we're starting to accumulate even more placement points, those small little bits that could very well change a team's entire outlook on the next couple of days, or rather the next two. We do still have a move made from Moist, a team that did make it out previously in first place, but they're pushing on to the spot that Dojo hold, where Dojo just cleared out Start a Fight.
Dojo able to get Designful back on their feet, looking to try and hit a full reset and then grab lift back towards the high ground, but not necessarily towards the front. Design will double down and look through the doors, but Moist is on top of them as Realize has officially fallen into the hands of Xset.
Well, Waltzy actually takes a really good angle there, but Dojo are playing this very well, making sure that Moist cannot finish a fight even onto the already weakened members. We've got an Optic against Xset fight brewing in the south, however.
But this is make or break for Xset, and even then it might not be enough. Knock, 10 HP and a dream, they will fall. Waltzy picking up all of those eliminations, have now broken into the top 10. If you're an APAC South fan, this is everything that you've wanted.
Moist in the top 7 for now, with Optic jumping in right behind LG. They are changing LG's game for the worse here. And even with the spot so close to home, missing Jaguares and Niesel, there's very little you can do.
And this is a battle for advanced starting points now. Now that Optic have found themselves into the top 3, they're inching ever so closely towards the potential of 10. But Moist on that left-hand side, MT in the dead center of them. But it's gonna be Knocked, who just opens fire.
Let's not forget that overlooking all of this, there is Dojo, who can still, with a big win, make it into the finals. The takedown from Hal is gorgeous, and Optic and Oxygen are gone. 5 squads left, and Dojo are gonna start sending it onto TSM.
Yeah, but Reps is down. If Hal doesn't get him back here, he will not be back up. Moist has fallen. Reps has risen. Now Verholz just hiding behind that dark veil. You can see Timmy there as well. Design has fallen. Timmy is playing his life, and they have done enough to get into at least 9th place for now.
8 squads so far. This is huge, huge for Dojo. Rather, 8 kills. Timmy's gonna have to survive for as long as possible, seeing if you can gather just a few more placement points. 4 squads left, and a little bit of damage thrown out by Timmy, but it's TSM on the low ground that still have to contend with the last member of LG, the last member of Dojo, and the full squad of, it's Dreamfire.
Oh, Dreamfire is going to be a beast to fight against. You can see Yanya right there, and Dreamfire with all of their space occupying that ultimate high ground. You put an L-Star in Sandwich's hands, you know what happens.
Up here, plenty of ammunition left, plenty of high ground. What they won't have as much of is cover during the next ring. Dojo go down, LG go down. Dreamfire are pushing for the win, but they haven't got enough, even a crack. Can they play this perfectly?
TSM in 10th. They have put themselves into contention for advanced starting points, and Dreamfire full sending down. Roy falls, 3MC falls, and TSM, they are going to find themselves in the winner's bracket.
Dreamfire have been on a rampage this tournament, but in the last game of the winner's bracket, TSM take them apart. What a play, and from the low ground, no less, Tiff.
That is absolutely impressive. Had they not gotten Reps back up in that specific instance, things could have changed. Honestly, better late than never.
I've spoken to many IGLs over my time in Apex Legends, and the biggest thing has always been that the great IGLs risk the game to win the game. And TSM did that multiple times in this match, moving down towards the south, contesting LG for space, clearing out, and even taking on the Dojo at a disadvantage, using Verholz and then Hal to cover the rest of the squad as team after team thought that they could take on TSM.
Dreamfire doing enough. Was the Dojo's performance enough? Because with TSM making it into the top 10, the question is, at what cost to the other teams who were in the top 10 lying in wait?
Dreamfire, I mean, they're going, and I am to see them, because one thing changes, one corner gets checked in that fight, and it's Dreamfire, whose praises we're singing for their incredible awareness and control over this map up until that final moment. Dojo as well, they were the big story into the top. I believe it was 3, but it was pretty close that they and LG went down together. There's plenty of points and kills that were collected by them.
That's true. Dreamfire coming into this final map were in 3rd, but now we wait. But for now, TSM has solidified themselves with some advanced starting points for tomorrow's match point finals.
It's incredibly close. But what I'm wondering as well, how close did Moist make it? They were a risky team in this lobby, ultimately wanting to make it to the finals tomorrow, wanting to meet the expectations that they set for themselves in Split 2 playoffs. They may have missed out on, well, they certainly missed out on making the same or meeting their expectations as they would have hoped. However, by how much? Will they have to play again? Now, those are my big questions.
Those are a lot of questions, and I guess we're gonna have to throw it to Rain Day to see if he's got some answers for us.
Well, the crowd in Birmingham is making some noise because not only did Dreamfire, did some of these amazing supported teams find their way into the finals, TSM has also found their way home, as many would say, to where they belong. It was a long and arduous road, 4 days and one final game. That got them there, though, and the plot armor continues. We will see them with a chance to go back-to-back and become a 2 out of 3 LAN winner this year. Rain Day, Genome, Zephyr, Bullet back on the desk. Fellas, that was exciting. That is what Apex is about, and it gets better because we have more games coming up soon. But Genome, TSM, in that final circle, man, it felt like it was just a script, and we were just reading it out.
Right? I mean, even if you think about the 4 circles that we had there on World's Edge, they land at Lava Siphon. We get a thermal choke circle, launch site, dome, and another one in between Siphon and launch site. It's like they were trying to give TSM a circle, and they just kept nudging it like closer and closer towards until they finally get it done.
You know, one of the interesting things for me is always seeing a team's reaction, and that
अरे लास्ट रनर ब्रो इधर डोजो टीम वाला टीएसएम 18th प्लेस 14th प्लेस गए ब्रो that is so I love 5th plus killer and 7th plus killer टीएसएम 5th killer ने डोजो ने 7th plus killer
Yeah, look, that was beautiful. TSM going from 15
एक टीम आ रहा है
in one decision.
टीम आ रहा है
As you can see here, they just rotate. They play next to the geyser. They're fighting. They're doing as much damage as they can to the teams right around them. They're getting the armor swaps and they're using the tool that they have. The air for control. Pressure and the Bangor goes down, as you can see, and they're just trying to stay alive. The main thing here is they manage to use the boxes around them to get the armor swaps just to make sure they stay healthy.
Hey guys, thanks for watching.
अरे दिगुतुंटेना కొట్టిరు నన్ను
I need to go. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Right.